a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Art, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work.
Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with the new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm going to get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm going to get this Hunter x Hunter one.
All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter x Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm going to assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that? Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown. Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this Full Art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up, and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese? Got any crackers?
Welcome, young trainer. Please select your starting Pokemon.
Good afternoon, Magic players. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm so happy to see so many people coming out for our Friday evening Duskmorn pre-release. A lot of you have some really fun stuff going on with your little costumes and everything, and it looks great.
Just a heads up, I'm looking out for you.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Duskmorn's been really good. It's cool. The horror theme is fun for people that are into horror movies. The set has a lot to explore. It's kind of a nice contrast from Bloomborough, where that was kind of very fast and tribal focused, whereas Duskmorn, it's a little bit more grindy. You can splash some color, so it's been fun so far.
I come to pretty much every pre-release because it's honestly my favorite type of event. I really like doing the sealed kind of games because I live right down the street. It's really convenient, and honestly, even if I didn't, I'd probably drive to come here because it's the best game store, in my opinion.
Many of you have seen some of the stuff, some of you may not know, but one of our brightest spots unfortunately is no longer with us. Mr. Jared Keys, some of their friends set up a GoFundMe to help White Peyton with funeral costs and living costs after an event like this. It's quite a lot. One of the things we are doing, and we would love for y'all to help donate to this, is for everybody who donates tonight, up to $2,000, Common Ground Games will match that donation. Every donation everybody makes for every $10, you're also going to get a raffle ticket. Juan, who unfortunately is going to be leaving us, but he donated a couple of Dungeons & Dragons Secret Layers. We'll be raffling those off. And we're raffling off my personal framed copy of a foil uncut sheet of War of the Spark Rares and Mythics. So for every $10 you donate, you're going to get a raffle ticket towards this stuff.
Welcome back, guys. It is Justin and
Jedi Britain.
Okay. We're here at the Planetary Qualifiers in Dallas, Texas. We are starting off round 6 of 7 Swiss. We have just a handful of people that are undefeated right now. And when we end the Swiss rounds, there should be one person that is undefeated to rule them all. The one to rule them all.
Yeah, I mean, how many are undefeated at this point? Do we know? It's got to be a very, very small pool.
There's a math number that I wish I knew. I know
there's some math and maths that we could do.
I'm not a math guy. You know what I'm saying?
So this is round 6 of the Swiss. So if anybody in the chat is a math whiz or has internet access nearby,
math whiz,
you could let us know maybe how many people would be undefeated at this stage in the game.
Dude, I'm Ray Palpatine.
We had 128 people to start this, and there is 7 rounds of Swiss. We're going into round 6 here. So we are really, really narrowing down the field. There's just a few undefeated players left.
We are waiting on our round 6 match pairing for the stream table, but we've had a pretty diverse amount of decks today. We had a bunch of people trying to beg us to get on the stream table because they were playing a double red pairing of Bo-Katan red and Kylo Ren red, but we shot that down really quick because we're trying to get quality games on here. I'm just kidding. Now, the last round was a a quick round, a controversial round.
Very controversial.
But it was really fun, and I think
we are recovering. Jason's recovering from that judge decision. We're recovering from that judge decision, and the viewer count is recovering
from that judge
decision.
that judge decision shut down the stream.
The OBS.
It shut down the OBS, and you guys are crawling back because the stream is just that good.
Shut down.
By the way, we are not where we were. We were at a really high count, which is awesome. Thank you. But y'all should tell your friends. I know some people said they don't have friends. Guess what? You do. You have us. So even if you're telling us in an echo chamber,
that's so sweet.
Hop back in. Backwards hat mic is low. Bryn, is your mic low again?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Look, we are waiting on those match pairings. We've had a pretty diverse tournament today. You know what? Not as much boba as I was expecting, and I think a lot of people were expecting. A lot of Han, and not even Han set 2. A lot of Han set 1 we've been seeing. And remember, in a Swiss round 7 that we're cutting to top 8, you lose 1, and that's your chance. If you lose 1 more than 1, you're not making the top cut, and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to the people who are performing best on the day. Mm-hmm. And not only that, drawing the cards that they need to draw. Like we made some comparisons earlier, this game is very chess-like. And at the very high performance level, the very high end of competitiveness, it is not even just how you perform your deck and your lines. It is also the mental games that you play with your opponent in tempo matchups, in mirror matchups, how you're bluffing against your opponent, how you're doing things that can be a little off and obscure from your line, but is going to ultimately end up getting you the win. And we saw that in our mirror matchup of Sabine Green ECL, Lawton versus Justin. They were both multi-winners, big Gen Con players, top 8s, multiple big 1K champions. They are tenured players. But here's the thing. They had the same deck list almost to the T.
Yep.
And watching that game was amazing. The way that they skirted the deck and played suboptimal lines because they had to was the way, it was a really great game. It was really back and forth.
To draw another analogy to some of our other favorite classic games, that game between Justin and Lawton, the Sabine versus Sabine, it was almost poker-like, right? I would say the closest thing to it is they both went all in. They thought they had the hand to go all in on it, and they were racing to the base. Justin was the one who had the hand in the end.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was very Sabak-like, and think of the Solo movie, and
yes,
yeah, it was really intense. And another really great game that was really, really early on in the tournament is John and the Boss Blue and Michael and the Boba Red. Now, the Boba Red is not performing well for the rest of this tournament so far with Michael. We just caught up with him earlier between rounds, but that game was intense, putting the pressure onto a hyper-control deck, which I think is at the top of the meta right now. That game was so intense, and John was able to claw that back.
Yeah.
But that was really crazy seeing the game go that far with surprise strikes and stuff. And as the stream goes on, as the night goes on, we're going to have way more intense and higher level gameplay. And
I think the fact that we saw this very controversial rule debate and judge decision in this last game is not surprising as the day goes on, because everything is getting more serious as these players go on, right? These guys, when they're playing their first game of the day and everything's 0-0, it's a little bit more loose. But now that they're here and they are just inches away from making that top cut,
absolutely,
they're going to be very, very, very particular about making sure all the rules are checked. They're not going to give any, if you give somebody an inch, they might take a mile, right? So they're not going to give anything up, because it might mean that they don't go home with any of the big prizes.
And it's not even the big prizes. It's about the fact that the winner here today gets a free straight invitational into the World Championship, the first Season 0 invitational, which is a huge deal. And then on top of that, all the prize support from FFG, and then most importantly as well today, the Common Grounds prize support, the fact that we're giving away boxes and money and thousands of dollars worth of prize support graciously from Common Ground Games is so insane. So the top 5 prize pool is amazing.
Crazy. I do see 2 questions in the chat, actually. Yep. People are saying, what was the rule thing that happened, and can we recap the rule thing that happened?
Okay, so imagine yourself here. You're in a room with 2 red lights next to you. You're isolated. You can't hear anything. Let me get a little ASMR in here. And there's a Vader in the background with a lightsaber, and the camera's sitting right above you. You're sitting there and you're playing Sabine Yellow and Boba Yellow. And you're Sabine Yellow. And you decide that on your R2-D2, you need to hit a heroic sacrifice. This is something that can be kind of controversial. If you know the rules, you know the rules. If you don't, you don't. What was actually controversial was what the judge called going forward, how they brought that back. So what happened was Jason decided to enable the on-attack ability from R2 to search the top card of his deck, decide that that card was not the card he wanted to draw off of Heroic Sacrifice, put it on the bottom of the deck. Now, that can't happen. That's not allowed. But what happened next as the gameplay happened, and happened so fast, the judge had to come in and
so at this point in time, he had drawn a card and he had filtered a card to the bottom of his deck.
Yes, 100%.
So he not only knew about 2 cards were at the top of his deck, he knew 1 card at the bottom of his deck as well, and he got a new card out of all of this.
100%. And the thing is the judge had to come in and make the ultimate decision by saying, hey, because you know 2 cards, you have 1 card in hand, and this happened in consecutiveness, what needs to happen next is the player on the opposite side, the opposing player, needs to now look at your hand, choose a card to randomly, like to choose a card to discard, and then you need to play moving forward. Yeah. And that is the correct FFG rules there. And people thought it was controversial. I thought it was crazy. But at the end of the day, we brought on Judge Daniel, Mr. Big Judge, Big G.
Real thankful to him for coming in here and doing an interview.
And he came in here and talked about why the ruling was the way it was, what makes sense about it, and why you have to go about that way. And it was awesome. And that's what you get at high level, competition. You know, store showdowns, guys, are casual competitive play. This is the first step of competitive play for Star Wars Unlimited. So you're going to get a lot more serious about rules, a lot more serious about how judge calls are played, and it is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and after hearing from Daniel, the ruling really, really does make sense. I mean, so he drew a card and he filtered to the bottom, right? So, of course, the deck is going to have to be shuffled. Yep. You can't know where that card's located in the deck. So, of course, he shuffles up the deck. That's kind of a no-brainer.
Yep.
Now, the tough part is he's got this new card in hand, this new card that he actually filtered a card to choose from.
Yep.
So, he got it through, let's just say, an advantageous play for him. But it was a rule-breaking advantageous play. So, rather than just putting that card back, he's actually going to have to reveal his hand to the opposing player. The opposing player is going to get to make that choice. And that in itself is the right way to go about things, but it's really, really tough on Jason because now the opposing player gets to make the strategic choice of which card leaves his hand.
Absolutely. And I'm going to interject here real quick. We know that the 6th round has started, but we have yet to receive those deck lists and names for the 6th round. So we're going to actually quickly go to commercial break real quick and make sure that we are prepped and ready to get you guys right into the stream table.
Yep. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. Everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work.
Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let Endless Punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons and Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we got the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't going to get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese? Got any crackers?
Welcome, young trainer. Please select your starting Pokemon.
Good afternoon, Magic players. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm so happy to see so many people coming out for our Friday evening Duskmorn pre-release. A lot of you have some really fun stuff going on with your little costumes and everything, and it looks great.
Just a heads up, we'll looking out for you.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Duskmorn's been really good. It's cool. The horror theme is fun for people that are into horror movies. The set has a lot to explore. It's kind of a nice contrast from Bloomborough, where that was kind of very fast and tribal focused, whereas Duskmorn, it's a little bit more grindy. You can splash some colors, so it's been fun so far. I come to pretty much every pre-release because
It's honestly my favorite type of event. I really like doing the sealed kind of games because I live right down the street. It's really convenient, and honestly, even if I didn't, I'd probably drive to come here because it's the best game store, in my opinion.
Many of you have seen some of the stuff, some of you may not know, but one of our brightest spots unfortunately is no longer with us. Mr. Jared Keys, some of their friends set up a GoFundMe to help White Peyton with funeral costs and living costs after an event like this. It's quite a lot. One of the things we are doing, and we would love for y'all to help donate to this, is for everybody who donates tonight, up to $2,000, Common Ground Games will match that donation. Every donation everybody makes for every $10, you're also going to get a raffle ticket. Juan, who unfortunately is going to be leaving us, but he donated a couple of Dungeons & Dragons Secret Layers. We'll be raffling those off. And we're raffling off my personal framed copy of a foil uncut sheet of War of the Spark Rares and Mythics. So for every $10 you donate, you're going to get a raffle ticket towards this stuff.
So this is Lake Hill Preparatory School's 23rd year to the Magic Club, and here we go at Common Ground Games. Well, this is, I think, my 10th year judging at Common Ground. Started somewhere around the time of Cons of Tarkir, and it's my absolute favorite place to judge. It feels like my judging home. I definitely judge more here than anywhere else. It's a pre-release I would never want to miss out on, for sure.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been...
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened.
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
We want swoo. We want swoo. We want swoo. All right, guys, there was a Melee.gg issue with the judges. They had to manually
put in everybody's records.
Everybody's records manually for the last round. They had to do it. So God bless our troops, God bless America, and God bless our judges, brother. We're super thankful to the guys that were working behind the scenes to do a lot of stuff. As you guys are joining, let's just we're waiting on our official round 6 of 7 Swiss pairing. We know it's 2 undefeated people. One of them is a Boba Green, so I'm excited to kind of get into that. We do have our pairings, so we're going to go ahead and let Julian into the building.
Bring him in. We're just going to, you can get a little peek behind the curtain here, guys. We're getting the
Bring him in,
pairings right
Julian.
now.
Bring him in.
Julian, you want to smile for the camera while you're delivering this stuff?
Woo! All right, so we have 2. We have Old Han, so we have a Han Yellow and a Boba Fett Green. And we're going to give this to Grant real quick. We're going to go to commercial break and get the setup for the stream table. Thank you guys so much.
Woo.
So we are starting off with our first matchup of round 6 of 7 Swiss. We have Old Han Yellow, and we have a Boba Green. Now, what's interesting about this Boba Green is not... They might have already been in the round, and they are.
Here they go. We're going to get these names updated and these scores updated in 1 second. We're doing some live updates as we go, so you'll see those update as we chat here.
It seems like Boba Green is on the top.
Yep.
It says that sound is gone, rip audio.
Sound is gone, rip audio. He might be muted.
Give us 1 sec, guys.
And we'll just redo that little speech about who they're playing.
Hooray, quick fix. Sound's back.
Sound is back.
Sounds great, guys. So if you didn't hear what we were saying, we're cutting in really quick into the round here. We have a Han double yellow and a Boba Green. Now, what's interesting about the Boba Green is it's not in Boba Green ECL. It is a Boba Green 30 health base. This is kind of what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, which was the 3 prominent Bobas in the meta right now are Boba Green, Boba Yellow, and Boba Green without ECL.
Yeah. So the original Boba Green being
is ECL.
Boba Green.
And it's a little bit more back on the mid-range aspect of the deck, trying to play like what we have here on Aeneas is a Boba Fett armor, which is a super tough thing to deal with here.
And we're getting a full screen view of this right now, so we are able to see them play. They're on resource. Well, we got resource 6 for Han.
Yep.
I think they might be on resource 5. on Anil's side.
So Anil's going to go ahead and play Bazine. He's going to get the full hand again and take a check. So we're seeing Cunning.
Ezra.
Yeah, you're going to have to discard that Cunning.
Surprise Strike. And what was that last one? I didn't catch it.
It was Ezra, Cunning, Surprise Strike, and Spark of the Rebellion. And I think you're going to have to get rid of that Cunning. Spark of the Rebellion is hard to deal with, but at the end of the day, you really do want to deal with that Cunning.
And this might be the first showcase on the table of the day.
Yeah, there is. It is a showcase on, which is a lot better.
It is a beautiful looking
card.
Dude,
we're getting discard back to back, baby. A lot of discard here. So this is where this Boba Green shines. This is so much more different than the Boba Green ECL. You're seeing a more control style play here. There's Maul, Vader, Salacious Crumb, and Reinforcement Walker.
And he chooses to
this
take
is
them all out.
All heavy mid-range options. I can't blame him. Maul is a difficult unit to deal with, especially because it's a 7/6 with Overwhelm, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on a base.
Yeah, that is really surprising though, because Vader is notorious as one of the strongest cards in this game. Maul is right up there.
Yep. And Anil's going to go ahead and drop a Salacious Crumb, and he's going to swing Boba Fett with Boba Fett armor into Ezra. Now, here's a keep in mind for Boba Fett with Boba Fett armor. It's going to Boba Fett with Boba Fett armor. Boba armor is going to take 2 less damage every time it's getting damage dealt to it because of the Boba Fett's armor. It's extremely strong and really hard to deal with in the game. So he's going to go ahead and sack the Han Solo leader into the Boba Fett, which is a crazy play. Go ahead and go up the resource here. Something I didn't expect, and then he's going to drop the C-3PO. This is interesting for sure. I'd love to see if Grant can go ahead and get the chat up for us. I'd love to see where people think about that play, because I genuinely don't know if the sacking the Han Solo and just trying to get the damage onto the Boba Fett was the answer that we needed there.
One person has a very, very, very technical analysis. They say, oh man, they're putting ground units in the ground arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were playing the ground units on the space side.
Look, it's clearly labeled, but you know what? When you're on the stream table, you're there to get busy, brother. Yeah. You're there to get busy.
We got we were mentioning it earlier. We were kind of painting the picture of what that room looks like. There's a big domineering Darth Vader cutout looming over these players as they make their decisions here. So a lot of players have just been not even reading the table mat and just playing ground units in space.
Yeah, it is a isolated room. This is sometimes the first time for people to be in an isolated room to play the game. And this is where I'm liking this Boba Fett green that is a 30 health base that is a lot more in the mid-range play. This is exactly what we were talking about today, which is if you're going to play a mid-range deck, you need to be a toolbox deck.
Bounce, and he puts down Vader in response.
Yep. Bouncing out the Bazine and putting the Vader in response. I don't know if I absolutely love that
play. Yeah.
Bazine, you're going to give him another discard in hand, and that to me is not the way that I would.
Yeah, it's got a win plate ability. You really want to avoid, and a lot of times, he might know something we don't, but a lot of times you want to avoid bouncing back those win plate abilities because you're getting double effect out of it.
Yeah, and Anil is making a masterclass of this. His decisions are very crisp and to the point.
And quick. Very quick.
It's putting the pressure onto the this Han Yellow. I think Alexander is going to have to really figure out what he's going to do with that Boba Fett and Boba Fett's armor. I think what's crazy is that a lot of people don't tend to put Boba Fett armor in the main deck of the board, or like a main deck of their deck, and I think it is a really hard upgrade to deal with.
Yeah. In a second here, we might be able to take a look at these deck lists as well and see exactly how many Bobas are in the deck, because I would assume he might have some Boba units as well.
Yep, so we got a Millennium Falcon coming out of hand, which is going to have Ambush if it's played out of hand. This is Lando's Pride. And he's going to swing 5 to base. He's going to swing 6 to base. And then he's going to swing 1 to base with Salacious Crumb. So there's a lot of damage going down on Alexander's base right here. If you guys are just tuning in, we are in round 6 of 7 of Swiss. This is both undefeated decks, and Anil is up. It's a 0-0, and he's going to drop Reinforcement Walker. He's going to draw the card or heal 3. He's going to heal the 3.
Yeah, we saw both this Reinforcement Walker and that Darth Vader when he did the reveal earlier. So we knew this was coming, but it's got to be devastating for Alexander to see again actually hit the table.
So someone just said that in Boba 33 armors are played main deck. Absolutely, without question. I just think it's crazy to me that in a lot of Boba versions of the deck that the Boba's armor isn't played so common, and it's mostly in the sideboard. I think it is an extremely difficult thing to deal with, and it's even in the 30 deck. I know it's very good.
It's a great card, but it's not tempo, you know?
For sure, 100%. I think it's just your Boba is the main crown jewel of that. He's the juicy couture of that deck. And at the end of the day, if you can take him out very easily, then it is what it is. If you can't, he just continues to go, and you see it here in Anil. There is so many resources, and his ground presence right now is unrelenting.
Oh, there comes a Millennium Falcon.
So we got a double Millennium, which we've seen a lot of, and then there's the Fet's Fire Spray.
Yeah, they're both bringing out their signature cards right now. Love to see it. And there is a question of how much time is each round. So this is actually something that applies to all competitive events. There's 50 minutes for the best of 3. So
55.
55. Okay, 55 minutes for the best of 3 here. So these guys have some time. We're in game 1 right now. They're 0-0.
Wow. So we had a surprise strike Millennium Falcon to trade into the Fet's Fire Spray, and then we have a Hot Shot Teal 44 blaster and Boba Fett. With the Boba Fett armor, he is swinging for 8 on board right now, and that's this game
nasty.
1. That is just no way that you come back from that. That is over.
So that is Anil taking game 1.
Yeah, that is unreal. I think Alexander could not sustain the pressure there. In the double yellow, I know we're obviously looking for something like the Tech DJ combo, and I know you don't really need that combo to make the game work for you, but I gotta say right now, this is looking like you need to stop this ramp. You need to stop this resource play. You have to get this Boba control a little bit down on its resource play so that you can come up. 8's top end is so much better than what this Han is running. You can have Han's solo unit, which is amazing, no question about it. But, and we're looking at Alexander. What do you think he's going to sideboard here? Because we do have a Kiera in the main board at 2 of them, which I absolutely love. And I think that we probably need to see more of these tempo stop plays against this Boba Green.
Well, look at this one right here. It's a Bamboozle in the sideboard and a Confiscate in the sideboard. I think both of those have been a great card to have in his hand when that Boba Fett got all beefed up.
Yep. Yeah. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to.
You gotta pull him in. But you're talking about how top heavy Anil's Boba deck is compared to Alexander's Han deck here. Yeah, we saw it literally in that game when it got revealed. There's Maul. There's Darth Vader. There's Reinforcement Walker. It is a lot to deal with when it gets there. Yeah. Not to mention there is an overwhelming barrage in this deck. It's kind of crazy that
it wasn't even seen.
Yeah, we haven't seen the overwhelming barrage yet, and it's such a staple card that it's kind of crazy that we haven't seen it come out to the board yet.
Yeah, it was not even seen. It just is insane to me. Woo.
And these guys are shuffling up right now as they get ready for game 2 in this series.
Yep.
And Neil is up 1-0.
And I think if you're Alexander, you really got to be questioning what you're trying to do here. Grant, if you do me a favor, can you pull up the OBS real quick for me? That mic/aux there, is that Brenton's microphone or no?
No, I'm actually on the top one with you. So
are we together on a like a stereo channel?
Yep. You can hear me. See it peeking.
Gotcha.
There we go, guys. We're just making sure everything's working.
Just making sure. I don't want anyone to be missing out on the beautiful commentary that Britton is saying.
Woohoo!
Jabba King Tut. We are on round 6 of 7 in Swiss. There is 128 players in this tournament. We are now in our final top of Swiss before we get into our top cuts.
Yeah,
these are
final moments here.
The 2 of 3 undefeated players in this tournament right now, actually.
2 of 3. So there is only one other undefeated player that is out there.
Yep, and it is a Sabine Green, I believe. It is Justin from earlier who was on stream.
Now, of course, that does mean that at the end of this round there could be only one undefeated player left.
Yep.
If the other undefeated player who's playing one tier down happens to lose.
Absolutely. So Alexander is going to go ahead and resource ramp off of Han and play Millennium Falcon, and Anil is willing to take the initiative off that claim, just say, hey man, you can get that early damage on me, but I'm going to just make plays going into this. He's going to resupply, and he's going to go up to 4 resources, and he's trying to ramp. So we got 6 damage total on base.
Yep.
And nice. We have an Ezra Bridger dropping down from Han.
This is a nice early start for Alexander.
They're going to go ahead and claim initiative and move on to the next round.
Yep, let's see what they do here.
So Anil's at resource 5 now, and Alexander is actually taking back the resource to drop and put the Millennium Falcon back in hand. Anil's going to go ahead and flip Boba Fett immediately. Bamboozle is ready in hand.
Yep, he subbed it in.
So he's going to drop Cunning.
We expected that.
Drop Cunning, and he's going to ready up the resource. Oh, And no good to me dead on. So he's gonna give him the buff and the exhaust, and just go ahead and have the no good to me dead ready for the Ezra Bridger.
Yeah.
Negative tempo play there for the Cunning. I think he's just stalling here, but Alexander does top deck the Han Solo unit and drops an L3 into the resource, which is a smuggle card.
Is that a hyperspace foil Boba Disintegrator?
Yeah, it sounds like something I need for my collection, buddy.
Yeah, that is pretty right there. Double Boba's out. This is the perfect time to have Boba Fett's armor in hand.
Yep, but we have Bamboozle in hand, and I think Anil knows this, whether we can see his hand or not. For the, I feel like Anil knows that he had to have sideboarded in a bunch of options for that Boba Fett armor.
Yeah, you would assume he did, but there is no way for Anil to know that Alexander actually had.
And there's the Boba Fett's armor.
Sideboard.
He's gonna take the risk.
Okay,
and
so we should see the Bamboozle pretty quickly.
We should see. I don't think you take the risk.
No, you don't wait. You don't wait on it.
You don't wait on that at all. You just change of heart.
Ooh,
oh, he's gonna discard the change of heart, so he doesn't have to pay for the cost of the Bamboozle. But you can discard a yellow card to pay for the cost, which is crazy. I think with such that top end, that is a really crazy play, but he's trying to go up to that
exhaust the unit and defeats the upgrade.
You know what he is trying to do? He is at 6 resources, which means he is trying, and there's the Boba Fett armor again.
Cow, that is not what you want to see if you're sitting in Alexander's shoes. He might not have multiple Bamboozles to deal with that.
And he's going to no good to me dead again.
This is getting crazy. That's thematic right there. Boba Fett is no good to me dead.
He's no good to me. He's no good to me dead.
Put him in carbonite, baby.
I don't know if that was the voice, but we're there. Look, man, that is brutal. 2 no good to me deads, 2 Boba Fett armor. I think Alexander's in a position where he goes, what is in your hand now? If that is what you had in your hand as answers, what is in your hand?
Yeah.
What's going to happen? So Boba Fett's going to do the on-attack ability from Boba Fett, so it's going to do 3 damage on attack if it's an exhausted unit that didn't enter that phase, and then do the 3 damage to the Ezra Bridger. Han is no good to me dead, buddy. He is frozen in carbonite for another round.
Yep, he is.
And I think Anil is capturing it perfectly. He knows that there is probably a Han Solo in that hand. And
moving moment in this game between Anil and Alexander.
I mean, what does Alexander do here? Even the Han Solo is not going to kill the Boba Fett with the Boba Fett armor, and having the double stack in hand, that is crazy.
Okay.
He's going to discard the confiscate.
Discards the confiscate.
Interesting.
That is, I mean, he
has no recursion. He has no recursion in the deck. There's no way to get that confiscate back.
Exactly. There's no
which
way to
makes
use
you
it.
question. You have tech in the deck. You could easily play tech confiscate if you can get the tech play off.
We've seen 1 Bamboozle. We've now seen 1 confiscate as well. There is 2 of each in his sideboard, so we do think that should be 1 more of each of those.
Anil's dropping big, and it's gonna be
the Maul. The scariest thing that he pulled out of Neil's hand in the last game. He was able to avoid the Maul, but in this one, he's not able to.
Wow. Yeah. Just absolutely deleting Han and then putting that damage onto the other underworld character, which is Boba Fett. This is... Wow, and the Boba Fett armor. Wow. Anil this is a masterclass from Anil. He is wrecking how I'm actually happy I'm not playing against him because this is crazy.
Sometimes it's better to be on the caster desk instead of on the table against Anil.
He just seems to be having every answer that he needs in his hand consistently. It's constant hand. He's going to go ahead and shoot first with the...
that's a great card.
Yep, he's going to shoot first with the Han Solo. I think you're going to have to make that play there. You can't take 6 damage to base, or 7 damage to base from the Maul, and it's going to be the reinforcement
And how much does he need now to break through that Boba Fett armor? The Boba Fett armor is going to add 2 health to Boba Fett. He's already got 2 damage on him, though.
Boba's going to go ahead and kill the Han.
Woo. And a reinforcement walker's out there. I mean, this is in Anil's hands right now. I feel like it's his game to lose.
Yeah, I mean 6 damage on base. We're still such low damage on base, but like I mean, you're talking about there's still overwhelming barrage that we have not yet to see in this entire game.
Why does he need it though? Why does he need it? There's nothing on board to even do with it.
I know, but I'm saying you have such huge units, and Bazine comes out at such an amazing time for just a knowledge on hand, man. Anil is playing this amazingly. This is something to see. You know, I really thought that this deck would have been. I really thought this deck would have seen more play today, but this is one of the only Boba 30 health decks in this game right now.
Yeah, he's definitely the only Boba 30 health base that's in this tier of the play.
Yep.
I've heard rumblings out there that there's been a few out there.
Palp's return, and there comes the
Maul. Oh, you do not want to see that.
Dude, this is getting gross.
Yeah, this
Anil
deck
is doing something. He is mauling for sure.
I'm not going to lie, man. This deck is cool.
He's getting mauled.
This deck is really
And there's Bodhi Rook.
Cool.
You just got to see the hand. Look at that hand. Fett's Fire Spray, Reinforcement Walker.
He sees it and he starts shivering in his chair.
Yeah, what are you
shaking in his boots?
What do you do? I have to give Alexander credit. You know, he is playing great. He's obviously got to this point because he's a great player.
Hotshot DL
DL
is coming in, taking out a dude. He doesn't even need to hit base yet. He's just like having fun with them, playing with his food.
Yeah, if you're in Alexander's shoes right now, you do have so much health on the board. The game is still you still can play the game. There's a Bamboozle that he top decked right now, which is great for the Boba Fett's armor. He knows that he could not have probably.
Bamboozle's in there, yeah.
Yep. So
but he's so low that you might just want to work through him without having to waste it.
Yeah, but there's so much to get through there still with the two off. Here's the thing: what do you do if you're Alexander in this situation? You know, you have cards to smuggle. We have yet to see a single tech this entire game.
What is the answer here?
I mean, it's too late for the DJ play to be a net positive play, and you have Maul that's just going to answer it. Look at Anil's hand. It is. Oh, this is discard pile. As I say, wow, that's a busted hand.
I'm looking at these deck lists here, and it is really, really not clear what his line is that would get him into an advantageous position here. It is a lot to work through the Maul and the Boba Fett with Boba Fett's armor.
Yeah, this is...
But he does have the Tech DJ, which is a nasty little combo.
But I don't think it can't do anything at this turn.
It's not enough. It's not enough to take down Maul.
Well, it's not enough to do anything at this point. I mean, you're taking out a resource for sure, but for what? He's already at such a top end. The resource is already there. If he goes down one, it doesn't do anything. Bamboozle comes out.
Bamboozle.
And he's going to go ahead and get rid of the Boba Fett's armor, which is going to leave Boba Fett dead, which is a great play. I think that's exactly what you need to do. You just kill. This is true that the Boba Fett's armor goes right back to the hand with the Bamboozle play. But, I mean, do we see it? Do we see him trying to put down another Boba Fett unit to play it? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we've seen one Boba Fett unit come out so far. So he does have two more.
So he's going to go ahead and DJ. He's going to smuggle the DJ and choose a resource to steal.
He paid all 7 for that?
He's paid all 7 for that DJ.
That is...
So he's going to maul and just take the DJ, which means that resource is going to go right back to Anil. This deck is gross, and he just keeps on getting better.
Yeah, this is some of the scariest cards that we've seen today, actually. I've never been so terrified staring at a board state.
So he's going to bring Bazine out and just look at the hand.
Bazine and Salacious Bcrum? That's fun.
The way that Anil is playing Bazine is actually so insane to me because I think he's just using it as I need to know what's going on in your hand, and if I need the chance to discard, I will. It's like a Viper Probe droid that it's just, and Boba Fett's armor goes right onto the maul.
Yeah, he's doing a little check before he actually wastes any energy discarding.
Yep. If you're Alexander, what is your play here? You have no units in hand.
Right now we're looking at the Waylay. You obviously don't want to use that on Vader.
Spooky season is 100%. We are in October, baby, and this is scary. This is Halloween, dog. If I'm dead straight in the face of Anil, I'm scared.
Do you bounce the Maul back with a Waylay?
I think you
don't send Bazine.
I'm just kidding.
You don't bounce Salacious. You don't bounce Vader. You don't bounce Bazine back. Maul seems like the only reasonable solution to even use a Waylay on.
So Waylay's gonna have to,
and
get
it's
Maul,
gonna be,
and it's gonna get rid of that Boba Fett's armor.
Yeah, that is the play.
What do we think about Grogu here? Grogu, what do you think about this play?
Grogu.
It's looking like Alexander's going to have to do something crazy here.
Yeah.
Grogu saying play Mandalorian or something. Hotshot DL 44 blaster on Vader.
Never seen Vader with a gun.
Yeah, this. I can just imagine like a Neo film of Vader in all black with a gun.
Hotshot DL 44 imagine blaster. Vader's facing off in a lightsaber duel and he just pulls out the gun and shoots him.
So DJ's going to come out. He's going to steal another resource. And Neil's like, what you going to take? He's going to take that resource, and Anil's still up with, I believe, 5 resources available. Is he going to bounce the Salacious to ping the 1 damage?
Oh, dude.
Do you even care about this resource? I think this is just what Alexander has to do here.
But, I mean, at this point in the game, he's sitting at 22 health. He's got a Vader on board with a DL-44. He's going to swing it. He's going to swing and kill him on this next round.
I do see the overwhelming barrage in hand, which is just demoralizing. And then there's the Fast Fire Spray.
This is, we're kind of approaching the end game.
Yeah, I believe that's pretty much game. I think, you know, your next hand, you have to pull a cunning here, and that's game. And that is game. And Neil took this 2-0 extremely fast.
Yeah, that was a great game from Neil.
Extremely fast.
One of my favorite decks of the entire day, I'll be honest with you. That was super awesome to see.
And the fact that he took it so fast, I will be honest with you, the fact that he took it so fast, and it was quite literally, he's playing a mid-range soft control deck with a top end, and he took this series faster than some people are taking it with aggro decks. It is looking gross. And that deck took it That was fast.
Yeah,
that was fast for a mid-range soft control deck. I think that deck was unrelenting, and he just kept having answers. It was a toolbox deck, like I've been saying.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be a mid-range deck in this meta, you need to be a toolbox.
Yeah, and he didn't face any issues from Alexander. Alexander
Nothing.
wasn't able to put up a big fight there, but he had the overwhelming barrage in hand if there was units on board. So I feel like he had so many options, like you're saying, a toolbox deck there.
And this deck is looking scary, guys. And I genuinely, not even just the deck, but I think the person behind the deck is looking super scary.
Yeah.
I genuinely think this is. I genuinely think this is a top contender for this series. What is the weakness to that deck right now?
Dude, the weakness has to be what you can do in the it's either this. You either have things that are even bigger and badder than the things we saw in his deck, right? Maybe you have a super laser blast. That is a great solution to a Maul and a Vader on board.
Yep.
One super laser blast, playing that to take off both units.
Yep.
That's a great answer. Otherwise, you're going to have to figure something out in the early game and really put some work in before anything hits the board.
And I have to give complete credit to the player here. It's the pilot of the deck, not even just the deck. I've played against that deck many of times, and the pilot of the deck, Anil, absolutely played that like a master class. I have to tell you he was concise, he was decisive with his decisions. He knew exactly what answers he wanted to make. He knew exactly how much he wanted to take to base and then dish that back out. He had an answer for everything that he knew a confiscate or bamboozle was coming. He knew he was going to waste a resource or a play on that. He goes, great, I'm gonna do this instead. And someone just says play Boss Blue. That's the answer. I know, sir. You've been a big Boss Blue fan because you be commenting on that Boss Blue all day long. And I think I could totally see it. And 100%, a way crazier top end against that deck could be total. But he was fast.
Yeah.
He was, and Vader in this is a beaut. You know what I mean? Vader is exactly what is a counterplay to Avenger and to the things you're going to keep dishing out these units and putting width on the board and giving it a harder time. And he was fast. He was very fast.
There's two cards that stand to me as big wrenches to this game plan. One is the Super Laser Blast, which we just mentioned. The other would be a Crate Dragon, right? Because those are expensive cards to get to the table. If they're coming out after a Crate Dragon, which is difficult to do, you have to have a little bit of card draw in your favor to have a Crate Dragon before they have those. Then that completely nullifies their ability to play things like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now what's awesome here is I loved how Anil played the information game, right? He used that Bazine multiple times. He knew exactly what was coming from his opponent. And because Anil is undefeated, I think we're going to get more of Anil probably in the next round.
I think you have to. And like looking at the decks today, I think there obviously there's answers. And I think if you can gas that deck out from the speed in the front, absolutely you can win that game. The deck is not unbeatable, but the pilot is not unbeatable. The pilot is piloting.
Yep.
And Boba Fett's taking that fire spray to a different level.
You know, a lot of people have said that Han's the fastest pilot in the galaxy, but Boba Fett was looking pretty nice
pretty cray, I'll say. And that double Boba Fett armor, have you ever seen a Boba Fett with the thickness of two Mandalorian Boba Fett armors? Because I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, if the Sarlacc pit or whatever it was that dented the first helmet. Imagine having to get through two helmets.
Yeah, he was great. He had answers for everything. I think we're gonna be getting into an interview potentially with Anil. So we're gonna go to a quick commercial break real quick, and then we'll get right onto an interview.
Yep. See you soon.
What is up, everybody? It is Julian. I am back here with Anil.
Anil, yeah.
Anil. He was 5-0 going into round 6, now 6-0, taking the win on our top cut table. He is playing Boba Green, just went against a double yellow Han, and I gotta say, watching this match, I made so many stank faces for how much he was able just to control this double yellow Han. You know, double yellow Han is one of those decks where if you let it control you, it's very hard to claw back up, but that was no problem. That was no problem for Mr. Anil here. So tell me your thoughts going into double yellow Han. Were you kind of worried at all?
No, I think that double yellow Han is one of the better matchups. I think these creature-based aggro decks have a really hard time against Boba Fett, specifically the Boba Green deck.
Right.
Overwhelming Barrage is insane. I never played it in these games, but at any point it would have just killed all his guys. And then also armor, even though he had the bamboozle, armor makes it so you can't actually do anything. He needed the confiscate, but it looked like he had resourced it.
Right.
So when I saw him discard that, I was just like, I don't think this Boba Fett can actually die, because you can't bounce it. You can't bounce it, and you can't your ambush guys don't kill it.
Exactly, and the only answer you had was just to put as much damage as you could on the Boba, and then literally bamboozle.
Yeah, that was
upgrade
sick.
off.
When he did that, I was like, oh cool. When you said it died, I'm like, oh yeah, it does.
But now I have Vader and Maul and everything else on the board deck.
Yeah.
It was a pretty crazy game. I saw that. Playing the Boba Fett's armor was definitely something he just could not get around. One of the nastiest plays I've seen you did that game was actually back-to-back no good to me deads.
Yeah, so on the 4 turn, I knew he was going to play Cunning. I had a very good idea. So he has a 3-power guy in play, and I flip first with his 4 open mana. So the only thing he can do, or 4 open resources, and the only thing he can do is to actually kill Boba Fett on that turn is to Cunning it. To tap and also to +4,
right.
And so I knew I could just no good to me dead and then stick armor on him for protection, because I was very smart and I played a ramp card on 3 in both games. That's actually why the deck is so good. If you don't ramp, the deck actually looks mildly fair. But the game that when you ramp, because you flip an overstated leader a turn earlier than everyone else, and then also you get to stick these cards, and on your 5 turn you get to play OB, a lot of things you can do. So I was and then I had the second no good to me dead, and I'm just well, I'm gonna really get him on this Han flip turn.
Dude, it was nasty. Now, yeah, during that match I saw that you actually didn't have a turn 1 play, then straight into a ramp, and then straight into Boba.
I think that you don't. I think the turn 1 play is offset by how strong Boba leader is. You can kind of make up the tempo loss. Even against Sabine, I sometimes don't have a turn 1 play. I'm pretty light. It's a pretty greedy list.
Yeah.
But you're really just leveraging the power of your leader plus the combination of armor.
And that says so much. You can go 2 turns without a play and then still stomp.
Yeah, so I took
no-brainer deck.
I took 6 from the Falcons, and then when he picked up the Falcon, he had to keep 4 up for Cunning, right?
Right. Yeah, that was tremendous play by you. I just want to touch a little bit back on previous games you had during the PQ.
Sure.
You came into this game 5-0. Did you have any harder games coming up to 5-0 that you had to come up from?
Yeah, so I played it against Sabine Green in round 1. Similar style of matchup where you take some early damage, but you stabilize with armor or overwhelming barrage.
Right.
And then in match 2, I played against Leia Red, similar aggro deck, again overwhelming barrage, very strong. Then I played against Bosk Blue, which is a really, really hard matchup. For me, yeah, because I'm playing a smaller mid-range deck, and I don't have a lot of ways to draw cards, so it's a lot of leveraging Bazine and Reinforcement Walker, and just trying to. So I actually just conceded game 1 after 10 minutes because I had gotten to a point where I knew I wouldn't win. So I built my sideboard to basically make those matchups a lot better. And so I was able to win game 2 and 3, including a really sweet game 2 where I was decked out and I managed to just barely get them.
Right, you're telling me you choose-sided your Bazine that had a top target for his Avenger.
Yeah, so I have choose sides on my sideboard, which is a really cool tech that one of the things I liked from the 30 HP list I saw in Europe. Basically, I had a Bazine. My opponent played Avenger to kill one of my guys. I Bazined him to take his last Super Laser Blast. He top targeted my Bazine, and then I choose sides to give him the top targeted Bazine, steal the Avenger, and then I ambushed Bosk to kill it. And then
and
then so I gained 6. I gain 6, get his Avenger, and then his only threat left was Crate Dragon, which actually can't do anything against his own Avenger. So like he was like
it only
looking at
targets ground units.
Yeah. So he was looking at it and he was just like, well, he just lost at that point.
That is so awesome that you found a way to claw back from like your hardest matchup.
Yeah, I really am happy with how I brought my sideboard. I feel very happy with how it's performed.
Yeah.
And then in the next match I played against Han Green, which is another unit-based matchup, similar where they go a little bit bigger than Han Yellow with like Home 1 and U-Wing, but Overwhelming Barrage is really,
is your answer.
Really strong.
You're not worried about it. You got Overwhelming Barrage.
And then I played against Kira Green, which I similar to the Bosk matchup where it's just a grindy matchup. They have Avenger and stuff, so I won both of those matches with two sides as well. I gave him a Bazine for a Snoke, and then I gave him a Bazine.
That is so dirty.
I gave him a Bazine for his untapped Lompike, which I then used a Hotshot Blaster to do the last 6 damage.
I gotta say, dude, I don't really see much. Boba Green is like one of those lists that's just like fairly. Everybody knows it's one of the best lists in this game.
For sure.
To me, I haven't really seen too many players pilot that deck like you did, and you squashed that deck. Or any other deck. So that was such a great match.
I actually last minute audible to this deck. I had been practicing Han 2, the young Han deck, leading into this whole tournament.
Right.
I had like a ton of games grinded. I know all the matchups, but like your Sabine matchup is so bad.
I go to the Han. Yeah.
It's just like so bad. Like it's really weird too, because that matchup you think would be good. You have so much healing and you have removal.
Right.
But like all their stuff trades into you 1 turn early. The flip turn is so brutal tempo wise, and like.
Suddenly the Sabine becomes a tempo on you.
You just die. Like you play all your cool cards and then they kill you. It's just like really unfun. Your cards just line up really poorly. Like on your Luke turn, Wrecker instantly kills Luke. It's really brutal. So I was just like, I can't go into such a large tournament. Sabine is going to be very
Sabine's
represented.
gonna be here, yeah.
So I was just like, I don't feel comfortable bringing this deck, even though I feel comfortable into a lot of matchups. That matchup and Palpatine actually is really hard too. And there are some Palpatines here. So
for sure.
I was just like, I'm gonna audible to this Boba Green list. I've been helping my friend build. Let's fix the sideboard a little bit. I had like lurking TIE Phantoms, and I'm just like, no, let's go big here. Let's go way bigger. And let's just like play as greedy as possible. And we're basically just gonna rely on our main deck's power and armor, basically.
Right. When I think he peeled off some cards with a Cunning, or it was a Bodhi Rook, and he saw.
Yeah, so he Bodhi Rooked my armor, and then I top decked armor the next turn. And I'm just like, oh, well, he's not gonna be happy. Is literally what I thought.
Yeah, because all you had was the Maul, then you had a Vader, then you had a Reinforcement Walker, and like it was like you can't take anything, but you know what's coming, so prepare for the next 2 turns.
Once if you ramp, like you just get to a certain point in the game where it's just haymaker after haymaker, and your leader just like generates so much card advantage by itself. Like I think in that second game, my Boba Fett killed like 4 units,
dude,
or like 5 units.
He was cranking units. I was like, how? Like he doesn't get punished for it. The Boba Fett armor is like you get a free trade.
Yep.
You get a free trade.
And then you get to do the cool thing with redirecting Maul for whatever reason he has that ability.
When he did that, I was like, wow, that was nasty. That was a super nasty.
What is your experience with TCG? I've been playing Magic since I was 9. So
wow.
I have learned to play Magic drafting Tempest in 1997. And then I played Junior Super Series, so I started playing competitive Magic around Invasion. So I was like 12 or whatever.
You are an established vet.
I have just been playing card games my whole life.
That is super awesome.
I have played basically every card game. I played Magic, WoW TCG, Spoils, Versus System, Flesh and Blood. I actually
sick.
I actually am. I was one of the very good Legend of the Five Rings players from the previous FFG games. So I actually casted. Well, so I have a playmat. So I actually casted Worlds with my friend. I casted Worlds back to back in 2018 and 2019 with my friend Chris.
This guy.
So I was like,
we have a legend at the table.
Yeah, I was like actually I was one of the big community people for that game. Yeah. So like I hosted like tournaments. We hosted a tournament called the World Cup, where I actually did like a global World Cup event where we did like a team event. And I think that something like that would be really cool for Spoo. If one of these big content creators wants to kind of organize that, I could definitely give them the template. But basically, we did 7v7. It's 7v7. So because there were 7 factions in L5R, so you could do 7 different leaders. You have to register 7 different leaders, and then basically, since there's an online platform, you play. You have a 1 week to play your match.
Yeah.
So slot 1 plays slot 1 of the other team all the way down, and then first team to take 4 wins the match. And then we played a Swiss round, we played a top cut. So I actually ran that for L5R, and I ran it for the Game of Thrones LCG, which I also played.
That is dude, what a dabble weekend. That's something we want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to talk to people about randomly cool, like fun events, like stuff like that. Like I think World Cup is super fun because this is a very global game, and I think that a lot of the hard part is basically getting each country to represent 7 people.
Yeah, right.
But at the same time, it's really good content too because you get casted games all the time because it's like 80 something games every week.
That is-
so you just get to pick and choose like some
Yeah.
really heavyweight matchups, like some of these really established content creators from Europe.
Crash them all together.
Yeah,
all at
exactly.
once. Dude,
exactly.
that actually sounds like a melting pot of craziness.
I don't have the time or honestly just the drive to do that for myself anymore. But I'm more than happy to give people kind of
and we would love to
pointers.
see something that was
You can
smooth.
basically run it all through Google Sheets.
Yeah, that sounds like something that we could definitely dabble into. Well, that's super sick. Congrats going 6-0 in this PQ, dude. Best of
I'm
luck.
really hoping for more Hans and Sabines in this top 8.
And you just chew them up, spit them out, right?
Yeah, just overwhelming barrage.
And that's what we do, baby. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming on the interview.
Cool.
You're 6-0, man, so I think we're gonna see you again.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll be right back with the commentator soon. Thank you.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. Everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with the new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain
escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't going to get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened.
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Art, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one.
Hello everyone, it is Justin, Big Red.
And it's Britton, aka Big Blue.
And we're back, guys.
Back
it is
again, baby.
round 7 of 7 is the last Swiss round of the tournament.
We're getting there. We're about to get to the good stuff.
With the good stuff. We've had some crazy competitive games. The past 4-5 couple rounds have been unreal.
Yeah.
I feel like we have just gotten some really crazy high level gameplay.
Great
especially
players.
that last game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
I
Anil
can't
was
stop
crazy.
thinking about it, man. Wow, what a game that was. It was a masterclass of a game. I feel like I've been watching so much Star Wars Unlimited leading up into the PQ, leading up into just my own competitive play and store showdowns, and I don't know, man. I haven't seen someone pilot a deck that well in so long, and it's really just a testament to what kind of competitive level this game is at right now.
Yeah, we got some players here today.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's
some gamers, to say the least.
Some gamers, brother.
Yeah, some real gamers.
We're having a lot of fun, and I think that's the most important part. And I think it seems like everyone's having a bunch of fun. I feel like it's been a really great day for everyone competitively. There's still a huge turnout here, even if you can't make it to the top cut because you lost more than one game. There's still a bunch of people here.
Yeah.
It's been really fun. It's a party.
Yeah, it's kind of a little Star Wars party. People eating pizza, people chatting about Star Wars, people making trades. I've seen some people getting to play some games with Corey from FFG.
Yep, Corey from FFG.
Some casual games on the side when they finish their round.
He's also making trades out here.
Yeah, he's making trades.
He doesn't have anything good, with respect.
Oh, all respect.
He is making trades.
Maybe you'll get something better than out of those trades.
Yeah, but we've been having. Oh, he also has an entire book page of aggression.
Whoa.
Aggression cards. He said it's his favorite art.
Or?
No, it's just personal. He has a full page of just aggressions.
He's collecting aggressions like first edition Charizards.
Yeah, quite literally. He says it's his favorite card art from set 1. So that's why he's collecting it. I said, hey man, I got none for you. So that's simple as that one got.
Yeah, I have one, but I am not going to give it up.
Yeah, there we go, guys. Yeah, man, we just want to say, hey, thank you guys so much for tuning in onto the stream. We have been absolutely killing it today with fun, and the interaction from the chat has been absolutely amazing. I just feel like it's been so great. The games have been great, and it's only going to get crazier going into this top cut.
Yep.
The games are going to just get faster, more competitive, and a lot more decisive. I cannot wait to see who ends up topping out from that, because not only did FFG do obviously the prize support from FFG for the Planetary Qualifier, which is the top player does the top mat, the Evazons, the PQ World Championship qualification, the legalized authorities. But the big thing is that Common Ground Games, where we are live streaming from, decided to big love up the ante of the amount of stuff that they're going to give. There are thousands of dollars worth of prize pooling to players. I mean, you're talking
cases on cases plus thousands of dollars in cash value.
And they didn't have to do that. And they're doing it because they want people to come to the game and have fun and say, hey, like, you should feel like you're getting rewarded for playing this game at a high level. This is, luckily, we get to say this is our favorite local game store, because it is our favorite local game store. They do amazing things, and they support our show. We have a show called Open Fire. And it's a high production quality show. If you like game nights for Magic, then you'll love us for Star Wars Unlimited.
We do the whole Twin Suns thing, man. We got our crew there. We're slapping each other down, and we're having a good time doing it.
It's really fun. And speaking of which, if you guys want free cards, free SWU goodies,
Free
who
Spark of
who
Rebellion.
doesn't? We love the community. We want to give free things away.
And the reprint hasn't happened yet, so the Spark is really hard to get.
Spark of the Rebellion is hard to get. On our latest episode on the Bucketheads, I am dressed in green, clean, and pretty mean.
Yeah.
I am Harrison Dula. And we're doing 4 free packs of Spark of the Rebellion, a Bucketheads t-shirt if you like it, and some free SWU goodies. All you have to do is comment on the video, be subscribed to the channel, and it's just free, man. We really want to give back to the community. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's Justin's awesome cosplay episode. It was a funny one to film, that's for sure, and it's even funnier to watch back.
Yeah, everyone keeps calling me Shrek.
Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to this PQ though, let's talk about what these guys are gunning for, right? The first place is going home with $500 in cash value, 2 boxes of Spark of Rebellion, 2 boxes of Shadows of the Galaxy, and of course the entire championship product that comes in the OP kit.
Which we have a comment from Anthony. It says, "Show the mat." Luckily here no mat here. We have no mat. We don't have it with us. It's not here for us. And we do have our deck list for our top table, for stream table. Let me cut to a quick commercial break here with Tyler, and we're going to get these decks ready and prepped. All right, in top table right now, we have a Bosk ECL, which is going to be nasty. I keep hearing about this Bosk green that's stomping on this tournament. I feel like I'm hearing so much about it, but we have not been able to see it in the top table, so we're going to see that today.
Yeah, this is it.
And in the opposing side, we have Emperor Palpatine.
Ooh.
We're playing a Palpatine deck, and this is going to be a very control deck. So I'm interested. Let's just get into the game. Let's see that top table. All right. So we're going to go ahead and change these names. Now, we are right in the middle of the game. We do have Bosk Green and Palp Double Green. If you know these two matchups, look, at the end of the day, Palp Double Green is trying to ramp, and get all the way to the end game, so it can play big things like Devastator, Vader, and just really stranglehold out your deck. And then the Bosk Green is kind of like a mid-tempo... it's like a mid-tempo, a version of a Vader Green. It's a little bit faster, but it's also a lot of stuff is like the Boba Green. It's trying to play mid-range toolbox that has a lot of options, and being able to collect bounties twice in the Bosk is a huge play. So I'm really excited to kind of see where people were talking about this Bosk Green in this tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very spicy. And we always do jump right into the games here because we're getting these deck lists right as the round is starting. So these players are on the clock as soon as these deck lists are being brought out to us.
Yep.
So there's no delay here. They've got to get their games in. They got to get it in before 55 minutes is up. And we're seeing these names update now.
There's 2 Jason W's here.
2 Jason W's. Jason versus Jason.
I believe we have Hunter on the Palpatine there, so if we want to change Jason right there, Tyler, to Hunter.
That's the perfect one for Hunter, yeah.
So that would be Hunter.
Perfect.
And let's just move that Hunter graphic right over.
Just shift it on in. Yep, perfect.
Shibuya. And let's go to that full screen. Let's get right into the crazy game.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So, as we can see on the table right now, we have Super Laser Tech out, and there seems to be a Colonel Yularen with what seems to be a Bounty Hunter Quarry and too few experience tokens there, which is a pretty big deal. Now, Punishing One and Kylo's TIE Silencer's out, and he's going to go ahead and Jason's going to do the ping Bosk damage, and he's going to ping on that. He's going to ping on top of that Colonel Yularen. Bosk is going to come out. Now, we're double collecting, and it looks like this Bounty Hunter Quarry. Now, this is the fear in this deck, guys. This is the fear in this deck. The Bosk coming out, collecting twice on a Bounty Hunter Quarry is a big deal. And Overwhelming Barrage comes out. He's going to take out Salacious Crump, and he's going to take out the Colonel Yularen. That's a double collection on Bounty Hunter Quarry. And now Colonel Yularen is a unique unit. So he's going to be able to double collect off that and search 10 into the deck. So he's going to search 10 in the deck first to play a 3 or less cost unit. And then he's going to be able to search another 10 through the deck to play another 3 or less cost unit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If you're trying to ramp, man, that is 2 Super Laser Techs. That is a Cobb Vanth, potentially. That is a Salacious Crumb of your own. That is, it is the options here are relentless, and we're getting a Rebel Dual Hunter, so that makes a lot of sense. We're getting something with a little bit more stat line in the deck, and at the end of the day, you are running the 25 health base, so you're down, and you are at this point just trying to make sure that you're putting pressure right back onto the opponent.
Yep. I mean, he is already sitting at 12 damage on his base, so he's already halfway there because he's at the 25 health base.
Yep.
He's doing the second search right now, and it looks like he brings out a Toro.
Yeah, so it looks like this deck is trying to get fast with it, and which is crazy because he did have the option of the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, which I think could have been a great play too as well to kind of slow down some of the tempo of this Palpatine. But something to keep in mind, a lot of people don't play against the Palpatine right now. And something about this Palpatine is that once he hits that 8 resource range, if you don't remember, if there's a damage unit on the board, he can take that damaged unit. So I think Jason's got to be concerned about what is damaged on the board and what he's willing to give up when he gets to that big resource range.
Jason is definitely thinking about that, but he's also, I feel like, living large right now because he's got so much going on. All across the board, he's got units. And I think what's hilarious is he actually did that search and he got the Toro out second. If he had been able to search and get that Toro out first, he actually would have been able to run it up the Toro on that very play.
Which is it is quite funny. All right, so Kylo's TIE Silencer is going to die, and that's going to be off the ping of the Super Laser Tech there.
Yeah, and in the chat, the question is the top 8 3 more rounds? Yeah, it is. That's exactly right. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and then finals. Right now, we are in the last round of the Swiss group stage.
Yep.
And we are, after this, going to know our top cut.
Yep, and this is, so Vader's going to come out. So Vader, who do we think Vader's going into? You think Toro here?
Toro because he has a lot of value as more cards hit the board. But Bosk, of course, is, getting the double bounty. So what does he value more here? The ready up ability of Toro or the double bounty ability of Boss?
So Hunter is doing the win plate effect first before the ambush, the decision on the ambush. He's going to bring out a Black Sun Starfighter that does put a Sentinel in the space.
Yeah,
that's going to put a little bit of that stop on top of, and that's exactly what I was thinking. You got to take out that Toro because that's where the damage and the speed is going to come from in that deck.
He could have gotten 2 hits off with the Toro on this very round because he's full resources right now.
Yep. So Reputable Hunter is going to put three more damage down on Hunter's base. And here's the thing: do you put the Punishing Wand into the Black Sun Starfighter, or do you have an answer? Does Jason have an Overwhelming Barrage again, which could genuinely clear this entire board?
Yeah, that definitely could. That's going to be his main source of removal there. So if he has it, I'm sure he'll use it here because it would do a lot of work to Vader as well.
So here's the crazy thing is in this meta, a lot
Ruthless
of people
Raider.
are not Ruthless Raider.
That's a great answer as well. That is a little bit of removal that we weren't even noticing.
Yep, it's going to clear the Black Sun Starfighter, and then he's going to do 3 more damage on the base.
That's a great
with the
play.
Punishing Wand.
So right now we're sitting at 27 damage on Hunter's base. He's only got 30, and on the other side we're sitting at 12 on Jason's side. I think he's been at 12 for a while now, and Hunter's been taking the beating for the last couple actions.
Yeah, I think Hunter's trying to catch up. Now, this is the issue with the Palp Double Green is that your leader does not flip until that high resource range, and if you put too much damage on their base, they're going to crumble. Now, what I'm used to more of in this Palp Double Green, and that's what it is, Hunter does not have an option that's going to get him into this game.
That's going to be the game right there, so we're going to update that scoreboard. Jason is taking the dub there.
So Jason's going to take that game 1. And yeah, I think at that point, if you don't have the answers in that deck, you're gonna just have to concede. There's no point in playing the game forward. You may have answers in the next 3-4 rounds, but guess what? The game is not getting there, guy.
And just to put a little bit of importance on this game here, I believe both of these players are 5-1 right now.
Yep.
And that would put both of them within range of the top cut, but they have to win.
The
person that loses this game
is out of top cut.
Will miss the top cut.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm looking at both decks here, and both of these decks are a little different than what I think you would imagine. So the sideboard for Jason over in that Bosk Red is he's actually playing a very fast version of this. You're talking about the highest end card in this deck right now is Maul. So we're not getting a high end Crate Dragon. Now there is a Crate Dragon in the sideboard for Jason, but we're not getting a super tall top end. There's a Kylo Ren in this deck, and I gotta say there's something a lot of people don't like that card, but I think that card is good.
And when you're talking about that deck, that deck late game, I mean it may not be extremely high in cost, like looking at the Crate Dragon and stuff, but you do still have the Maul Darth Vader reinforcement walker. So he has, if he hits the late game, he's going to be putting out gas for a while at that stage.
Yeah, I mean that's on Hunter's deck for sure. Jason's deck, I mean, you're talking about like you're capping out on Maul here.
I see what you're saying. I was looking at Hunter's deck as you said Maul, and I'm like, yep, there is a Maul there.
No,
but you're talking about Jason's deck, who also has the Maul.
No, Hunter's trying to get to the late game, and I think Jason says, hey, I'm gonna finish this game before we get to the late game, which is especially claiming off the Bounty Hunter quarry is I think so deadly. If you can get the multitude of Bounty Hunter quarries, that is where the game will end. You need the multiple Bounty Hunter quarries, and that's gonna put that gas and pressure in. If it's a unique unit, it's definitely going to search 10. And if it's not a unique unit, you're not searching 10, but you're still pulling a 3 or less cost out of your deck. And sometimes that's a cheap, easy thing. You know, that's a super laser tech for ramp. That is a bunch of stuff. That is a Phase 3 Dark Trooper. That is a Toro. That is a Dengar in your deck. I mean, there's a bunch of answers that Jason can pull out with, and I'm starting to understand why this Boss Green is looking a little deadly.
So let's talk about the top end for Jason that you were getting at here. He does have Darth Vader and a Crate Dragon in his sideboard,
which is crazy to me that he's not running the Darth Vader in the main board. That is actually so interesting. He's running a very strict Underworld deck. So I think he's getting the maximum value out of Maul. He is a fast deck. That's the point. Maul is supposed to beat you down. It's supposed to maul ya. So I think that's the point here.
Yeah, I wonder if he subbed in any of those. I mean, what do you think? What do you think Hunter's looking at? I mean, Jason can obviously run with the same deck. He might have some success again, but what do you think Hunter's probably doing with his sideboard to fix the situation going into game 2? Remember, Hunter's now back against the wall when it comes to top 8. He is right there at the doorstep.
Yeah, I mean, Jason has such a fast deck right now, and I think he has to keep it to that. Hunter has a slow deck, and he needs to slow it down. And you know what I was about to say was that you're so used to seeing Sentinels in this double green deck. So used to seeing so many Sentinels. So we're talking about like Emperor's Royal Guard, Gamoran Retainer, Blackstone Starfighter, Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Like, you are seeing so many Sentinels in this deck, and I felt like he didn't get barely any of them out. And because Jason is not playing such a top end, I don't think he's scared of whatever Hunter's going to take. As long as he can continue to do so much damage to Hunter's base, I think Jason's going to take this fast, and Hunter has to slow this game down to be able to get something out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what he can do out with his sideboard actually to slow this game down, because honestly, the options are not exactly what you would look for when you're trying to slow things down. He does have a Strike True, which I like, because that can absolutely do some removal.
So Hunter's going to drop the Colonel Yularen first, and then Jason's going to immediately Death Mark it and then hit it with a ping.
Yep.
That's hey guys,
special.
Guys in chat, I mean, what do you think if you're in Hunter's shoes here? How are you trying to stop this game, this bleeding a little bit? I feel like you have to slow this game down.
Yeah, and let's talk through Hunter's sideboard here, things that he could have brought in. He has 3 Strike Trues in his sideboard, 2 Fell the Dragons, 2 Palpatine's Return, and 3 Choose Sides. And really, the only thing that's standing out to me in that is the Strike True. The Fell the Dragon's a great card, but we just talked about how Jason isn't running a top-heavy deck.
Yep, Hunter's going to go ahead and resupply there, so he's going to ramp. He needs to do that, and Jason's going to drop the Toro. So we should expect some speed out of Jason on this next turn. He's going to hit with a Toro, maybe play another Bounty Hunter unit. We're talking about like Dengar.
Yep, he's got Dengar.
He's going to have to play something, and he's going to ready that up again and do more damage.
Yeah,
I think that's where this is going to go.
Hunters. He doesn't get that ability ping he does not get that ability ping when boss comes out into play, because I believe it says when you play, not when a unit enters play.
Yes, correct. Tis not a leader play.
Overwhelming Barrage, take it off the board immediately. He's nervous about what kind of.
So it's not going to take it off the board. What he is trying to save the boss ping away from the Colonel Yularen. No, so it's only a 2 hitting unit. It's only two hitting units, so it's going to do 4 damage, and Toro's at 5 toughness.
You know, I'm not feeling good if I'm Hunter and that's the Overwhelming Barrage I'm pulling off, right?
I mean, I think he's just trying to stop the boss ping or the trade in here. Because he doesn't want to give up the Death Mark.
People are saying you stop the boss ping here, and that's just going to delay the boss claim from coming out, possibly when boss is on the board and getting double of it.
Yeah, this is true.
My thought is, why not just let your unit die now?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, maybe he's kind of bluffing. I think Toro going to trade, or is going to do 3 damage to base.
Yeah,
so he's going to take 3 damage to base.
Once boss on the board before he collects that Death Mark.
So he's going to go ahead and trade into the Toro, and I think that was a great play by Jason. Just put the
Okay.
pressure onto the base. He's going to collect the Death Mark, and he's going to draw 2 cards.
Did he need that extra damage to actually? He did. He needed the extra damage to be able to burst through. Toro there.
So Jason's going to go ahead and drop a Super Laser Tech. Yeah, people were saying Palp Green's slow in general. It's really tough for the game. I mean, if you're running a really fast mid-range deck, I mean, it's going to be very tough to beat it. But I think if you have I mean, you're also talking about a deck that has Super Laser Blast, but yeah, I mean, I think it's you kind of have to figure something out. Now, both players in hand, by the way, have a Vader in their hand, and we're not there at that resource range yet, but Hunter is getting close with a resupply. Jason does have an Overwhelming Barrage as well. I think he's going to just go ahead and bring out Bosk.
And there is no Super Laser Blast in this one because he's on Palp Green, so he's not rocking the blue cards in this one.
Yep, same with the Bosk.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and do 4 damage to base. It looks like Hunter passed. Interesting.
Very interesting. He's got cards in his hand.
He's just going to take initiative?
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's the right answer there. That's something that we talk about a lot, kind of when we're chatting about our games. When somebody chooses to pass and you've got the unit advantage on the board, claim that initiative.
Take it. I mean, you have free damage on the board, and I mean, yes, at hindsight, Hunter is trying to go late, but right now you just put more pressure on the board. So Hunter's going to resource, and then Jason's going to decide to do another 4 damage to base. So we're at 11 damage on top of the Palpatine. Palp's going to bring out Maul. It's going to kill the
That's a good play.
Going to kill the Bosk. It's going to do 4 damage onto the Maul.
So he's got there. Hunter is reaching the cards that he needs to reach.
Yeah, but
he's got a Vader in hand as well.
But we're at that 6 resource range, and Jason's not too far behind, and he could honestly just trade and throw that Super Laser Tech into that Maul. That Maul will die, and then give
Ruthless Raider's going to kill it, actually.
Wow.
That's crazy because you'd think you want to get the Super Laser Tech into his resource pool. But Now he's going to swing to base.
Yeah, I think it's just putting damage on base. I think at the end of the day, that makes sense. He wants to just put damage on base. It's not even about getting the ramp out of the super laser tech. He's just trying to put damage onto base.
Yeah, yeah.
Having unit advantage, I think, is really important here. And I think Jason played that perfectly, actually. There's no question about that. I was in the same boat as you. I think you trade the super laser tech and just get the ramp, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah. Ruthless Raider's a better option because you're going to get the 2 to base and the 2. You're actually going to get 4 to base and 2 to the unit in that round because you got the Super Laser Tech plus the Ruthless Raider action.
Yep. So phase 3 Dark Trooper is going to come down. I imagine Jason's going to potentially bring out the Vader, but maybe you don't because Palp flip is this turn and that's a steal of a Vader.
This is interesting.
I think
he's going to put some damage on base, probably.
It says
counting up resources. Yeah. He's thinking through something here.
So he's going to go ahead and do 4 to base. That is 19 damage on. That is 19 damage on.
Yeah, 19 to 3.
Yep. So now it's at 18 with the Salacious Crumb play. I think Hunter is again just trying to stall it out. He does have a reinforcement walker and a Vader in hand, so he does have options here. Jason's now gonna have to put the gas on. I hate to see an overwhelming barrage out of Jason here. He does have it, and you can't Vader because if you Vader, Palp's gonna steal it. This is where this game.
Vader. Oh, Vader's coming out. He brought Vader in from the sideboard.
So he's gonna bring the win plate here and do the search first. Now here's the scary thing. Here is the scary thing about playing this Palp, guys. When you get to this mid-range ability here, he's gonna bring out the punishing one with the Vader. When you get to this mid-range space here, it is unrelenting. And I think the thing is if you do not ambush with the Vader, I don't see a world where Hunter doesn't just ping the Salacious Crumb and then immediately bring out. You just sack the Salacious Crumb, bada bing,
into Vader,
and then you're just gonna ping. Oh, he's gonna ping 1 damage onto the Ruthless Raider.
Okay.
Interesting. Maybe because he doesn't have an answer for space, but he knows he has an answer for ground.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yep.
Here comes Palpatine.
So Palp's gonna come out, and that's gonna be Ruthless Raider gone.
And who did Vader ambush into? I might have missed that.
He didn't commit the ambush.
That's very interesting because he could have taken down the Sentinel.
Yeah, but he didn't want the damage onto. He didn't want the damage on Vader for the flip. So he's gonna do 4 to base.
Now he's sitting at 7.
So Jason is in a comfortable spot. I mean, we still have 18 damage on Palp. I think Jason's gonna consider what's the play here. He does have an overwhelming barrage, but at the end of the day is going to put some work in. But this is where Hunter shines. There's a Sentinel down. It stalled the turn play, and look, Hunter has Devastator in hand. He has Reinforcement Walker in hand. I mean, we have Mega Slammers.
I think Hunter's got a Darth Vader in hand as well.
Huge haymakers. Okay, so there is a overwhelming barrage on top of the punishing one, which is going to kill the Ruthless Raider.
Yep.
He's gonna put the Ruthless Raider in his discard pile, which is funny. It's going to 2 damage where we're going to do 2 damage onto the Vader. This makes sense. And 2 damage to base. So what's your play here? Vader's at 5 remaining health. And there's a big punishing one up in space. And there's a Vader himself.
Yeah, that's the Vader he was holding in hand for a few turns now. And it's coming out to the board.
He's keeping that Vader alive. I think what he's trying to pull out here is Black Sun Starfighter.
Yeah, and he's probably going to swing Vader into Vader here, right?
Now, if you're seeing his search here, Hunter's search here for 1 plate effect first, there is a Traitorous, and that could have stolen the punishing one. Getting a super laser tech is not the play I think you want to make. He's going to commit the ambush and just kill the Vader. Just do 5 onto the Vader. Punishing one's going to do 5 to base off of that overwhelming barrage. And
he's
then
got a Reinforcement Walker over there.
Yeah, but the resources to do it.
He might be reaching a point where he could hold on here. Suddenly the board state's looking a lot better for Hunter. This is really, really good for him.
Hunter's playing very risky, I feel. I feel like Hunter's playing super risky to
23 to 13.
To play this out, he's allowing Jason to do what he wants, which is put damage onto base and get him to a lethal point. Bounty Hunter Quarry coming down on the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. It's going to do 3 to base. Now he's applying pressure to Jason, which I think is important. I think what Jason wants to do here is he's going to ping 1 damage to the Phase 3 Dark Trooper and end up trading that Super Laser Tech into it. He's going to get Piet out. Now this is a crazy play because we know that Devastator's in hand, and with Piet in play here, I mean that could be game ending with Devastator coming out and ambushing in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's about 9 health left on Jason's base because he's running the 25 health base. There's 7 health left on Hunter's. This is much closer than round 1.
Jason feeling a little nervous out there. I gotta imagine he throws out the Ruthless Raider, showing the Ruthless Raider instead of the Kylo's TIE Silencer off the Bounty Hunter Quarry play, which, I mean, cannot happen. But look, I mean, Jason still has options in hand, and Hunter's going to end up taking that initiative.
This is anyone's game right now, I feel like.
Yep. And because the bounty was claimed on that Phase 3 Dark Trooper, Punishing 1 got readied up again and was able to swing again with the Overwhelming Barrage. This is where I think Hunter, again, what I'm saying is he's playing so risky here. You're letting Jason do damage to base, and he is extremely close to lethal.
Yeah, he is.
We are quite literally 2 damage away from lethal.
Yeah, so it's next swing. He ends it, right?
Yep.
So there needs to be an answer.
And so
the answer is an Overwhelming Barrage.
It's got to be an Overwhelming Barrage, or I think it has to be a Reinforcement Walker here and just immediately restore the 3.
Yeah.
Or OB is huge.
But 3's not going to do enough.
So it's gonna end up ambushing Devastator and taking out the Kylo's TIE Silencer and the Punishing 1.
Does that have Sentinel on it? No, it does not.
Devastator has Sentinel,
does?
Yes, of course.
So he is
Devastator's
safe
a 10-10 unit, and that is game because Devastator has Overwhelm as well. So the Piet into the base. Piet's ambush into the Devastator, closing it out. I mean, I understand why he took it risky, but I mean, he very much so took that really, really close. Literally having 3 damage. I'm skirting 3 damage off of base just to end up winning the game there.
Yeah.
So now we're at tied 1-1. We're going to Silver Scrapes. Okay, we'll keep it no longer. Look, man, what do you think you would do if you are in this position, Britton? Let's give you from Jason's perspective. If you are the Bosk Green, you are trying to speed this game up, and Hunter is trying to slow this game down, and Hunter did exactly that.
That is exactly right. And what is kind of crazy to me actually is we saw that Jason sideboarded in his Vader for that second game, and funny enough, he probably sideboards that Vader in because he's thinking, I need to be able to go toe to toe when we get to that late game. But the truth is, if he's there, it's not going in his favor.
Absolutely. Palp Green is wild for stealing that Ruthless Raider. Won the game. Absolutely correct. That is exactly what won the game, and I thought it was going to be the Vader steal here, but he needed to control the space arena because he didn't have the answer in space, and that was important.
Yep.
And we have someone commenting wee woo, which is correct. We're in Silver Scrapes. I gotta say, Jason's looking gassed if he doesn't get that double Bounty Hunter Quarry against this deck. The Hunter's deck is able to slow this game down, and not off the restores, but specifically and strictly off the damage and units and unit control that double green gets. That's important. That's why double green is played. If you like units in Overwhelming Barrage, you play double green because that's what that gives you.
Yep.
You get units, and command is really just a unit farm. We're buffing up experience tokens. We're ramping. You want ramp. You want units. You want things.
It's all about growth, baby.
So if you're doing units into units, you're happy with it. And I think Jason is trying to say, hey, I need to put a bunch of units down because I need to damage your base.
Yeah, I want to see Jason make some more actions happen around that Bosk flip. Right. I want to see him being able to claim some bounties while Bosk is on the board, so we can get the double value out of it. Things like that are going to be kind of a deciding factor in the mid game, because if he goes late game, we saw Hunter's able to take it out. That Devastator at the end was devastating for Jason.
Devastator was devastating, you say, eh?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Chat, clip this when I say that. What do you think it's going to take to win this game for either side? What do you think you need? I have some suggestions here saying Jason needs to side in the Crate Dragon that's in the sideboard.
Yep.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that. I think he needs to go faster.
I think the Crate Dragon is a much better answer for the late game than than is Darth Vader, and the reason being is because it does damage to base, and
Look,
that's what he needs.
Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last, and he's trying to race this base, and that's what I think needs to happen here. Jason needs to pull some fast stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say probably I wouldn't even mind him taking the Vaders back out.
Hey, look at that. Someone said, good job on getting that 1K sub milestone today. Thank you, guys. We did get our 1K milestone today. We appreciate that.
Yeah, while we were live on stream, actually, we hit the 1K mark, that's awesome for a new channel like ours.
Yeah, keep it up, guys. Keep subscribing, keep following. If you want free stuff, we do free stuff. But if you like gameplay, we're also cool.
So these guys are going into game 3 here. We've already got the Salacious B Crumb on the board.
And Jason's not going to end up putting the death mark. He put it down and then he slammed it right back up. That's called a reverse play. Put a reverse on the scratch. And Jason's going to immediately just claim initiative and go into resource 3, which again, guys, I'm telling you, we need to be putting down damage on this base. Now, Hunter's going to do the tried and true for a double green. He's going to say, I'm going to ramp. And that was a resupply.
Yep. And, guys, this is not just any game 3, right? This is the game 3 that determines if these guys stay in and go to the top 8 cut or if they go home. One of these guys is going home at the end of this game.
Yep, absolutely. Now, top 16 prizes are still juicy couture.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, whoever, no matter what happens here, both of these guys had an incredible performance today at this tournament.
Yeah, but we're all trying to get to that top 8, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me and you especially. Yep. Hunting for the top 8.
So, Jason's going to go ahead and trade the Super Laser Tech, and he's going to put 2 damage on the Salacious Crumb. And he's going to ramp. That's interesting to me because what is Jason trying to ramp with here?
Jason going again. We see him going again for trying to match the late game style of play. And the 2 on Salacious Crumb is about meaningless because guess what Salacious Crumb can do? He can bounce right back and forth.
Bounce it up. Bounce it up.
No, he doesn't need to bounce yet because he doesn't need the heals.
And I think Jason can also expect maybe a Palpatine ping. Now, here's the thing. I did just see into Jason's hand, and I am seeing something out of the sideboard that I didn't see before, which is the Palpatine's Return. And I'm liking this because of the ability to do... Now, we just saw this. It was really quick, but Hunter's going to go ahead and play Command. He has 4 options. He's going to choose 2, and the 2 options that he chose is to play as a resource, and he's going to give 2 experience tokens onto Salacious Crumb.
Yeah, there's 3 units that can make a big use of that Palpatine's Return in Jason's deck. It's obviously the Darth Vader that we saw. He had them all since the beginning of the game, and one that we haven't seen yet, but he's had in his board since the beginning, is the Kylo Ren.
And I do like the Palp's Return play there too, because at the end of the day, he is gonna win off those maul plays, and if he can kind of just recurse them and just get them out, that's gonna end up putting the lethal damage on base. Now, Jason's scared to flip Bosk here. Now, there isn't any resources ready besides 1 from the Palp, but I think he's just going to have to do it. Salacious Crumb is swing 3. He's going to end up trading the 3 into the Bosk. Man.
He needs to up that damage counter. I think he'll catch that in a second.
Yep.
That should be more than 1 damage.
That should be more than 1 damage.
And if nothing happens here, I will just send a ping over to the judges so that they know that everything is on the up and up.
Yeah. There should be 2 more damage on that boss because Salacious Crumb did have the experience tokens off of the command play there. Now, we do have 2 people inside the stream room, so they should be able to do that. But we are going fast. We are going fast on this play here, so maybe we can get the stop here real quick and make sure that we get the damage correct on Bosk here. I think this is really important because it's going to decide what goes on in the next couple turns here. Like, Boss is, again, going to do 4 damage to base here.
Yeah, so we did send a feeler out there. Hopefully the judges do pick up on that and something gets resolved.
Oh, someone said he didn't do attack. He used the ping to return to hand.
Oh.
It was the bounce.
Good catch. Good catch.
Good catch. Great catch, guys. We're watching these games. You're watching these games. You're commentating. We're commentating. And Jason's playing Ruthless Raider. And so that's kind of what that works. Emperor's Royal Guard is going to have that static boost of the Emperor being a leader. So it's going to be a 3-5 instead of a 3-4. Ruthless Raider is going to take it down 2 damage and put it down as a 3-3 right now. Salacious Crumb is going to swing.
Crumb was bounced, not crashed. Yep, absolutely.
Crumb was bounced, not crash.
Yep, and we weren't even looking at the discard pile, but we would have known that if we were.
Thanks, guys. We love looking at this stuff, and it helps us get everything correct, too, if we miss something. You guys are the best. We're going to credit you somewhere. Just wait for the credits, okay?
Yeah, in the description. Credit chat.
Yeah, of course, of course. When there's no audio, it is a little bit hard to determine what 100% is being said and done.
Yeah, we're going off of hand movements here, and so a lot of times we're expecting something to happen, and then something looks like what we expect, and we just roll with it.
Yeah, I will say this. There is 1,000,001 resources on Hunter's end of the field. And that is not good when you're playing this game. And there's only 8 damage on Hunter's base off of the Bosk right now. I mean, I see Reinforcement Walker, I see Vader, and I see Overwhelming Barrage, which means that Hunter is in a prime position to be putting damage on this base.
And he's not taking too much damage either. He's still under 10.
Someone said, do we get participation packs for judge? Hey, man, we don't even get participation packs.
Yeah. Only the players, unfortunately.
Y'all can get a high five with love. So Boss is going to go ahead and do 4 damage on the base. I think Jason's in the right mind here. He's got to just apply pressure to make Hunter make a play here. Maybe if he drops a big haymaker and Jason has an answer to it, I think that's probably where Hunter is trying to stall right now. He's just trying to make Jason force a move here.
Man, I feel like it's very tough for Jason, though. I mean, I want to see way more out of this action with Bosk. Nothing is really happening that's big for him other than just basic swings.
Yeah, and this is my personal quarrel with the Bosk screen personally. I'm a little biased in this opinion. I think a lot of the inspiration from this deck came from the Vader green, and I think
Bounty Hunter Quarry.
The bounty claiming is a big deal. Now that puts a lot of pressure. I'm gonna cut my own point off there. Hunter having to deal with the fact that he needs to kill the Bosk here, or the double collection is going to happen, is very important. And he doesn't have enough damage to do it with the Emperor's Royal Guard. He does have the Overwhelming Barrage in hand, and I think he's just gonna end up Vadering. That makes sense. You have to stop that double collection there. It just is what it is. He's gonna go ahead and do his wind plate effect first, which is smart. It is smart because he could pull something out.
Yeah, Hunter's wide right now.
Piet, I think, is the answer here too, as well.
Yeah, it's so. Oh man,
this is setting him up so well for the late game
Hunter
here.
possibly with a reverse sweep here with his back against the wall. He does not want to go home today, and he's got a great board right now.
Yeah, this is the
overwhelming.
The
this
nasty.
Is good. This is good.
This is the nasty double green that we have heard about for the beginning of the season. This is where this double green goes, and he's so smart in killing that. He's got to kill that Piet. That Piet is way too damaging. He is going to go ahead and claim that
Bounty Hunter Quarry.
Yep.
And then he is going to put down a Punishing One.
So Punishing, he's just going to have to go space here.
Yeah, I mean, if he puts anything down in the ground, it's going to get immediately removed.
Yeah.
But again, he might want to do that because that means that Vader's not swinging at base.
Yeah, but you do have to remember the Palp turn is here. Like Palp is ready. I mean, and stealing that Ruthless Raider is what won him the game last time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're afraid of. So he's gonna exactly what's gonna happen here. He's gonna put the 1 damage on the Ruthless Raider,
steal the Vader,
and then he's gonna steal the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah.
And that's another 4 damage to base.
Really well played.
I don't. If you are Bosk, how do you come back from this?
Yeah, it's really tough. Right now the damage is at 18 on Hunter's base and only 12 on Jason's base, but right now we feel like Hunter has the edge given that board state.
Yeah, how do you come back from the situation? That is a nasty board state for Hunter.
That is a nasty board. Nasty. That is a nasty board.
Oh man, I think if you are Hunter, you are looking at Jason's base and saying, "Man, that looks scrumptious." And I think if you're Jason, you're looking at that board and saying, man, I'm about to go home.
I'm about to go home. Possibly, very possibly.
This is the tough part about this Palp matchup. If you are a mid-range deck and that deck is sitting above you, it sits above you as a mid-range deck. And if you cannot gas it in the beginning, it will do what this does best. You play any unit that makes it look delicious, and Palp's going to take it.
We talked about wanting to see Boss go faster in these games, and we just haven't been able to see it. And Jason has been trying to match Hunter with some ramp, with some late-game cards, but that plays right into Hunter's ball game. Of course he's going to be bigger at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you have that Palpatine's Return sitting in hand too as well, and, nothing to really Palp return, nothing that you really care about. I think it comes down to a little bit of like card draw, and another Ruthless Robbery is exactly what I was thinking.
Another Ruthless Robbery.
This is a thievery, and that thievery.
On the space highway.
And you got to think now that that Royal Guard is a Sentinel too as well. So if he's gonna throw the Vader down, the Vader is gonna have to swing right into that Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs 13 to end the game here. On board, it looks like he's got a 5 from Vader,
a 3 from the Royal Guard, 4 from Palpatine, and 4 from the Ruthless Raider.
So he's sitting at 16 across the board. This is the
Lethal
final
on
round
board.
without an answer from Jason.
Yep, Jason's got to make a play here. I mean, he has
Dig
Vader,
deep.
but I mean,
Dig
and
deep,
Vader
Jason.
could pull out something like like a Sentinel to maybe just stop it slowly. But I mean, Hunter has plays here. He has Devastator, he has Relentless Walker, Reinforcement Walker, he has Overwhelming Barrage in hand.
Yep.
I mean, this is looking like Hunter's game. He
really
actually,
is.
the funny thing is the way he's talking and moving his hand, he looks a lot more relaxed.
Yeah, he looks really happy right now. He feels like the top 8 is right there.
100%.
He's knocking on the door.
And you know what? We haven't even talked about this. Jason is running ECL. What are you ECLing in this deck?
ECL?
Where is ECL? I don't
is
feel
the
like there has
ECL?
been a single ECL used this entire series.
Yeah. Where is the ECL? It's gone missing. Put up missing posters.
There's a missing poster for ECL. Energy Conversion Lab has been missing. I just feel like we're getting no use out of what we need to do for this. Jason's playing it well. It's no disregard to what he's playing. I think it's just this matchup is gruesome if you cannot gas the matchup. He's going to go ahead and put Overwhelming Barrage on top of the Punishing One. It's going to end up killing the Vader.
And guys, we are walking action by action closer to this top 8 being decided.
Yeah, I think Hunter still has it here. I think Hunter's just going to have to Overwhelming Barrage himself.
We are getting
right on the Palpatine. He's
there's
going to end up
another
killing the Punishing One, and I think that is game.
OB for OB, and there's probably nothing else he can really bring out to stop the swings now.
Nope. He's going to bring out Toro.
But
and it doesn't do
that's
anything.
not enough. He can't even get a bounty on
6 on Palp. We got 4 on Ruthless Raider and 3 off the.
That's
the
exactly
Emperor's
what he
Raw
needs
card.
to win.
Yep. It's going to be claim from Jason, and I think Hunter just
That's
swings.
Let's see. Are we one off or is it? Yep.
That's game.
That's it. All right. Hunter is going to be going through to the top 8. And guys, you know what that means. The next game you're seeing is going to be the elimination round.
Yep. We are done with the
the Swiss stage.
The Swiss stage.
Yeah, oh, baby. We're going to quarterfinals next.
We're going to quarterfinals next. We're going to go ahead and switch over to our commentating desk.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going? After that crazy game.
Dude, I did not think I would see a Palpatine double green in Top Cut today. I really didn't think I would see it.
Yeah, that's definitely a surprise deck for sure. And he pulled it out in the reverse sweep as well. That first game looked really, really rough on Hunter's end. I thought, Jason just runs the same game plan back, and he might have it.
Yeah, I didn't think I would see it. I mean, it was kind of like a dream matchup, I feel, for the Hunter Green, for Hunter Palp's Green. I feel like that was a dream matchup because you are just a toppier, heavier top end, and you can not expect the Bosk to put that much damage on. Something I will say that I feel like we didn't even see in the entire Bosk play, which is 3 games, is brutal, is we didn't see a single ECL. We didn't see a single Dengar. And I feel like that deck is based around that Dengar.
There might have been
claim.
a Dengar on very first game, actually.
I feel like it wasn't because of Colonel Yularen. It was the same line of Game 3, which is Colonel Yularen into Command. And that's what we missed. There was 2 experience tokens on Colonel Yularen, and then it was the Bounty Hunter Quarry on the Colonel Yularen, and then Boss flipped and then claimed the double bounty. So the way that the resources line up, it almost positively there probably was not a Dengar in that play.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, that ECL going completely unused in this game, that just has to feel bad for Jason. He's rethinking his decisions there. Where could he have used that ECL?
By the way, someone says Palp Green is on my draft team.
Ooh.
Fantasy football, you say?
Ooh.
You've been playing some fantasy football, you say?
You've been playing some fantasy football. You think you drafted the best team?
Yeah, Palp Green's not winning much, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy though. Imagine, because we'll talk a little bit about the fantasy football. There's a meta multiplier to this stuff. So there's point reductions on each character.
And
based on how
Palp is
many
a
people
weirdo.
pick it. There's nobody picking Palp. So if Palp does get to a final, Palp's going to get pretty much big points out of that.
Yeah, I'm heavily surprised that Palp actually made it through this line of the top cut. Not because of the player. I think the pilot was great. I think Hunter played that absolutely fantastic. The reason why I'm confused about the Palp being in the top cut is that it's a great deck. no question to it. I just feel like there's so many answers to that deck right now in this meta.
Yeah.
If you're too fast of a deck, the deck can't answer it. If you're too control-y of a deck, your deck can't answer it. And what's in this meta right now? Monster control decks, monster aggro decks. And I feel like Pop Double Green struggles after the beginning of the season because of those additions to the meta. Tempo decks make any yellow I think makes a double green really struggle. And if you take units into units, that deck gets really struggly. So
yeah.
It confuses me a little bit why it made it, but
but he pulled it out. I mean, that's a sign of a good player, right? He's bringing something that's not a tier 1 deck, and he's going to top 8 in a 128 person tournament. He's making top 8 with, I would say, well, maybe plays a tier 2 pop green, tier 3.
I would say it's an A tier deck. I wouldn't say it's an S tier deck, but I would say it's an A tier deck in this meta at the moment. And I think he's taking it to a full extent, which is amazing. That's awesome.
Really well played by him.
Yeah, it shows the caliber of player there. Guys, look, we are at the end of our Swiss round 7. Rounds are done. We have a top 8, and that is it.
So you better get gassed up because the next thing that's coming up is the quarterfinals, baby.
Hey man, drink a Red Bull.
Everybody's gonna be knocking
get
each
gassed
other
up.
out.
Do whatever you gotta do.
Woo.
Get gassed up. Stay up. Be
and
ready.
we do probably have an interview with the winner of that game. So
absolutely.
Let's learn a little bit about what Hunter was thinking, and then we'll meet him in the top 8.
We'll be right back.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your...
Hello everybody, welcome back. I'm Julian and this is Hunter, our victor for round 7 top cut table. He's playing a double green Palp against a Bosk green matchup. Really quick to note here, this was actually round 7, so we're beginning into top 8. Hunter here was actually X2. This match actually knocked out his opponent, which is X1, so he got paired up out of top 8. So now he just threw a wrench into all the pairings. So we don't know where you might land, but that was a phenomenal game. You played a lot of wonky plays. What was going through your mind going against the boss? You really took home the last 2 games.
Yeah, I really just had to. He can pour on the damage and get so much advantage on the board. Like game 1, you saw it was full of guys. And I couldn't control it. So games 2 and 3, I just tried to go wide, kind of keep everything under control, make sure I got to be able to steal something meaningful and grab it. Yeah,
and you were doing that very well. Like I don't know how many times you played a command onto a unit that just didn't seem like it had the most value. Like first it was the Colonel Eularin, and then I think the next game it was on a Salacious Crumb, just to bounce it back with all those experiences.
Salacious Crumb's had some fun today. I've gotten an overwhelming barrage with Salacious Crumb.
Are you serious?
To kill 2 units. It's been fun. It's been a good day for Salacious. He's been doing some work, man.
Hey, my boy Salacious, I love that card.
Yeah,
I think everybody loves that card.
He's really good against Bosk. Round 3, you kind of saw he can do a bounty on him, or I'd bounce it back to my hand, and he's kind of screwed.
Right. So going into the boss game, you kind of wanted to see Salacious in your opening hand.
Yeah, I kind of missed it the first 2 games. That last game, my hand was just like Salacious Crumb, 2 ramp cards. I was like, we're going,
bro. And I'm just gonna play Salacious and then hope for my ramp, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I think you really piloted that game really well well against the boss, I think, because Palp can be a little slower on the control, where boss can really be punishing when he starts taking out your units.
Yeah, I mean, he got me to 28 in that second game. I was like, oh, I'm toast.
You're cooked, right? No, but you pulled it away, and that was really phenomenal. I also want to congratulate you on your round 7 win. You really played really well that match.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for doing the interview.
Absolutely.
For sure. And after this is the end of Swiss rounds, so we'll see where Hunter ends up. We're going into top 8s now. Really exciting news. Yeah, dude. Season 0 Planetary PQs is top 8's going on right after this. The commentators will be back shortly. Thank you.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Cray-Dilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese?
Got any crackers?
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. Everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with the new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this Full Art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese? Got any crackers?
Welcome, young trainer. Please select your starting Pokemon.
Good afternoon, Magic players. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm so happy to see so many people coming out for our Friday evening Duskmorn pre-release. A lot of you have some really fun stuff going on with your little costumes and everything, and it looks great.
Just a heads up, looking out for you.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Duskmorn's been really good. It's cool. The horror theme is fun for people that are into horror movies. The set has a lot to explore. It's kind of a nice contrast from Bloomborough, where that was kind of very fast and tribal focused, whereas Duskmorn, it's a little bit more grindy. You can splash some colors, so it's been fun so far. I come to pretty much every pre-release because
It's honestly my favorite type of event. I really like doing the sealed kind of games because I live right down the street. It's really convenient, and honestly, even if I didn't, I'd probably drive to come here because it's the best game store, in my opinion.
Many of you have seen some of the stuff, some of you may not know, but one of our brightest spots unfortunately is no longer with us. Mr. Jared Keys, some of their friends set up a GoFundMe to help White Peyton with funeral costs and living costs after an event like this. It's quite a lot. One of the things we are doing, and we would love for y'all to help donate to this, is for everybody who donates tonight, up to $2,000, Common Ground Games will match that donation. Every donation everybody makes for every $10, you're also going to get a raffle ticket. Juan, who unfortunately is going to be leaving us, but he donated a couple of Dungeons & Dragons Secret Layers. We'll be raffling those off. And we're raffling off my personal framed copy of a foil uncut sheet of War of the Spark Rares and Mythics. So for every $10 you donate, you're going to get a raffle ticket towards this stuff.
This is Lake Hill Preparatory School's 23rd year with the Magic Club, and here we go at Common Ground Games. Well, this is, I think, my 10th year judging at Common Ground. Started somewhere around the time of Cons of Tarkir, and it's my absolute favorite place to judge. It feels like my judging home. I definitely judge more here than anywhere else. It's a pre-release I would never want to miss out on, for sure.
Pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet. We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter 1. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese? Got any crackers?
Welcome, young trainer. Please select your starting Pokemon.
Good afternoon, Magic players. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm so happy to see so many people coming out for our Friday evening Duskmorn pre-release. A lot of you have some really fun stuff going on with your little costumes and everything, and it looks great.
Just a heads up, looking out for you.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Duskmorn's been really good. It's cool. The horror theme is fun for people that are into horror movies. The set has a lot to explore. It's kind of a nice contrast from Bloomborough, where that was kind of very fast and tribal focused, whereas Duskmorn, it's a little bit more grindy. You can splash some colors, so it's been fun so far. I come to pretty much every pre-release because it's honestly my favorite type of event. I really like doing the sealed kind of games because I live right down the street. It's really convenient, and honestly, even if I didn't, I'd probably drive to come here because it's the best game store, in my opinion.
Many of you have seen some of the stuff, some of you may not know, but one of our brightest spots unfortunately is no longer with us. Mr. Jared Keys, some of their friends set up a GoFundMe to help White Peyton with funeral costs and living costs after an event like this. It's quite a lot. One of the things we are doing, and we would love for y'all to help donate to this, is for everybody who donates tonight, up to $2,000, Common Ground Games will match that donation. Every donation everybody makes for every $10, you're also going to get a raffle ticket Juan, who unfortunately is going to be leaving us, but he donated a couple of Dungeons & Dragons secret layers. We'll be raffling those off. And we're raffling off my personal framed copy of a foil uncut sheet of War of the Spark Rares and Mythics. So for every $10 you donate, you're going to get a raffle ticket towards this stuff.
So this is Lake Hill Preparatory School's 23rd year with the Magic Club, and here we go at Common Ground Games. Well, this is, I think, my 10th year judging at Common Ground. Started somewhere around the time of Cons of Tarkir, and it's my absolute favorite place to judge. It feels like my judging home. I definitely judge more here than anywhere else. It's a pre-release I would never want to miss out on, for sure.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't going to get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with the new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really have.
Hello, everyone. It is Justin, Big Red from the Bucketheads.
And it's Britton, a.k.a. Big Blue.
We are live in Dallas at the Planetary Qualifier, the first Season 0 Planetary Qualifier.
Oh, boy, and it's heating up here.
Oh, it's nasty. We're in the top 8 cut.
Yeah.
And we got 2 nasty birds on the top deck.
Dude, some players right now.
We got some players in the top cut. We have Anil on the Boba Green.
Dude,
this man piloted that deck like no other, and he's about to redo it real again.
Right now, Anil is definitely one of the top contenders to win this tournament. Jason is the other competitor, and he is up against a Titan here.
Yes, so Jason is on the Sabine Yellow.
Another
and as we know,
player.
Sabine is a fast get deck, and the Sabine Yellow is no exception to that. I would even argue it's probably even faster than the Boba Green here, especially the way that Anil's playing that deck. It's fast, but that is a top-end crazy deck. This is going to be a really, really tough matchup for both sides of the spectrum. If they can pull the right cards, they have a very crazy chance of winning this game because they're at such polar opposite sides of the spectrum there. And
very low. One's low to the ground. One's very top heavy.
Yep. And we cannot forget about the fact that Jason is running a heavy space deck. That Sabine Yellow is running Cartel Spacers. We saw it in the game that he was doing against the Han Yellow.
Yep.
It was just nonstop.
Yeah, and we're about to jump to the table here, but before we do that, let's just hype up what these guys are actually playing for, because it is big. It is the first place is going to be going home with $500 plus 2 boxes of Spark of Rebellion, 2 boxes of Shadow of the Galaxy, the championship playmat, the promo Dr. Evison, the promo Legalized Authority, He's going to be going home with a ton and a ticket to the World Finals.
And a ticket to the World Championship for Season 0. It sounds like the judges are ready to call the game in. So we're going to go ahead and switch over to the table.
Jump right in.
And we're going to jump right into this match. So we're going to go ahead and switch those names. Now, Hunter up there is actually going to be Anil.
Anil is on top.
And so Anil is coming into the final round 7-0, and Jason's coming in at 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have both had a hell of a performance tonight. Only taking one loss across 7 rounds against some of the best players in the region is insane.
Yep, and Sabine Yellow is a bit of a crazy underdog here. It's like one of the few on the list. Now, we already are 1 damage on each other's base. There's a Sabine on the ground and a Cartel Spacer up in the space. We're going to go ahead and go to full screen for us so we can see and get the chat up next to y'all so we can kind of talk.
There we go.
So already someone in the chat, Anil about to schmack. Now, here's a crazy play of Anil that we did not see in the first round of him playing. We did not get the chance to see Anil throw some heavy space units down, and it's almost like he's reading Jason like a book here because he knows he's a space heavy deck with that Sabine Yellow, and he's throwing down 7 Fleet Defender and Cartel Spacer. Now Jason is going down to the ground arena, which is Sabine, R2D2, and having the Green Squadron A-Wing in the space, but they're matched neck to neck with damage on base, with Sabine having 1 more damage on top of the Boba there. So Boba's at 5 and Sabine's at 4 right now.
Yeah, and it's far too early to tell who's got the advantage now. But for Jason, he's going to have to pop off, and he's going to have to pop off fast.
Yep. And Sabine we're on resource 4, so Sabine is going to be able to come out here.
Yep.
It is Anil's initiative. He has 4 resources. What is he going to do here? I can't get a chance to see his hand, so I'd love to see.
He's looking at something. He's got an event there on top.
I feel like that's a no good to me dead. Actually, it is not. It is a
Where's he going?
McClunky. He's going to McClunky back and end up killing the Sabine and pop the Boba trigger, going back up to 4 resources. That's a great play, man.
That is a really good play.
It's a fantastic play. And these are the things that we did not see in Game 1. That is the most insane thing about this. We did not see this in the first time that we saw Anil in the stream. He did not play the deck in this way. Immediately resourcing these type of things. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and that's the right play to bring back because that is a win playability on the Cartel Spacer, right? There's another yellow unit on the board. So if he plays that Cartel Spacer back down, he's going to get an exhausted enemy unit.
Yep. So there's going to be a Hotshot DL44 Blaster that goes on R2D2. And he's just going to play the Cartel Spacer and exhaust it again. That's a correct call there, Brenton, because that's exactly what I think is going through his mind. Now, Sabine is popped and the red 3 is popped. And there's one thing we know about Jason is fast. Mm-hmm. Jason is fast. Not only the deck is fast, he is fast as a player. He is willing to apply pressure on you. I've played against Jason in person. He is not someone that you could get caught up in the mind storm that Jason is. He is fast.
He's a fast thinker. You'd think you're on a chess clock the way he's like playing his cards and getting to the next action.
Give a little backstory to both of these players here, guys. Anil is a top competitive player in multitude of TCGs. If you saw the interview earlier, he is a veteran at playing card games.
Yeah, he's been playing card games since the 90s, and he's actually been world #1.
For multiple games, and that's not to say about Jason. Jason is a top 40 Magic Arena player for Premier Magic. He is a top winning player for a lot of TCG, especially Magic as well. So these guys are not chumps to the game.
No,
they are veterans to TCG, and SWU is a chess match, and that's the crazy thing. Someone asked, is this Ryan Rebel resources list? This is very, very close to Ryan's list.
Very, very close. They actually went head-to-head when Ryan came down to DFW.
Yep.
Jason came up, and they played a one-on-one against each other. And what was the result of that one-on-one?
Jason actually won the 1v1 against Ryan. Now, that was a really, really close matchup, and that's all I'll say to Ryan. Ryan's a GOAT at this deck, but Jason is no chump here. Get it back into the game. Boss came out. Boba's out, and Millennium Falcon's going to crank 3 damage into base right now. So Anil is up 12
damage to 5. But that's exactly what you would expect from the Sabine. If it was any other way right now, we'd be having big concerns for Jason.
Oh, 22 damage to base.
Whoa.
Am I reading that wrong?
Where did that come from?
Ooh, where did all this damage come from?
Was there some damage that wasn't added on after some swings?
There's got to be something here, but the 22 damage to base right now is insane. He's going to go ahead and no good to me dead the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah,
and he's going to ping the boss damage, the event play off the boss. It's going to crank him to 25 damage right now.
Oh no, that turned a corner that we didn't even expect at all.
Boba Fett armor on the Boba Fett is a crazy play here. Because you would think it's so tempo negative, but I think he's just willing to say, hey, I got to start doing some stuff to this.
And I'm gonna be very. Your eyes are working. LOL. I'm gonna be honest. As soon as that K2SO hits the board, as an aggro player, you're extremely happy. You feel like you're gonna be able to get it because that's 28 on the board now. 28 damage. All he needs is one swing from one unit, and he can take this game 1.
Yep. I mean, you're talking about we're in 4 cause range right now. Now that Millennium Falcon is not going to ready up because of the No Good to Me Dead. And Neil has a board state right now. Guys, this is elimination round. If someone loses this best of 3, they are going home. They made top 8. They are not advancing in the tournament. So it is important that they are working and trying to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, and right now there is 3 4 cause I believe in Jason's deck. If he has just 1 in hand, it's game over. Doesn't even need a unit.
Yep. Now Anil is at 7 resources, which is a big turn for this deck.
There's Jason. Classic play from Jason, throwing out the card, making him scoop. That's our boy right there.
That's game. Yeah, Neil had no answer for that. That is a tough one.
Wow, and in classic Jason fashion, too, with the confident last card play. I love to see it. Oh, mate, okay. I wish we had the replay system hooked up to this because I want to go back and see what the hell happened on that turn on that turn 3 or turn 4 when he just did 10 damage to the base and put him at 22. That was crazy.
We were talking about deck list there, and we weren't given full commentary on what the cards were doing there. That was a misplay on us, but I mean,
wow.
What does Anil do here in the sideboard? I mean, obviously you have to just bring out those monsters. We know in this deck from Anil, he has a monster deck, and he's good into Sabine. He's talked to us in that interview that he's ready for Sabine decks, but I just don't think he's played a Sabine deck this fast. This is something that when we flew Ryan in and we talked about this deck, what is so different from this deck versus Sabine Green, and that this deck is unit tempo heavy, going to continue hitting your base, is not looking to play things like Darksaber. It is not looking to be down tempo at all. This is a full tempo play. We are looking to completely wide width and hit base as much as possible, and that's so different from the Sabine right now with the Darksaber and the plays like that. It's just doing so much. This is really crazy. There was someone saying, was there a full announcement for the top 8? We were putting it in the stream chat there. We do have the top 8 list if we want to pull that out real quick, and we'll announce the top 8 while they're thinking about their sideboard deck here.
Let's see. I've got the list right here for the top 8. So let me tell you who is in this one. All right. So obviously in this game we've got Anil on the Boba Green, and we've also got Jason
first
on the Sabine Yellow. Yeah, Anil is number 1. Going into number 2 is Justin on the Sabine Green as well. We saw Justin on the stream earlier. Now the rest of these names here are not in any particular order. They are not in the order of the standings. But we've got Ray on the Set 2 Han Blue. We've got Jason on the Sabine Yellow. We just mentioned that. We've got John on the Villain Boba Yellow. We've got Juan on Akira Green. And we've got Lawton on a Sabine Green. And lastly, Michael on a Set 1 Han Yellow. So
no control decks in this top end. I am insanely surprised. I'm so insanely surprised that there is no Bosk Blue in this top end. There's so many Bosk Blues in this tournament, and they did not make it to the top end. There's a lot of mid-range decks here that have a lot of toolbox answers. Exactly what I was talking about.
We only are seeing one repeat deck style, and of course these might even have different bases, and it's the Sabine Green. One of them might be a 30 health base, one of them might be an ECL. Other than that, every other deck is completely unique from each other in this top 8.
Yeah, so Joseph asked if the Pop Green did not make top 8. No, in the interview that we found out that Hunter was actually 2 losses into game.
And he got paired up.
And ended up playing Send Home Breaker, and he sent home that Boss Green's chances to make top 8. He did not make it. Everyone in top 8 right now is Anil is the only person undefeated. Everyone else is 6-1. We are in our top 8 right now. This is our quarterfinals.
This is the quarterfinals, and Jason is up 1-0 in this, so if he can pull out with another banger start, then he might just be able to move on to the semis.
Guys, we have a crazy game. This is a very crazy game. I mean, tell your friends, ping it in the Discords, the Star Wars Unlimited Discord, every Discord, doesn't matter. Tell Reddit.
Family.
This is
a
crazy game.
Oh my gosh.
So we have Greedo coming out, and Jason's going to go ahead and drop the Leia and then ready up the resource.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's got a 1 drop in his hand to make use out of it, and he does.
Neil's going to take the initiative, and that's 2 wide and a ping and damage on base.
Yep.
This is what this deck is so good at, man.
It's a good start for him.
There's 2 units on board in turn 1, and they're both good creature stability. I mean, you're talking about stability and toughness on these units. Cartel Turncoat, 2-3. Leia 2-2 and Greedo's a 3-1. So if he's gonna make the trade from Greedo, it doesn't matter because Greedo's not gonna live, and you need to have units up on against the Sabine Yellow. You have to have units up.
Yeah, you do, but he also does. He also is forced to trade there because while he needs units, Jason absolutely lives for the units, and if there's units on board, he's going to get there way faster.
Yeah, nice guys. You guys came here from Reddit. Thank you guys so much. We're so excited to have you here.
Welcome.
So Millennium Falcon's going to come in and be ready and do 3 damage to base and a ping from the Sabine.
Yeah, this is looking nice so far for Jason. I think he's happy with these early plays. He's going to hit 4 resources on this turn, which means
Sabine
is going to be hitting the table.
So something that we know in this deck that people don't know of, there is not a Darksaber in the Sabine Yellow deck. There are some Sabine Yellow decks out there that are running it, but we've talked to Jason, we've talked to Ryan Rebel Resource, the originator of this deck, and it is not based off the premise of playing Darksaber. Darksaber is too slow in this deck. You are putting tempo by putting units down and making your opponent have to answer your units.
Another big
every
point
turn.
of discussion there is the missing Poe Dameron as well. A lot of Sabines are running Poe Dameron.
And there's no Poe. There's no ECL. There's no timely intervention. There's nothing to get that Poe to get full value in here. There is the Wrecker on the top end. So Jason has the answers if he gets to that top end. There's 9 damage already on Anil's base.
Yeah, but I will say actually Anil is in the better position now because we saw just around this resource count last game he was getting up to 20 damage. So
and there's a heroic resolve on the Millennium Falcon.
He's checking the text there, making sure it can go on a vehicle.
And so this is the thing, guys.
And it looks like it can.
This is the thing, guys. Jason is fast. If you're new to watching Jason on the stream, Jason is fast. He's a fast player. He makes
Speedy Gonzalez
very quick plays. So I think it's a tactic. I mean, it's how he plays the game. But I know it's a tactic for him because he's so fast thinking that it makes his opponent go, "What is going on? What's happening?"
Yeah. He really pushes that mental edge. And funny enough, I actually heard these guys talking before the stream, and I actually was getting the other impression. Anil walked into that stream room and he goes, "I love playing in this stream room. This makes me excited." And Jason, on the other hand, was going, "It's way too cold in here. I don't know if I can handle it."
So that's a no good to me dead on the Millennium Falcon, which is a great play from Anil here. The funny thing too is that I caught up with someone that Jason played last, Michael on the Boba Yellow that was in the tournament earlier on the stream table, and Michael was telling me, man, Jason plays so fast that sometimes you just don't even know what's going on, and that is a tactic, man. That is a poker bluff in this game. So Anil's going to double check on that heroic resolve. Again, that upgrade is a 1/1 upgrade, and if you pay 4 for it or pay 2 for it, it's going to be a 4/0 plus an overwhelm on that unit for an attack, which is pretty big. So Anil's taking a step back here. And Jason did drop a Valiant Assault Ship, and I think he's just going to end up doing that one more time. Now, Valiant Assault Ship is an amazing unit, and no one seems to get this unit. It's a monster unit.
Talk us through it. What is Valiant Assault Ship?
It is a 4-drop space that is a 3/4, and if you have less resources than your opponent, it has, on attack, it does 2 more damage on it. And it's Saboteur. So it's a 5-hitting unit if you have less resources. In this, you're going against a ramp deck. It's okay.
Yeah.
You have a 5-hitting space unit that you can't Sentinel, which is so important. I think Jason throws out the Sabine there just for tempo.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
He just needs a body. He just needs a meat shield there just to make sure that damage is not all going to base on this turn.
Yep.
Now, we can see Jason is running space right now because there's no answer in space.
And Anil is picking up tempo here. He's saying, hey, man, I'm not going to even reach the top end here, so I'm just going to end up doing Hot Shot DL44 Blaster on Super Laser Tech.
10-10. This is a tie ball game, and I think that's great for Anil going into the late game.
Really great for Anil. Now, this is where the turn gets, and Michael, the Boba Yellow, hit me with some really great knowledge against aggro decks, specifically against the Sabine. Once you hit that 15 damage on base, man, it is time. It is time. It is very vital and important that you have to decide, are you the beatdown deck, or are you going to let it beat you down? Do you control it, or do you beat it down? And we were making plays, commentary on Michael's deck. He was talking about how we were confused about why he's not trying to control Jason's deck. And he said, hey, man, at this point in time, you have to just race the deck. The deck is faster than you. If you have the chance to race it, you got to race it now. If you don't, it's going to outrace you. If you try to control it, you're playing a cat and mouse game and you can't catch up.
Interesting. I wonder if that's a product of being able to put down more units, and just, if he's trading with you, you have extra units that are still going to be doing stuff.
Yep, absolutely. So Millennium Falcon is now awake because of the No Good to Me Dead wear off. We have a Valiant Assault Ship and Millennium Falcon. If I'm not mistaken, Valiant Assault Ship is not going to get its on attack ability at the moment, and Jason is not at 6 resources to get the Wrecker.
Both at 5 resources. So yeah, that is correct. You know, I was actually thinking
And
that maybe
Anil-
Jason would just not resource here because he already got his leader out.
Yep, and Anil is actually not going to resource as well.
Oh, the Millennium Falcon is coming off the board. Let's see what they're discussing here.
Now we have a judge in there full time. It's Judge Daniel, the
Yes.
big call, Judge Daniel.
Yeah, Judge Daniel joined the desk earlier, if you were able to catch that. He gave us a great breakdown on a pretty controversial debate around how to handle situations when they get out of hand.
So they're putting back. So it seems like Jason potentially had popped the heroic sacrifice, but Millennium
did.
Falcon is off the board. So we're gonna have to get a commentary on why Millennium Falcon is not there anymore. There's another Hotshot DL44 blaster, a double. Dude, have you ever seen a super laser attack with 2 blasters? Because I ain't never seen that, brother. That's a crazy one. That's a dual wielding.
The Millennium Falcon came off the board because he did not pay the resource, I think, to keep it down.
Got it.
That is really interesting to me, though. I don't know why.
So Anil has scooped. Is that game? I can't tell who won. I think maybe Jason gave that game.
No. Let's see here. They might be shuffling up for game 3. Hold on. I think they're shuffling up for game 3 here.
Wow, super fast here. I'm not 100% sure what happened here.
Yeah, let's hold for 1 second while we watch how they break this down. I think the situation was.
And Jason's been warned about not paying for the Falcon costs. Now, I will say this, guys. Jason's a phenomenal player, and this is a new deck to Jason. Jason is a Sabine player. He's a Sabine Green player, and this is a new addition to his deck. So, you know, you got to think in playing in a stream room and being in a PQ, sometimes you just miss paying for the Falcon, and that's okay.
Yeah.
We have a judge there to remind him, and I think that's why.
Exactly what happened.
That was the call from the judge
and
player.
so after that, they had to pull the Falcon off the board. They had to discard the Heroic Resolve.
Yep.
And the truth is that gave the board state to Anil. Jason, being the fast player that he is, he goes, let's go next and just get it back.
Yep. So Anil's going to take that one. It is 1-1. Silver Scrapes, guys.
The chat's going to be begging us for no more game 3s.
Yeah, no more game 3. Silver Scrapes is here, guys.
Go look up Silver Scrapes if you don't know it.
Yeah, so if we don't know what's happening here, it seems to be a judge redacted call because Jason did not pay the 1 for the Falcon. The Falcon had to bounce to the hand. And that's seeming what it is.
Someone says he paid for it before. We can't go back in time and look at that, so we don't know for certain what exactly happened. We're only theorizing from the desk here.
And we have to follow the judge call here at this moment. We can't use the stream as a position to influence
make decisions. Yeah,
the judge is going to make the decision that the judge is going to make.
And we do know that the judge was analyzing the Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
And right after he analyzed the Millennium Falcon was pulled off the board, and they moved the Heroic Resolve to the discard.
Yep. William says playing a little too fast. There's a chance. You know what I mean? He is a very, very fast player. So we'll see. Anil does reach into his sideboard just a little bit more, and Jason, I think, is sideboarding for sure as well.
Yeah, he's back there sideboarding. He's got to be.
So I think if you're Jason, what are you sideboarding in here? Because in the sideboard for Jason, we have Pirated Star Fighter, we have Swoop Down, Heroic Sacrifice, Sneak Attack, and Spark of the Rebellion.
I like the Heroic Sacrifice a lot because of the +4.
Got it.
Sacrifice, but well, he actually has. Does he have 1 copy in his deck already? Because we already saw it hit the board.
The Heroic Sacrifice?
Yeah, we saw the Heroic Sacrifice at the board. He put it on the space unit in that game. So that means he actually sideboarded in after game 1, winning.
Absolutely. Someone asked, did a lot of games go to time today? Not any on the stream, actually. Every game has come to right before time. And as you can see, there's no control top-end control decks.
There have been some players playing till time out there. There has actually been some people taking double losses. I talked to Dan specifically, took a double loss in one of the games. They went to time. But on the stream here, we've been lucky. We've had everybody closing out with a decisive victory.
Sean says any Fendex. No. So I'll catch you up to board state here. We have Sabine Wren on the field, 3 resources. We're at turn 2. And there's a Salacious Crumb with Boba.
Oh, so Heroic Sacrifice is different than Heroic Resolve. Yeah, that's a good catch. Yeah, the Heroic Sacrifice is what is in the sideboard. Heroic Resolve was in the deck, and that's what we saw last game.
So we have a Fleet Lieutenant Sabine into base, which is going to be 5 damage to base. He's going to actually swing the 1. He's going to bounce the Salacious Crumb back to hand and do the ping onto the Fleet Lieutenant. So, 5 damage to base, man. This is what this deck...
Yep.
This is what Sabine does, man, and it's a resource 4. Guess what's coming out?
Sabine.
So every game so far, Anil has had Boba flip turn Boba Fett's armor, and it doesn't look like that's in his hand right now. Do we think the game? I know we're keeping. Well, he's deciding on that No Good to Me Dead, and I think that's been very crucial for him. By the way, guys, as an update here, because of the delays from the beginning of the stream, delays at the beginning of the tournament with Melee.gg, they are not going to a 75 time limit. They're actually doing the 55 time limit in these final rounds. So 3 to base off the Fleet Lieutenant, and Tommy saying go Big Blue.
Woo!
Go Big Blue.
Thanks, Tommy.
We
Thanks for
miss
watching
you.
us out on the. He's the one who actually caught the Heroic Sacrifice is the one that's in his sideboard, and Heroic Resolve was the one that he played last round.
Yep.
So he wasn't digging in his sideboard yet, but he might have for this game.
And Neil's going to go ahead and trade and going to put that Super Laser Tech into that Fleet Lieutenant. He's going to bring out Boba Fett. So he's got 5 resources and 100% ready. Look, man, Jason is full resources, and there is a lot of damage on top of Anil's base already. There's 1 damage on top of Jason's base. And this is playing for the marbles, guys. We are in silver scrapes.
Yeah, this is game 3 of the quarterfinals. It's do or die for every single one of these players playing right now.
So Anil has a lot of answers in his hand, but they're all top end heavy as heck. So he's going to go ahead and kill the Sabine with the Boba Fett, and he's waiting for something to come out. So he's waiting for the Sabine flip. He has Overwhelming Barrage.
There's Overwhelming Barrage.
He's going to have to just...
That's a good answer.
Absolutely.
I think Jason feels a little safe there bringing out the Sabine into no units being readied, but he had something. He had an answer for it.
So here's the issue. So Anil's going to take initiative here, but here's the thing. He didn't pull the... Now, I mean, he did just top deck the Cartel Spacer, which can slow down that Valiant Assault Ship, but here's the issue. He uses the Overwhelming Barrage knowing that his opponent's deck is going to be full in space units. That Valiant Assault Ship is a menace to deal with, and you have to handle what these space units are. You're talking about a Wind Blade coming in ready with the Millennium Falcon. You're talking about this Valiant Assault Ship. You're talking about going super wide with Cartel Turncoat. You're going to need Overwhelming Barrage. So the fact that he used the Overwhelming Barrage into the Sabine is a play that Anil says, I have to stop damage now. Does he have an answer? So he can Cartel Turncoat, which will tap down that Valiant Assault Ship, and it looks like he's gonna.
Let's see.
He's gonna just no
gonna be dead. He does have to do that because right now the Valiant Assault Ship is getting its buff because he has 5 resources on Jason's side versus the 6.
But isn't
on
attack buff just for clarification?
Yeah, the Valiant Assault Ship, that is.
Hey, Frank and Courtney are in the stream. Blonde Sabine. They're both very high-end players from Bantha Network. We love them. We love them so much. Let's go, Sabine. Rooting for the Sabine play here. Ooh, Jason showing. There's a red 3.
That's pretty good.
That's all resources tapped here. Anil's got 3 resources up with a Boba Fett and the Salacious B. Crumb, and he's going to go ahead and waylay the red 3.
Yeah, I mean, that red 3 is going to be ultimately giving a +3 to the power of the Valiant Assault Ship when it includes its own buff.
Yep. Dude, the gas is on here, guys. This is... Jason is putting the pedal to the metal. Is it now? I mean, Anil's back up to 7 resources here. This is a great space spot for Anil, especially with his deck. He has small restore options here, but I mean that Valiant Assault Ship is going to be exhausted off the No Good to Me Dead, and that might have been the play that's going to keep Anil in this game right now.
Yeah, guys, in game 1, the game that Jason won, Anil was dead at this time in the game.
Yep.
So this is looking very, very promising for Anil.
2 to base off the Leia, so we're at 13 damage on base of Anil.
13-1. It sounds bad, but it's not so bad for Anil.
No, Anil, this is where Anil's comfort zone is going to be.
Yes.
And this is the wrecker space here, guys. Well, we're actually 1 resource off. Fett's Fire Spray is going to come in.
That's a good answer for the space. He needs something to take down that Valiant Assault Ship.
Absolutely.
And another Leia. So he's going to defeat his own unit
to exhaust the Fett's Fire Spray.
That is interesting. He really values protecting
Jason
Valiant.
is running out of options here. I feel he's got to be running out of options. Boba Fett's going to swing. Where's Anil going?
Yeah, it really is looking more.
He's gonna
and more
just kill.
like
You're just gonna have to control the matchup.
Oh boy,
this game is so tense,
and we talked about how Anil is in his element in the stream room right now. He is a top player. He has.
Jason's gonna sneak attack Sabine out. It's gonna come in ready. It's gonna defeat at the end of the turn. He has 1 resource readied right now.
He has 1 resource ready, but what would he possibly be
Heroic Sacrifice? I feel like you're gonna draw a card off, and you're gonna be able to do the +2 damage here.
I just don't know if I want a Heroic Sacrifice at this stage in the game because he's not closing it out. He's losing units.
Boba Fett's armor is gonna be on top of the Boba Fett, and Jason's just gonna end up swinging.
Just swing, probably to base. Yeah, that's the right play.
I mean, I do think Anil could have actually, the crazy thing is Anil could have actually just tapped the 2 resources and exhausted with the Fett's Fire Spray, not into the Sabine, because it is a unique unit, and Fett's Fire Spray can't exhaust unique units, but he did have the 2 resources up.
But you do have to tap the Fett's Fire Spray to do that, right?
No, you don't have to tap at all. It's just pay 2. Action 2, pay 2 on the Fett's Fire Spray.
No tap symbol. No exhaust symbol, I should say.
So Fett's Fire Spray is actually going to trade into the Valiant Assault Ship. I got to stop saying trade. It's not trade. It's just going to kill the Valiant Assault Ship.
Yeah, he's just going to kill it. That is what he needed, actually, because that Valiant Assault Ship was going to be doing some damage. It had a +2 buff on it. And right now, Anil is looking
tense.
scary.
This is tense.
Where's the
Vader's
Vader?
going to come
Yep,
out.
It was only a matter of time.
Vader's
He's got
going to
a
come
maul
out.
in there
He's
as
going to
well,
do the
I
wind
bet.
plate effect, obviously, first. There's nothing to ambush here, but even if he did, what are you going to hit? Nothing.
So what are you looking for right now? Are you looking for something that's going to give... You don't need a Sentinel out of there. You might put something in space, actually.
Guys, let's learn right here real quick. If you have a chance to learn, if you're watching this game, let's just do something real quick. It's called TCG etiquette. What's going to happen is when Anil started doing the search for the 10 cards in his hand, he is going to show Jason that he has 10 cards, and he's going to offer the cut here. This is what TCG etiquette is. This is classy. He's a classy gentleman, man. And then Anil drops the Bazine, which he was doing all day against that Boba Yellow and that Han Yellow, and he's just going to take out the Wing Leader. Jason's going to draw the card and play Millennium Falcon.
I don't know if it's enough right now, though. I don't know if it's enough.
It is swinging 4 off of that red 3 buff. But, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, no matter what's happening on Anil's side of the board, if Jason gets him close, there is a bunch of options in that deck.
Oh, absolutely. If he gets within, I don't know, 7 health, he could feel like he might be able to go lethal with something.
And that's the craziest part about this deck, man. If he gets close.
And he's close to that. It's 21. He's 21 on his base right now.
He's 21 right now.
You get one more attack with a unit, and you have cards like Heroic Resolve. You have cards like Heroic Sacrifice. Heroic Sacrifice is the big one, I think.
McClunky. Oh, he's going to McClunky and kill the red 3. That's what a great play, and he's going to play it again and heal 1 off the base. This deck is doing what it does, baby.
Yep, he needs to
I'm going to move the mic away because I'm going to go, oh my God! That deck is crazy.
Oh, boy.
So we got a readied Vader, Bazine, Salacious Bikram, a Boba Fett with a Boba Fett armor, and a Fett's Fire Spray against a Millennium Falcon. He's just going to do 3 to base.
3 to base.
He's at 27 here. At the 23, this is exactly what you were talking about, Bren.
He's within the range now. Now, what sucks is that he does have no units that are readied. If he had a unit that was readied, I would say
surprise strike could
he might
really
have a surprise strike. He might have a Heroic Sacrifice. He might have something just to get that distance, close that distance. But right now, he's definitely going to have to wait possibly a whole round.
There's still a long amount of health left for Anil to do.
Yeah, but look how much he's swinging on this round.
It is not over. He's going to do 5. He's just going to end up killing the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, K2SO.
He's going to play K2SO.
He throws it down with confidence. That means Jason is feeling good.
Oh, this is...
That means Jason's feeling
Jason
really
feels like
good.
he potentially might have an answer here. He's going to hotshot DL44 Blaster with the Boba Fett.
If he has the Heroic Sacrifice, he wins this game if he cannot kill him on this round. He's got to take out the K2SO, but that's going to do 3 damage to base.
So the thing is he can tap the Salacious Crumb, bring it back to hand, play it again, and heal the 1 off the thing. So if K2SO is going to end up doing... Well, he's going to just hit base with that. K2SO is going to be doing... putting that 26, and that is a for a cause range here. And I don't... There's only 1 resource ready on the Sabine right now, so he's putting him 1 more up. He's going to have to trade here.
He's got to hit the K2SO. He has to.
He has to.
Otherwise, it's going to be a surprise strike. It's going to be a Heroic Sacrifice.
Greg's saying that Bazine helped Jason there. That is the glory of the draw there. It's exactly what it did. And Neil's looking...
Oh my gosh.
This is tough,
This
man.
is very close.
So he's going to hot shell DL44 Blaster. Have you ever seen a Vader with a hot shot?
Yeah, he's done this. He did this in the last game that we watched him on stream.
He did this again.
This guy loves putting the gun on Vader's hip.
He's just going to race him here.
Okay.
And he's going to waylay the K2SO.
That's a good answer because it does not defeat it. That is slowing him down.
Oh, we have a judge call here saying that he does not have the resources for the waylay.
Oh, no.
He's still going to pay the 3 and play the waylay.
He has.
He has it. Okay.
He has enough.
He was just making sure that Anil top-decked off the resource cost there and swinging both.
Yep. What does that put him at? Let's see where we're at now. We're at 24 on Anil's base. That's only 6 damage, but Jason is unitless. And
if he top decks a for a cause,
Jason's trading up his chips right now.
If he top decks for a cause, the game is in a crucial space.
So this is very, very close. 27 health on 27 damage on Jason's base right now. Jason has no units. I'm feeling good if I'm Anil.
27 to 24 right now.
He needed that K2SO alive.
And Anil just top decks a Vader and another overwhelming barrage.
This is the moment for Anil. He might be able to close it out right here. He doesn't have initiative, but there should be no answer, and that's the game.
He's just gonna,
right
and that's the game.
Yep.
Jason didn't pull the top deck for a cause, and that was a crazy series.
Dude, Jason almost had it.
Oh my gosh, Anil with the monster plays. I feel like he was feeling the pressure all game. Jason did not stop, and I feel like if you're Jason, you have to be so proud of playing the way you played in this tournament. A deck that is not considered an S tier deck right now, which I think is going to change a lot of people's minds. This deck is so good. But I think also what's so crazy is that this deck
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Our audio's ready. This deck is
we're back in it, baby.
putting pressure like crazy. But Anil was it is so crazy because Anil's deck all day long was playing so top end mid game control, and you would watch him play that deck, and you'd be like, you would never think that he could have those early game options, and it just seemed like he played that so perfectly.
Yeah, and that was crazy because I actually really thought Jason might just have a trick up his sleeve. The truth is, when he plays that K2SO into that crowded ground arena, it's not a great play from him. It's going to get immediately removed from the board. It got waylaid, so he didn't even get the win defeated bonus. If he had maybe a space unit that had just enough power that he could surprise strike with a space unit, that would have been his answer because he could have taken initiative and done it on his next action.
MVP player there. The MVP player there was Waylay, man. Waylay was just doing Waylay things, bro. Cunning is cunning right now, and it's great. I'm hearing something from Baby Yoda.
What's he saying?
Little Grogu saying that Hotshot DL44 Blaster is really crazy. Hotshot DL44 Blaster.
Oh my god.
On the Boba unit, on the super laser tech, having two of them, having a Hotshot DL44 Blaster on Vader. Have you ever seen a big dark black cyborg with the Force with the Hotshot DL44 Blaster? I haven't seen that. That's crazy.
I mean, Vader's got the Force choke. He's got the lightsaber. The only thing he needed was some blasters. He's got the whole toolkit now. But it's crazy because Anil did the exact same winning strategy in the last game that we saw him. He loves putting the DL44 on Vader. It's his bread and butter, it seems like.
We're getting a real quick commentary note here. It says Tom saying that the commentating desk is different. We're going to have you unmute real quick, if you don't mind. There should be another. I don't think it's Mike Ox. I think it's going to be. Scroll up. Com table, maybe. No, just unmute it real quick. Let's see how this goes. We're going to unmute here.
Tell us if you can hear us.
Tell us if this worked here. Tell us if this worked here.
Yeah. We're looking at the chat to make sure that we get the audio right from the front cam. Thanks for bringing that up.
Does this fix both audio? We have another audio test chance that we can do one more time. We're going to wait for the chat response here real quick, guys. Before we go further on this commentary, because that was a really crazy game, and I feel like we need to break that down.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need a chat breakdown. Chat clip that, because that was crazy. We're still waiting on chat. Y'all are a little slow, but that's okay.
Well, they are on a delay. They are on a delay from us.
No excuses, man.
No excuses.
No excuses. We need full commentary here. All right, it says no, it did not help.
No,
Echo a little
not
bit.
help.
All right,
Okay.
well, let's go ahead and turn off that com table one.
Turn off the com table. I think that's,
And then scroll down, and let's do Mike Ox. Okay, how did that one go?
How about now? I don't think that one's it either. I don't think that one's it. Okay, so turn off the mic aux.
Wow. Nope, you're just echoing. Somehow worse.
So the comm table. The truth is, the comm table I think is this camera right here.
So it says you guys are left and right ear broken, like two separate channels. So let's go ahead.
It's a stereo setting.
Here, I'm gonna go over here with Tyler. If you want to right click on that, and we can see if there is a properties here. No, it shouldn't be under properties. Go okay.
Y'all are going to see us work through these technical difficulties live.
Yeah, we're doing this together. Right click on that again. Yeah, let's go down to
advanced audio properties.
Okay, it says that we're clean left and right here.
Let's try it.
Yeah, it should just say mono.
Okay.
Okay. Now we did say something. We did do something. Did this work? I know everyone's saying when you're in overhead cam, it's working.
Thanks guys for the feedback. This is really helpful for us.
Look, we have two more rounds here. We just want to make sure this is great. I don't have an issue with the audio, but the two things you definitely did just made it worse.
Yeah, so we went back on that. Now we've got the mono setting on. Let us know. Might be on a mono channel.
Hit okay. I don't know.
All right, let's go to a quick. That works. It's
oh,
perfect.
it works.
Right, we're
Okay,
good.
that's exactly what needed out.
Woo! All right.
Woo! Okay, we'll keep this really short and quick, and we're gonna go to a break, guys. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Thank you guys so much for giving us commentary here. While we have you, let's talk about this game. That game was crazy, and I think Bazine was so nuts. That Waylay was so nuts, and like I said, I think Baby Grogu said it's so perfectly. Hotshot DL44 Blaster is crazy, and if you need that replay of what that sounded like.
He's speaking truth, baby.
Translating that to how good Hotshot DL44 Blaster is and this deck, it's doing massive work and doing a lot of stuff. Anil's playing so great, and that game was so unreal.
Yeah, he's at the top of his game right now. We know he's a top player here. He's definitely a contender for this championship spot.
Yeah, he's gonna move on to the semifinals, which is really crazy. I will say this. Thank you so much to Jason for playing such an amazing game. Thank you so much to Jason for playing such an amazing deck.
Big tournament for him.
Yep. And
top 8.
By the way, while we have you, before we get a break, we just want to say thank you so much to Common Ground Games for hosting this PQ and allowing us to come in and do what we do best, which is have fun. And if you guys like what we do, check out our channel. It's called the Bucketheads. We're doing a giveaway on our latest episode. I'm dressed in green. I'm literally Harrison Dula. I mean, full body paint, and a lot of people call me Shrek, but I'm not Shrek, guys. Okay?
I swear I'm here. I'm not doing a Shrek.
I'm Harrison Dula. But we're doing a giveaway on it. It's 4 free packs of Spark of the Rebellion, a Bucketheads t-shirt if you guys like it, and some swoo goodies that we're giving away for free. If you guys like it, all you have to do is comment on the game on the episode and make sure you're subscribed.
Yeah, just comment and subscribe. And dude, watch the video because it is a funny one. This guy is literally cosplaying Harrison Dula the entire time.
It's a little funny.
It's a riot for sure.
Yeah.
So it does look like we might be able to get a winner's interview with Anil. So
yeah, I really do want to hear about that, guys.
We're gonna cut to a commercial break,
and we'll be right back.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. Everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't going to get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1.
Hey
everyone.
We are back, and there's no interview this time around because the players are locked
and loaded. They're
locked in.
Trying to win this tournament. We have about like 15 minutes left in the round. And in that case, we decided to support our local game store and buy FFG Spark of the Rebellion here, Star Wars Unlimited. Look, I'm going to be real with you.
Shadows of the Galaxy.
Shadows of the Galaxy. Doesn't matter. Look, I'm going to be real with you. I have a saying for this game. I walk every time into the store, I buy 2 packs, and then I instantly regret what I do. So I think it's going to happen again, as in like I'm not going to pull anything good.
Yeah, you're 4 packs deep this time on stream. So let's see if we can turn our fortune around.
Let's see what happens.
Come on, baby.
Guys.
Give
if
us something
there's
good.
something really, really good in here, we will give it away for free. Just kidding.
And it's a showcase.
Okay, first off, we have a Gar Saxon, which I was surprised we didn't see at all today, actually, in the top deck. I feel like Gar Yellow was something that was not completely S tier, but I think people were anticipating it. We're going to get here. Oh, baby. We have an Atlanti Vanguard. Hyperspace.
Hyperspace. Love a good hyperspace.
If you care about this game, and we have a legendary pool final showdown, which I was just hoping to see today out of someone. I wanted someone to play this game card, man. This card is so fun.
There's still some decks in the tournament with some final showdowns in there, so I think there's still a chance.
Yep.
Imagine the game winner championship match
is off a final showdown.
Final
last game
showdown. Game
final showdown.
Final showdown.
What do you? It gives us. We have an opportunity to work with the chat here. What is a card that you guys would love to see win the game for someone? What is a card or a deck? What is a deck that you guys want to see win a PQ? Win something crazy.
Yeah, let's hear what your.
Noah says there was a Gar Green. Yeah, that doesn't count. It was
honestly, I think what they all want to see is a Finn leader.
Yep.
That's what the fans
want
to see.
Finn leader.
The fans want to see a Finn leader in the finals.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I feel like if there's Daimyo. I feel like there's a Finn leader in the finals. Either that player is literally the best player in the planet, or there was like 2 other players in that final that PQ.
That's pretty. Midnight Repairs hyperspace.
There we go.
I like that. I think I need that one. I love Quill too.
Quill.
He has spoken. And
what's your rare here?
My rare is a Swoop Down. A pretty good rare.
Nice.
Pretty good rare.
Not bad. That looks great. Look, guys, we got someone saying Mono Palp. They really want the Mono Palp in the top. I believe there is not a Mono Palp.
There's not a Mono Palp, but there was actually 2 Mono Palps that were right at the 2 loss mark and were really, really close to making it in. We obviously saw one on stream.
Hunter, yep.
And then his buddy was actually playing also a Mono Palp. And they both got very close.
I got a lot of people talking about that game with Jason and Neil there, especially the penalization on Jason for, someone saying I'd love to see Ray in the final. Me too, actually. I think Ray Red is really good in this meta. I think if you're playing against mid-range decks and you want discard and you can just drop early game units and put a lot of damage on base, she's really great. I think she's awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about like the penalization toward Jason in that game too about the Falcon play.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we are here at the as of right now, the highest level competitive play in the game.
And I did just talk to Jason out there at the counter just now. You know, he understands, but he's a little disappointed about it. So the situation was that he didn't pay the resource on the Falcon for the action right before it got removed from the board. So he did one action without having paid for it. So instead of them just resetting the board state, removing the damage and allowing him to pay that resource, which is what a lot of people would do in a casual environment, the situation is here that because he didn't pay for it, he actually has to remove it from the board. So that means that the damage comes off. He has to remove the Millennium Falcon from the board, and the Heroic Resolve goes in the discard. That is devastating for him because he obviously wanted to use that Heroic Resolve for a +4 power boost.
Yep. And we love Jason so much. He's an amazing player. He's an amazing person. So it sucks, and I feel bad for him. He's such an amazing player. It's always crazy watching him play. It's awful playing against him because you lose a lot. But he's such a great player, and so it's amazing watching him play. And so we feel for him. He'll be back. Definitely. He will be taking PQs. I did open my pack while we were talking about that, and I pulled them all.
Dude. Wow.
And that's it. That's it.
In honor of Anil.
In honor of Anil. Anil for Neil.
You can go give it to him. He can slide it in his deck.
He already has 3 of them. And that, sir, is called cheating.
All right, Afinic. Let's see what else we got. Oh,
Django and a Carlos Tie Silencer.
All right, we got the Django Fett
foil,
and then we got the foil Tie Silencer.
Guys, legendaries in the chat. I get some W's in the chat. Can I get some W's in the chat real quick for Britton? W's in the chat for Britton real quick for pulling a Kylos Tie Silencer. If anyone wants to buy that off of him, he will sell it for $2 off this stream. Check TCG player now.
Yep, you can send it to my Venmo right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna wait here actually until we see some W's in the chat. I feel like we need to see some W's.
It's going to the highest bidder actually, so it starts at $2.
That's where that's gonna cap out. Probably.
Going once, going twice, and we got the Kylo Tie Silencer going for $3. $3 going once, going twice.
Guys, where's the W's in the chat? I know we have a delay here, but where's the dubs? Tyler, just start typing dubs for yourself.
And what's so funny for them is as soon as you're saying where's the dubs, I've already dropped a bunch of responses.
Common Ground Games, W. Yeah. W, let's go.
Oh my gosh,
W's in the chat.
Get a good legendary pool. I mean, that's all a maul and a legendary pool. Pretty nasty. I like
that's
it.
Awesome.
I'm happy about that.
Thank you guys for the W's in the chat. We will now move on from this segment. No, I mean, this PQ has been absolutely amazing, guys. By the way, we just want to say thank you as a personal say thank you, and then we'll move on to more PQ stuff because who cares, right?
Yeah. Heartfelt thank yous.
Yeah, heartfelt thank yous. We want to appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys for giving us to 1,000 subs today. We crossed the line as a SWU channel, and that was really awesome for us. We are super excited, and there's some amazing stuff coming for the channel.
There is.
Which, real quick, Tyler, if you're here, play the promo. Play the promo for season 2, real quick.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
to the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
Woo! Season 2 of Open Fire is coming soon.
Do your Darth Vader impression there, Obi-Wan.
Oh, Obi-Wan didn't tell you about the. Wait! Gotta get into the role. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to the Bucketheads.
Wait, should I do your breathing reception?
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to the Bucketheads. He told me you killed them. No. I am their biggest fan.
I love Leo so much.
Dude, he cooked up with that promo. That was so goofy and funny.
By the way, guys, we are doing the we are doing the giveaway on our channel. If you want some free packs of Spark the Rebellion and some t-shirts and some swoogitties and stuff like that, just go to the newest episode where I dress like Harrison Dula, Shrek. Just give it a comment and be subscribed, and we'll announce the giveaway winner here soon. Back to the PQ coverage, guys. Come on.
Back to the PQ. I mean, we are obviously down here in Dallas at Common Ground Games, our favorite local game store, not just because they work with us so closely, but because we have been playing here for months and months before we ever even had an official partnership with them. And they are just some of the best people. They run amazing events. They go all out for their pre-releases. They go all out for their community. And the truth is, it's just a great place to play. So if you are in the DFW area, you should come down to Common Grounds and check it out. If you're not in the DFW area, go give Common Grounds a follow on social media and give them some support for hosting this awesome PQ.
Real quick, Danny in the chat said, I fought alongside the Bucketheads in the Clone Wars. This is true. You saw us die in Season 2, Episode 3. And also Season 2, Episode 4. And Season 2, Episode 6.
And probably 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. The Bucketheads.
Oh, boy. But we're fighting the Clankers,
Someone
baby.
says, I was surprised by the number of Bosk in the tournament. I was not surprised. I'm actually more surprised at the number of Bosk that are not in Top Cut right now. There is no Bosk in Top Cut. And there was actually more Bosk Greens in the highest cut of the tournament than there were of Bosk Blues. Now, I'm surprised by this because if you look at the recent tournament history, now we don't have the updated scores and listings of the PQs that happened today across the country.
Right. It's too soon to see all of that.
But we do know that the last 1Ks and the things that have happened, I mean, there was Boss Blues winning tournaments, there's Boss Blues in the finals, there's Boss Blues in the top 4. That doesn't mean that Boss Blues that played in the tournament today are not good. That just means that Boss Blue did not have a successful day today. There was a lot of counter meta for that.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're bringing up a really good point there. And the fact is that Boss Blue had a lot of public success.
Yeah.
Not just success in local metas, but a lot of public success. So anybody who's thinking about the meta is probably preparing at least a sideboard for the Boss Blue.
Yeah, I feel like the name of the day today was like the 3 big names were going to be the Sabine, the Boba, and then the Bosk. And we talked about
Hans, a lot of Hans.
Yeah, Han, but I mean, I was more surprised about the amount of Han set 1s that we had in this tournament today, especially with Han set 2 being such a talking point. Tyler in the chat is asking, is it over in between rounds? We are just finished with top 8.
Yeah.
We are now going to our semifinals, top 4. We are waiting for the last amount of matches to end.
That's right.
And then we're going to go right back into top 4. We have 2 more games basically to stream on.
Rounds. The biggest 2 rounds.
The biggest 2 rounds for the tournament. But yeah, I was really surprised by the amount of diversity in this PQ, and I think a lot of people have been upset with some of the diversity in the game, and I can't argue enough. I feel like yes, obviously Boba is
he's good,
unreal. Boba is so unreal,
He's good.
And Sabine aggro decks are hard to deal with and things like that. But like it's just there's so much flavor in this meta, and I think we still haven't even touched smuggling to the way that the potential that smuggling has been played. Like
I know.
There's been really interesting like play patterns, and you know, like we had Paris, who was on the first game of the stream,
game of the day.
and he was playing the Han set 1 green, and he was doing tech into Privateer Crew, giving it to the 6/6, and being able to swing and kill a Sabine off the Sabine drop immediately when Sabine gets out. Like there's some interesting techs, especially with Smuggle, that I think we're not getting yet. And then I think Bosk is really the deck. Now, this Bosk Green surprised me like crazy because I think people realizing that bounties are so powerful to play, I think is I think it's just bounties are crazy.
Yeah.
Flipping Bosk, claiming double bounty hunter quarry is almost like you cannot.
It's beast.
You cannot. It's so hard to get there.
And talking about the diversity of the meta, I mean, we have to come back to looking at this top 8, right? This top 8 has there is only one leader in base color that is the same across the decks, and that's Sabine Green. But I'm pretty sure actually that one is a 30 health Sabine and one is an ECL
they're
Sabine.
both ECL.
They're both ECL
so
Sabines
Jason,
in the top 8.
who just lost unfortunately in top 8 against a Neil, which was a Boba Green 30, was a Sabine yellow, and then there's 2 other Sabines in the top 8.
2 Sabine greens,
and there was a Sabine green ECL. They actually played earlier today. It was Lawton and Justin in the mirror matchup on stream, and
oh, that's right, they're both back,
and
they're both back.
They're
in the
both
fight.
in the top.
And
cut.
that is literally the only that's the only same deck that is in this event.
And they are
everybody else is a unique.
Seeing that deck list next to next, it is eerily similar. It is they're off by 3 cards in the sideboard.
So just to put that in perspective, that means out of this top 8, there is 7 unique decks.
Absolutely. There's a Kiara Green. There's the Sabines. There's 3 Sabine leaders. There's a Kiara Green. There's a Boba Green. There's a Boba Yellow.
There's a young Han. There's an old Han.
There's a young Han Yellow and an old Han. There's a old Han Yellow and a young Han Blue.
You know, I actually want to change the narrative on the old Han. I want to say OG Han, because eventually I think we will get an old Han.
You think we're gonna get
like a Harrison Ford,
like
a
Force
in
Awakens
the sequels Han? Yeah, at some point.
We're like when
Han.
Chewie like drops his jacket and then he picks it up and he goes.
Yeah, when he gets killed by his son.
Yeah, also when he gets killed by Kylo. That part. Sorry, forgot about that part. Also with the part where like he like lost the Millennium Falcon and like has to find it again or something.
So I really do. So I'm redubbing it the OG Han for set 1.
Do we get an old Leia? Is there a question?
An old Leia. Oh, dude.
What does she do best as a rebel leader?
Oh, Leia as a rebel leader? Oh man, I mean, she's chilling at the base a lot. We'll be honest in that day.
Yeah, Force Awakens. She's chilling at the base and then she dies. Or no, she forces herself through the glass.
Flies through space.
Unlike we've ever seen Leia do before.
Yeah. Somehow just has this crazy moment.
Leia is crazy. Look, we're not here to talk Star Wars. We're here to talk cards, guys.
We're not here to talk Star Wars. We're here to talk Star Wars Unlimited.
Guys, looking like our big orange here is coming into the stream.
Ooh.
What's the update for here, big guy?
All right.
Okay, go ahead and pass those deck lists back. We're looking for that top 4.
Take both of those back with you. We are getting into the pairings for the semifinals.
So Carlos says jump to Lightspeed set. He says that he thinks you will see Old Han on the Falcon as the leader.
I love that idea. That is a very...
This is true. True.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, guys, what do you think? What do you think is gonna? You know, what's your most exciting card going into this next set, Twilight Republic? What I was actually talking about with the guys is like the set is. I mean, tokens are not new to TCG, right? Like tokens are not new, but tokens are such a reshaping meta for the game. Someone says old man Luke leader ability tap to concede.
To concede.
That sounds like me. Tap to throw a game.
Exhaust to drink milk.
Yeah, exhaust to drink milk, pork milk.
It's like we're gonna get some 40 interactions with the real world.
Yeah.
Drink milk for a +2 bonus.
What are you guys excited about Twilight Republic? Because I think tokens are not new to TCG, but tokens are so ready to shift metas. I mean, tokens are a big deal. You have to shift your playstyle. You got to think all the decks that we're playing against today. If you could have slotted in without adding any set 3 cards into them, you could have added any of these token decks, and it would have been infinitely harder for these decks to control those decks. You know what I mean? So you got to think it's going to completely shift the meta in a lot of ways.
It's going to add more value to Overwhelming Barrages, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And you know, what I love about Fantasy Flight's game design here is how they will add these cards that kind of hint at things that are coming in the future. And so we're looking at some of the underutilized cards from set 1 potentially getting way better in set 3. One I'm looking at, IG-88. Potentially being a droid deck that covers the grounds with units, so then he gets his bonus.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's going to be way easier to pull that off. Who knows if there's going to be enough.
A lot of people saying new Maul unit, and that makes me think I'm not going to play that new Maul unit because I don't want to play the mirror matchup. Jar Jar and Twin Suns, absolutely Oz.
Yes,
the 7-0 champ. The Oz is the undisputed 7-0 champ in my heart, and he went 2-5 today in real life, but we're not going to say that on stream. Jar Jar is looking super fun. It's so fun that I can't wait to play that on Twin Suns so bad.
Yeah, we're already talking to our animator about some crazy Jar Jar animations when he randomly runs around that board and smacks.
Oh, the art is so perfect. It's so perfect.
Yeah, I love it.
It's so nuts.
And I love how they made Jar Jar being one of the most controversial characters of the prequel. I like how the designers are like, let's just lean into it. Let's make him one of the most controversial cards in the new set.
He's such a fun one. He's such a fun. I'm so excited to see how that's going to play out. I mean, I feel like there's going to be a world where like DeLorean is going to play that in his competitive deck because that's just DeLorean does those things.
He does.
And then he's going to win showdowns with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really excited for a lot of things in set 3. If you see this deck, that will be definitely top deck on SWDB. Shout out Parker. The next top deck for SudiB, I promise you, is going to be called Gasmadala, and that is my deck. It is.
That's my deck. It's going to be top-rated deck.
It is Padme Amidala, and that is a double
Justin's
green.
going to be doing a giveaway if you like and comment on his deck list on Sudi.
It is double. Look, man, if you join Bantha Network, it is in there. KTOD, all those guys. His deck is ready for set 3. This is going to win.
All the big players are talking about
and
it.
Gasmadala is Padme double
Gasmadala.
green with ECL, guys. I've been testing this against AI. That's all I can do. And it is good, man. It is. I'm beating AI like nobody. I'm kicking it.
God.
No, on the real, though, the deck is really fun, and I really like it. Someone says more Neil on stream, please. Yeah, we hope so, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually genuinely think Neil's going to potentially make it all the way to the end. Now, you got to think, top 4 players in this tournament out of 128 tournament,
Holy
7
cow.
rounds means that everyone that is in this top 8, top 4 is gas.
Yeah,
they're good
really
at
good
this
players.
game.
I mean, there was great players that were getting knocked out by the top 8 cut.
Which
but
means
now,
that this is...
It's the best of the best. I mean, we have people coming in from all over, right? Driving up from Houston.
Yeah, we had someone that came in that
Portland?
flew in from Portland.
Yeah, I mean, it's just awesome to see Oklahoma, Houston. We've talked to, of course, Fort Worth, which is an hour away from Common Grounds, Common Ground games. I mean, it's just awesome seeing all the competition flood into Dallas for the Star Wars event. So this is the cream of the crop when it comes to competitive play right now.
Absolutely.
The 4 best players in the region.
Yep. And someone actually just commented, did Hunter's Palp Green make top 8? No, it did not. So when we found out Hunter at the very last second, Hunter actually had 2 losses on himself. And the opponent that he was going against was a match up. So he does not have that. He actually played knockout. So he...
Yeah, he was kind of playing the spoiler in this one. He kind of spoiled
and Neil's from Indianapolis.
Anil is from Indianapolis. Oh my gosh, we didn't even know that.
I didn't even know that. I was expecting to go get a beer with this guy at some time. I thought I didn't want to learn how to play the game better.
Yeah. Now you're just gonna have to talk to him on Discord.
Yep.
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we're just every person we talk to is coming from a new location to come compete in this. So this probably, if he's from Indianapolis, that means that he's willing to travel for these PQs, which means that this might not be the last time you see him at the top tables of a PQ.
Someone says, I drove all the way from Irving to make this PQ. Oh my gosh. Dallas traffic is crazy. No, that's L's in the chat. L's in the chat for Danny over there. L's in the chat for you.
Danny boy driving in from Irving.
You could have just carpooled, brother. You could have just carpooled.
Yeah, just text us, brother. We'll take you.
Okay, so what does it mean when he knocked himself out? So this is what happened. Hunter did not knock himself out. He had 2 losses. 2 losses do not get into the top cut. He got paired up into someone had 1 loss, which if they win that game, they make top cut. And Hunter was playing the door closed. He played, no, you don't, Gur.
Yeah. So Hunter actually was kind of out of the picture of the top 8, but he played his heart out. And he won that last game, which spoiled his opponent's
He played
day.
spoiler. He played spoiler, and the boss green did not make the top 8 cut because of what Hunter was able to do with the palpable green. Yeah. I was actually really surprised if palpable green was going to make it in top 8 cut. Like we had talked about earlier, the deck is great. It's nothing against the deck, but there's so many answers to those decks. There are so many answers to those decks, and right now in this meta, that you have a hyper aggro, hyper control, and that just really makes the palpable green really difficult. Just have a difficult time to play with.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these decks, these decks have strong identity, right? You know, when that deck sits down on the table, you really know what it's going to try to do. And in fact, some of the biggest pain points that I've seen as a caster, as a viewer watching some of these players play, is a lot of these players. Maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the excitement, whatever it is. Some of them will actually maybe shift from their game plan a little bit, and sometimes that doesn't work out in their favor, because sometimes you just got to stick to your guns, stick to what your deck does best, and just keep going for it.
Gas it out. Hey guys, we're gonna cut to a quick commercial break here because we're getting ready for the top 4. Please tell your friends, ping every Discord that you have, ping Reddit, guys. Tell everyone about the highest quality Star Wars Unlimited stream that has been up to date and how fun we are having watching the best players in the region play for this World's Championship spot. Thousands of dollars on the line, boxes on the line. We want to watch it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we'll be right back.
This is the semifinals coming up, and we are going to be back very
Tell everyone, ping this link everywhere. We want people to watch how good this is.
We know that the pairings are already set up, so we're going to go grab those deck lists, and we will see you back here momentarily.
a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Dustmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with the new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The death.
We are back.
Hey guys, we are back. So sorry about that. We ended up getting a, this is Anil and Ray. Ray is playing the Han Blue and Anil is playing the Boba Green. So sorry for being so late to that. We ended up having a little technical difficulty that didn't get that information to us. So Ray is going to be on the bottom side there. Yep. Ray is playing, again, that set 2 Han Blue, and Anil, as we know, is playing that big old Boba Green, that 30 health base.
Yeah, Anil's a fan favorite at this point. He's been on the stream. This is his 3rd game on the stream. The fans... they're expecting another Anil victory, I think.
Yeah, and he is. This is game 1, so we're not going to be too far off of what's going on here, but we do apologize heavily that we did not get this game 1 play here.
Yep. Okay, so let's just jump in here. It is deep in the middle of
deep
we're right in the
game
middle
1.
Of it. Smack down in the middle. 22 health on Ray's base. So that's the young Han. And then we've got 12 damage on Anil's base. So
Ray is having a tough time right here. Anil's been putting the pressure and the gas on. And we're so sorry, guys. We apologize heavily that we're missing the front end of this game.
Yeah. But the truth is, we know Anil's deck. We know that Anil's deck is super top heavy. And the fact that Anil is already sitting at 27 damage in game 1 without even having to play some of his big units is insane. He's only got a Maul in the discard. We don't know if that was actually played to the table or if that was discarded from a card that Ray played, or what that actually was.
So Redemption is going to come out, though. It's going to heal 8 off the base.
That's good. He needs it.
So, Ray has 2 units available, but, Anil has full resources up, which could be an overwhelming barrage. He does have that in his hand. It could be a play on top of the Fet's Fire Spray. It would actually clear a large majority of this board right now.
Yeah, this is very, very tough for Ray to be in this position.
Now, Ray's a local player here. He's a great player. That overwhelming barrage is going to come down. He's going to end up clearing all 3, it looks like. So 5 on the Fet's Fire Spray. It's going to be 2 more. So it's going to be 3 on the Sabine, 3 on the... And he's going to have the damage. He's going to have the full swing here.
Yeah,
Ray's going to have to take the initiative, and then he's going to drop Cartel Spacer right on top of it.
We'll see what else that Ray has in his hand, but if he doesn't have some more heals, this is looking very, very dangerous on this turn.
Yeah, he's within very high lethal range.
I see a Luke sitting there. I see a Luke sitting in his hand. That could take off 1 unit, but it can't take off a unit unless he defeats a unit.
Yep. So I was going to say, Ray is a local player here. He's a great player, guys. He's an absolute fantastic player. I don't know the depth and accolades that Ray has behind him, but as a TCG player, he's great. I've played against him a lot. He loves this type of matchup. He's very big. I do see a Chewbacca in the resource range, which can come out, and it's going to have that on-hit ability. But I think right now you got to stop that Fet's Fire Spray somehow. You got to get health on the base and stop
how much damage is on board there for Anil?
Ray's hand is looking really crazy, but I don't know if it's an answer here. There's Crate Dragon, Luke Skywalker.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a crazy hand, but it's not. You have to put something down in the space here. A Redemption, again, would do it, but...
He's only at 8 resources, so he can play the Luke.
Looking at Ray's board here, though... seeing how many redemptions he has, and so main board right now he has 3 redemptions on his deck. So there's 1 in resource, and he used 1 already. So there's a chance.
Yeah, and honestly, if he's able to get that Crate Dragon down, there's not...
So Crate Dragon's... And I'm going to play in the Crate.
Awesome.
And he's going to use Han ability, I believe, to put 2 damage onto the Crate Dragon.
When we were watching Anil's games earlier, we were asking ourselves, what could possibly be done to stop Anil from winning that game? And actually, the Crate Dragon was exactly what we talked about.
So Ray's going to scoop here in game 1. That's going to go to Anil in game 1. I'm so sorry, guys, that we were coming in so late on this game. But Anil's going to take that game 1, and we're hoping for a really great series here.
Yeah.
Han Blue has a really great matchup into this game. It is not an easy game for the Boba Green here because the top end is so heavily swayed in Ray's favor.
Yeah, and
we know the top end in Anil's deck is looking like and Anil's deck, we specifically have the Reinforcement Walker, the Vader, and the Maul. But the big top end in Ray's deck is you're talking Crate Dragon, Redemption, Luke Skywalker, Chewbacca, Mace Windu. There's so much top end in this deck. And the one thing that I know about Boba, going against Boba, playing Boba, the biggest thing here is if Boba doesn't have cards, Boba doesn't win the game. So Ray's looking to pillage correctly here, looking to really take out those cards out of Anil's hand because that's what's going to end up making Anil not win this game. Yes, guys, we are in the top four. This is top 4. There's only 4 more decks remaining.
Yeah, 4 players, 4 decks, all vying. They all have a chance at some big prizes, honestly, but of course all of them want that World Championship qualifier spot.
Absolutely, and Anil's been on a hot streak here.
He's one of the
biggest players so far in the stream today, and I think we have to build a story around him because he's an unreal player.
Yeah,
I've never seen someone be able to pilot this deck so well, and even in a matchup that's actually not so favorable to him, and this Han Blue, I think so. He's already taken game 1 and put so much pressure onto this Han Blue early, and that just shows how much Anil knows his deck, and I think Ray has to take that into consideration. Are you going to let him put that pressure on and hope that your end game is to just restore damage off base?
Yeah.
If you see, Ray is looking to sideboard still.
Yeah, both of them are digging through their sideboard here. Neither of them, I guess, comfortable with exactly what they were doing in the first game. Both players think they can make some optimizations here. But again, Anil is absolutely looking unstoppable so far in this tournament. We know how good of a player he is. He's been playing TCG since the 90s. He was world #1 in Legend of the Five Rings. This guy is a competitor, and I don't think it's going to be any different here today. We'll see if Ray can pull something out of that sideboard that might make a difference in this next round.
Yeah.
But that last game, at least for us and the viewer's perspective, was too fast.
So we're getting from Ryan here, Rebel Resource. If you guys love Star Wars Unlimited content, check out his channel. He did say that Green Boba took down another PQ today. This deck is unreal, and I think if you guys are liking the Green Boba, please watch Anil's play here. He plays this deck masterfully, and we've seen it all day. Not to continue to glaze him, but Ray is also just a phenomenal player, so I don't think Ray's going to take this lightly. I think if we're looking at Ray's list here, what do you want to sideboard in? Because in his sideboard, we have Concord, Dawn Interceptors, we have Top Target for the heal, we have Make an Opening, Pillage, and Confiscate. So it's not about units in that sideboard. It is strictly about removing upgrades, about heal.
Yep. He does have the Crate Dragons. We just saw it come out in that last game, but it was too late, sadly. I wonder if there's a world in which he can get the Crate Dragon earlier and stop some of the big hitters from coming out on the board. The truth is, from a playstyle perspective, does Ray try to speed things up?
Yeah, and someone actually just commented that we got this from Anil earlier today. That the Han set 2 is exactly what he's been practicing. He knows this matchup very well because he knows the deck so well. He was planning to play it for this PQ, but he said Han, because the issue with the Sabine matchup for the Han Blue, he felt like it wasn't strong enough to go into a tournament that he knew he was going to play Sabine. So he ended up switching to this Boba Green. He does know this matchup extremely well. Real quick, guys, before we go into game 2, this is the top 4 of the Planetary Qualifiers in Dallas, Texas, live. We're at 185 viewers total out of the 2 streams, guys. Tell your friends. Ping every Discord channel. Ping every Reddit channel. Ping Facebook. Get people in the stream. This is this is the best SWU competitive play to date.
Yeah.
This is the first full competitive play to date. We've had full judge calls. We've had full play today. So it is important that you guys come check this out. This is semifinals.
Semifinals.
This is top 4.
Anil is up 1-0 right now. They're going into game 2.
Top 4.
Yeah, this is absolutely the best of the best playing right now. I mean, if you...
So they resourced 2 and just Ray passed and Anil took initiative. So Anil's just going to go ahead and say, I'm going to resupply there.
Wow, that is really interesting. No turn 1 plays?
No turn 1 plays. Especially with Ray being able to cheat things out. I think Anil says, hey, you know what? I'm going to beat you in the mid-range game, and I gotta keep doing this.
I mean, we know that helps Anil, right? We all know that being able to no units on board and he just gets to put a resupply down with no units swinging at him. Oh, that's happy days.
Yeah, I think it also sits with Ray. We talked about Ray's top end is so heavy, so Anil not putting the gas on early can actually be disadvantageous for Anil. Now, Ray throwing down the K2SO for a cheat with the Han ability putting 2 damage onto him means that, we could definitely see as soon as that Boba Fett flips, that K2SO is going right into it.
Yeah, I love that idea of putting the damage on K2SO to bring him out. You do not care if K2SO dies. In fact, you're going to want K2SO to die.
So Boba Fett's going to come out here.
Let's see if he swings into him.
Now, we know Anil's premier play here is going to obviously be the Boba Fett armor, the double armor, the double Mandalorian armor here.
Is he discarding?
He's making him discard. And I think that's the right play here. I think if you are Rey, you need to make sure that Boba does not have answers in the hand.
Yeah.
Bazine coming out is just a counter play here. He's going to say, hey, what is in your hand right here? Take down, confiscate, crate dragon, crate dragon, redemption. If I'm Anil here, I'm actually really happy with his hand. I'm really happy that this happened.
He's not going to be playing. He's not going to be playing until a few resources from now.
Someone says, just ask the police to blue alert the whole state to watch the stream. Thanks, guys. We are so excited about that. We're excited to have.
Yes.
Common Ground Games is going to get a lot of attention here.
So that's why my phone was buzzing.
Yeah. Appreciate that, guys. We really want, and we just jumped to 225 out of nowhere. Oh, wait, whoever just did that is crazy.
Yeah, he really did. He really did send out the call. 911, 911. What's the emergency?
Bro, I need the
Bucketheads are streaming right now.
The Force needs to help me here. All right, looks like Anil's making a play. He has no resources available except one, but I think he's gonna just have to swing the 4 into base, bring the 2 up.
Yeah, and the Bazine play, it's something we've seen time and time again from Anil. He loves knowing what is going on in his opponent's hand. He uses all of that information against them.
So Anil knowing that there's nothing in hand, what happened is that Tech came out of the resource pile. Actually, no, Tech came out because of the draw from the Bazine. The Bazine discarded a thing, and then he drew something. So Tech is going to come out. Now, it's up to Anil here to basically say, hey, am I going to control this tech that may give Ray some options and answers here, or am I going to keep hitting base? Because at the end of the day, Ray with 2 crate dragons in the resource, or 2 crate dragons in the hand is something that you can't not mess with that. You know what I mean? If it gets to that resource range, it's going to be very difficult to deal with.
I mean, if you're Ray, are you thinking that you can actually hold on to both crate dragons, be able to hit the turn where you can play 1 crate dragon, hit the next turn and play another crate dragon? It seems like such a long way away.
Geo saying, someone said, comment, hey man, we're not disclosing who you are, all right, Geo. The New Jersey PQ finals just finished recently, so we're going to get all those viewers. Yeah. So Fett's Fire Spray is going to come out. All 6 resources are tapped on Anil's side, and all that is tech. Now, like I just asked, is he going to answer the tech yet? And I think what he's doing is waiting for Ray to say, hey, what are you going to do? Because I think if you're Anil, you got to put the gas to the pedal. You know what's coming out of that deck. Ray's checking it, and he's like, man, I wish he swung that tech. He's making bluffs. Remember, we talked about this today. A high-level competitive play. I think the next step of just knowing your deck and your lines and knowing your opponent's deck is this is like chess. Are you willing to make a bluff that makes your opponent think you're going to do something different?
The truth is here, like Anil is a resource up on Ray. He is absolutely hitting. He's more into 7 drops. Anil's
going to go ahead and
are
kill
7
the
drops.
tech off that Boba.
And the fact that Ray has 9 drops in hand and 8 drops in hand means that Anil is actually going to be playing his big units 2 turns ahead of Ray.
100%.
That's a lot of time for Anil.
Anil is at 6 damage on the Boba Fett. He's going to swing 5 into base off the Fett's Fire Spray. He ended up going for the control on the tech.
And we are getting
Ray is full resource.
Yeah, Boba Green did win the other PQ today. That's
PQ.
That's what we're hearing. So
I am going to root against Anil now.
Yeah. Let's turn our attention to another leader.
I'm just kidding, guys. This deck is unreal, and he is an unreal player. Tyler number 9. Guys, you know exactly who Anil is. He's a G, dude. He's unreal at this game.
He's made a name for himself across multiple games at this time. And
He's
here he is in Star
good.
Wars Unlimited, making a name for himself.
So as you guys can see, by the way, it is Boba Green versus Han Blue, and the other top 4 matchup is Sabine ECL versus Sabine ECL.
Wow.
This is the exact matchup we had earlier on stream, which is Justin Lawton.
On stream.
So that we know that matchup is really crazy. This matchup, so the Poe comes down.
That's a Poe. All right, and just to give everybody the context here, so the other matchup is Sabine versus Sabine, and we did see that exact matchup between those exact same players earlier today on stream. In that scenario, Justin, was able to pull that one out over Lawton. We'll see if the same result happens. Who knows? Lawton might have a new strategy going against him.
Tommy, Anil's tower number 9? No, it's not.
No. Anil
tower number 9 just knows Anil. That's
Anil is in the middle of a game right now. He is hopefully not in our chat.
So he's not in our chat commenting.
Dear God, Anil, get out of our chat and focus on the game.
Yep. So we have Anil with a Fet's Fire Spray ready and a Poe Dameron ready on Ray's side. There's full ready resources, and Anil does have initiative here. What do we think we're going to do with that Poe? Now, we've seen a crazy waylay happen earlier. That's going to be, it looks like a resource, a smuggle coming out, and it's going to be Bazine again.
He wants to see his hand again. I mean, things have changed, but he's still got the redemption in the crate.
I think what he's going to do is going to get rid of any removal option on that Fet's Fire Spray. It's actually just going to remove the thing that's going to make it hard.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see any heals come through. And actually, now we know that Ray did resource a Crate Dragon.
Yep, and so the thing is that we have to understand that Poe is going to swing into base, and he can do the discard 2 damage against the Fet's Fire Spray, which does put it in lethal range of the takedown. So I think Anil's got to play that, trying to go 5 into damage. Legend of the 5 Rings. Anil is
he was world
huge
number 1
player,
world number one,
which is showing in his experience today. He's kicking Grikagra cheeks today.
Yeah. This is. I mean, this is actually a much slower game than we saw previously. Only sitting at 9 damage on Ray's base, 0 damage on Anil's base. I don't know, because we have that Crate Dragon coming out, I really don't know who the late game favors. If Ray had both Crate Dragons still in hand and he had the Redemption, now reminder, he only has 1 Crate Dragon left. A Redemption got removed and a Crate Dragon got resourced.
Yeah, but I think that the Crate Dragon, having 2 Crate Dragons in hand is just basically say, hey, I win this game and I'm going to win it harder. I don't know if it's something that's actually really what you want in hand. I think you want more options like the Luke, and that's really important. Now, the Redemption leaving is hard.
Very hard.
Very hard. And if Anil can keep this Fet's Fire Spray on board, it doesn't matter if you play Crate Dragon because it's going to keep pinging 5 to base.
So who do you think the late game favors here?
I mean, Ray obviously has the late game cards, and he plays the Yoda because he knows he needs the
restore.
He needs the restore. So Anil's just going to go to resupply here.
Okay.
So Ray's going to play Cassian.
Not scared.
Yeah. Anil says, hey, man, I'm going to match, and I'm going to go 2 resources ahead of you in this late game curve here, which means that, man, you're looking at like, with the amount of resources he has on board here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Resourcing.
I believe that's 9 on board.
So he's going to Bosk and go ahead and kill the Yoda. So Ray's going to let him draw a card. I'm just kidding. No, Ray's going to draw a card. No restore. And Anil's going to play that Bosk. I love Bosk. And I'm. It's crazy to me that people are not seeing Bosk in this meta as much more in the set 2 iteration. Forlom and Zuckuss are controlling that heavy. But Bosk with the 2 ping on the event play is just unrelenting, especially in a deck that you're trying to play counter control. It's going to be an issue here. Fell the Dragon from Ray is going to take care of that Fet's Fire Spray, and that's exactly what we were talking about. If Ray has the answer to the Fet's Fire Spray, it will get more difficult for Anil to start applying more pressure.
He does have to put the Fell the Dragon down at some point to get some removal, but the truth is, if I'm Ray, I'm really wanting to hold on to that until a Maul or a Vader hits the board.
No, I actually disagree with you there, Britton, because look at Ray's ground units played properly in the ground arena. It is all these ground units, and the only thing that Ray has an answer to in the space is a Concord Dawn Interceptor or a Redemption. So you can't answer anything in the space unless it's a removal spell. Yep. And that means that with Poe on the board, if he plays a Maul or something of sort, he's going to have a ground unit to be able to try to answer that.
But he does have a takedown in hand. And a takedown would have taken down the Fet's Fire Spray as well.
No, the takedown wouldn't. It would need 1 more damage on the
It's a 6.
It's a 6.
Health.
So takedown's going to remove a 5 or less toughness unit. So he's going to Bazine again, and man, that has been quite literally. The discard deck is getting discarded and handled right now, and Anil is playing Bazine unreal. So he's going to just go ahead and swing into the Bosk. No discard out of hand. He's going to take the hand as it is and just kill the Bosk. And I think that's the right play out of Ray. He has to control and just get to his top end here.
And Ray is filling up his hand a little bit.
Both guys, if you're just joining in, this is top 4 of the Dallas PQ Planetary Qualifier.
This is top 4.
We are going against undefeated Anil and Ray, who is playing Han Set 2 blue, and Anil is playing Boba Green 30 health base. Anil's going to drop a Devastator, which is something we have not seen at all today. So that's why he was ramping, and he was getting rid of that Poe. So now the question is, does Ray have an answer? He just used the Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, dude, this is why you need to have Fell the Dragon for the big units that are coming down. The Fett's Fire Spray it's not his top end. I am so scared if I'm playing into a Maul, a Devastator, a Vader.
And Devastator is in the sideboard of Anil, so this is a sideboard option here. This is crazy. And you guys got to think, in this competitive level of play, they're both seeing each other's sideboard. They're seeing each other's deck full. There's no surprises here. So Ray has to know that the Devastator is going to come and do something to you. It's a spooky boogeyman.
There's a Crate Dragon.
Crate Dragon's
great
come
that he
out.
got the Devastator out before the Crate Dragon hit the table. That is huge for Anil.
That is huge because that's a 10 swinging unit right now. There is 14 damage on Ray's base.
He might not even need to play another card.
Yeah, but I mean, hey guys, we gotta think about that. Can someone appreciate the Hyperspace Foil Devastator? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Anil's doing his thing. All right. We're more appreciative of the play, okay? Not the cards.
We might have to be trading Anil at the end of this game.
No, absolutely. The card's pretty. Yeah, someone says, I'm in awe of this man's play all day. Absolutely, man.
Yeah,
Anil is a monster at this game. He's a monster at TCG, and he's just been playing unreal. If you guys get the chance to rewatch games today, you should check it out because 10 damage just went to Ray's base.
24 damage now. He's one swing away. He literally doesn't even need to play a card. All he needs to do is have that Devastator on the board when he goes into next round and claims initiative.
And Ray has to have an answer for this Devastator. He can't just say Crate Dragon 10 base and say, I'm going to take this out.
No,
and this is...
He needs another Fell the Dragon. That's what he needs right now.
He needs another Fell the Dragon. He's going to do 10 to base. I think he's just going to wait to see what Anil says. The crazy thing is Anil could go...
Does Anil even play something?
The funny thing is Anil could go, I'm going to play... I'm going to play Overwhelming Barrage, and I'll take whatever damage you want, and I will clear your entire board plus.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be a nice play. That'd be well worth the damage that you take on the base. But right now, Anil is sitting at 19 damage on base. Let's see. They might be...
If you guys don't know, by the way, a really great counter to Crate Dragon is playing a space unit or something in the space, because Crate Dragon only says that you can take the damage to a ground unit or the base.
It is now 21 to 24. So, we've mentioned it multiple times now. Anil playing cards is scary for him because that Crate Dragon is on the board, and every card Anil plays, he will be taking damage equal to its cost.
Yep.
The Overwhelming Barrage is a great answer, but the truth is if he plays an Overwhelming Barrage, that's going to put him at 26 health. Ray just takes initiative, and he can swing with K2.
Carabass takedown. So he's going to Carabass. I'm going to see what he's Carabassing here. That is going to work, actually.
Yeah.
And
I think that's
Ray's
scoop. Is that Ray's dub?
I think that might be Ray's game.
Because he puts damage on... He puts damage on the Devastator, and then he takes down the Devastator, and then he has the units on board to swing lethal.
I can't get a complete tell here. I think it is Ray's game, and I think we're going to a Silver Scrapes here. It looks, but I mean, it looks like Anil is taking out sideboards, and he's showing the sideboard.
I think
Ray doesn't really have the option there, because Carabass isn't enough damage, I think, to kill the Devastator. It's 10 damage. There's only 3 damage on the K2SO. Carabass is only going to do 1 more damage than that. It's not enough damage. That is actually Anil's game.
Okay, there was not enough damage to get the
math is not going to math there. That is Anil's game. Anil's going to take this 2-0 and move to the finals.
There it
with the
is.
Boba Green.
Yeah.
Ray is not going to be able to take that. Ray played amazingly, but that Anil deck and the way that he pilots that deck is just really, really difficult to deal with. It's just really hard.
Yeah, Anil coming in. And Anil is going to be our first finalist of the Dallas PQ.
Yep.
He is in the thick of it.
He's undefeated.
Yeah,
he actually has not lost a single match today.
And he's the only person who has not lost a single match today.
And we know for a fact that the finals is going to be this Boba Green versus Sabine, which we know that the next finals, or the last PQ finals was actually the exact same setup. So
that is crazy.
So anyone has Anil's list? No, not yet. Oh, we do, but
we have his list.
It'll be posted sometime, not from us.
We have his list, and his opponents are able to view his list before the game. We are not sharing lists, of course, until after everything is said and done and the results are posted. Then deck lists for the top players might come out.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. That was a crazy game. I'm so sorry that we missed game 1. I know that was a really quick series for y'all. Game 1 was, let me just recap that for y'all.
Yeah.
Neil won. Okay, there we go.
Neil
won. And it just is it's really awesome. And I mean, he's been playing phenomenal, and I can't wait to get an interview. He is locked in, so we won't probably get an interview to him and until the finals at this point.
Yeah,
he did request not to have an interview going into the finals, but he did get an amazing interview earlier. So if you guys need to go back, scrub back a little bit, check out that interview because he talks so So good. So there is 2 Sabine players in the other top 4. We're actually going to go to commercial break here real quick. We're going to play our our commercial for our show, Open Fire. But we're going to go real quick so we can check up on the announcements of what the top 4 is. And we'll get right back to the stream table immediately.
That Sabine game is probably over by now, so both players are probably done.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened.
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmorn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmorn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh, it's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet. We promptly need to fix that. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm going to get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm going to get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm going to assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? From around the way, I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't gonna get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my games, I also got 3 extra packs of Stellar Crown. I really had a ball, and the event staff did an amazing job as always. Make sure to be on the lookout for any pre-release events coming up and get everything Pokemon Stellar Crown at Common Ground Games.
I got everything we'll need. I got some cheddar, some Gouda. I even got that, the cheese with the berries in it that all the fancy places have.
Why do you have so much cheese?
You said we're doing charcuterie boards here at the store. I got all the cheese for them.
Yeah, we're selling charcuterie the board game.
We might have a little problem.
What am I supposed to do with all this cheese? Got any crackers?
Welcome, young trainer. Please select your starting Pokemon.
Good afternoon, Magic players. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm so happy to see so many people coming out for our Friday evening Duskmorn pre-release. A lot of you have some really fun stuff going on with your little costumes and everything, and it looks great.
Just a heads up, I'm looking out for you.
Thank you.
It's been fun. Duskmorn's been really good. It's cool. The horror theme is fun for people that are into horror movies. The set has a lot to explore. It's kind of a nice contrast from Bloomborough, where that was kind of very fast and tribal focused, whereas Duskmorn, it's a little bit more grindy. You can splash some colors, so it's been fun so far. I come to pretty much every pre-release because it's honestly my favorite type of event. I really like doing the sealed kind of games because I live right down the street. It's really convenient, and honestly, even if I didn't, I'd probably drive to come here because it's the best game store, in my opinion.
Many of you have seen some of the stuff, some of you may not know, but one of our brightest spots unfortunately is no longer with us. Mr. Jared Keys, some of their friends set up a GoFundMe to help White Peyton with funeral costs and living costs after an event like this. It's quite a lot. One of the things we are doing, and we would love for y'all to help donate to this, is for everybody who donates tonight, up to $2,000, Common Ground Games will match that donation. Every donation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are now in the finals.
Woo! It is the finals, baby. I'm so excited.
The finals of the Dallas PQ qualifier. This is crazy. We're live here at Common Ground Games.
And they are playing right behind us, just Just behind this curtain, they are playing the finals. They are about to kick it off. Right now,
they're doing the 3-minute reviews?
3-minute review period where both players get to review the deck list of their opponent. The judges are doing deck checks to make sure that the decks match the deck lists.
Yep, 100%.
And
no funny business.
Everything is getting situated there. So in about 3 minutes, they're going to be starting that game.
And we'll kick it right into the juice.
I mean, we are hyped. There's so much on the line here for these boys.
Everyone, I have to give you a call to action real quick. Please listen to what I'm saying here. This is the finals of the first ever season of competitive play in this game that you all love. Ping everyone. Tell everyone about this. Get everyone into the stream right now. Not for us, for all of us.
Yeah.
This is a crazy game, and we have Anil, who is undefeated on the day with Bubble Green, 30 HP health.
This guy is a legend of trading card games.
He is a monster.
Yeah.
And then we have Lawton, who has come up as an underdog. Absolute gassed.
Yeah.
He's an underdog of the game right now because he lost on stream today earlier to a mirror matchup. Sabine came back and won the same exact mirror matchup with the exact player in the top 4. Woo. And now is in the finals looking like he is going to make it. So
yeah. And Lawton, a little bit of his accolades. This guy is a very, very competitive DFW player. He was second place at the 1K showdown during set 1. He is now fighting here for a chance at the World Championship qualifier. He is a really, really good player. His Sabine is pristine, to say the least.
He's an aggro player with a lot of tempo playment, so he is good at the game. And I got to tell y'all guys, it's going to be worth checking in this. So ping everyone, man. I truthfully say that. Ping everyone. Ping every Discord if you can. Ping every Reddit if you can. Doesn't matter if it's spammy or not. I think people need to really watch this matchup because this is the next step in the competitive play. This is the only time that we're going to be able to see this. So enough about that. Ping it for us. We really appreciate it. If you're new here, my name is Justin. I am also known as Big Red.
Yeah, and I am Britton, a.k.a. Big Blue, and we are the Bucketheads.
The Bucketheads, baby.
Yeah.
We have a show here on YouTube. If you're watching our stream here on YouTube, it's a high-quality production Star Wars Unlimited show.
Mm-hmm.
And if you guys like that stuff, we're here for it.
Yeah.
And we have a giveaway on our newest episode. So if you guys want some free Spark of the Rebellion packs, free Star Wars Unlimited t-shirt, Bucketheads t-shirt, or some things like that. And we have the deck list and everything ready for the PQ here. So we have Anil and Lawton coming into the game. We're going to actually just cut straight over to our leader animations. We have Lawton playing on the Sabine.
Let's go,
so
baby.
Sabine is coming in today with a crazy matchup here. I think, Anil's feeling really confident against this, and I think Lawton is an underdog here.
This is a classic Sabine Green ECL. You got the Darksabers, you got the Wreckers, you got the Podamerons, you got the K2SOs.
Yes, it's a game of speed, need for speed, gas
to
the pedal,
baby. Fast and furious.
Sabine is trying to get to the end base
it's
here.
All about family.
The next we have Anil playing Boba Fett Green. Now this is not an ECL Boba Fett, guys.
No.
This is this new meta of Boba Fett that is a top end Boba Fett. It's 30 health base. He's sitting with the top end nice heavy units like Reinforcement Walker, Maul, Darth Vader, a lot of them, and he's saying, hey, I can put the gas to the pedal, or I can play control against you, and I'm gonna live because of that 30 health base.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, let's go right
in, baby.
into
Here we go.
the
It's
game.
the finals of the Dallas Planetary Qualifier. This decides so much on the line. Let's talk about the prizes that these guys are gonna win.
Real amount of prizes. As you guys can see, we are already into the game.
And look,
2
there on the left
resources
side.
in. First play in. Sabine is going to drop the Sabine unit on the left side there. You guys see that Planetary Qualifier Championship mat. That is one of the prizes that they're playing for.
One of many that these guys are playing for today. Both of these guys are going to go home with some banger prizes, but the first place is going to go home with $500, 2 boxes of Shadows of the Galaxy, 2 boxes of Spark of Rebellion, and of course, the Champion playmat and all the promos that come with it.
Absolutely, guys. Second place is no joke either. If you win second place, there's a bunch of stuff.
$250 in cash value.
And more boxes. And it's going to be an amazing game.
Big thanks to Common Ground Games for putting up that prize support for this event.
So we got Sabine and a red 3, and I think we are happy. Anil is happy with a resupply here. He says, I know in his interview, he says he's okay, absolutely okay, taking a resupply into this aggro matchup because he knows that the Boba leader is broken. He knows the Boba leader is broken, and he knows he can do a bunch with stuff. I want to say thank you so much to FFG for being here today. We have Corey in the house, which is the play specialist, the community play specialist. He's
Organized
actually
play, yeah.
in the room with them, watching that champion mat, saying, who's going to win this? There's only so many PQ winners, and these guys get to say, hey, I'm a PQ winner in Season 0.
Yeah, there's only going to be about, I think it's 20 or 22
in a month
PQ winners across this across America. Of course, a few more in Europe and one in Australia. But these guys are at the top of the table when it comes to this competitive ecosystem in Star Wars Unlimited. You're looking at the best. Yeah.
I want to call on chat here, guys. We have Anil and we have Lawton. I want to see who we think is gonna be a winner here. So Lawton's gonna go ahead and bring out Sabine leader, and Boba Fett's gonna Anil's gonna just McClunky the Boba Fett and take out the red 3, which I think 100% makes sense here. Low cost here, and he's gonna bring out Boba Fett leader. I gotta imagine here.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to slow him down a little bit. Oh, there's a Darksaber coming out on Sabine Wren. That's a really, really, really nice Sabine play from Lawton.
So I want to get a call to action here on the chat here. If you guys think Anil's going to take this series and be the champion of the PQ here in Dallas, hit a A for Anil. If you guys think Lawton's going to do it, hit some L's in the chat. If you think Lawton if Sabine's going to take this matchup.
What's it going to be?
I just want to see where this people think here. Darksaber on Sabine is going to be really hard for Anil to deal with. And I think he's just going to immediately take out that Sabine play here. He's going to have to.
Yeah. Yep. There he goes. 2 Sabines were on board at the
Anil's
time.
up 2 resources now, 4 resources up. He's going to play the Boba Fett.
Oh, dude,
again.
we're seeing doubles right here. Double Sabines. Now we're seeing double Bobas. Woo. I got to get my eyes checked.
Yep. And 100% why the 2 discards in pile. He had a Greedo, and he's going to do the discard on the Greedo, and that's why. So we have Oz saying that Sabine's going to take this one. We have 2 Boba Fetts, and we know Anil's notorious for the Boba Fett's armor. We think that could be a play, but Lawton is gassing on Anil. There's a lot of damage on his base right now. 13 damage to base right now. We got more people saying Sabine.
Ooh, there's a few for Sabine. I see an
and
A
we got
for
some people
Anil.
saying that that Anil's not going to take the game 1 against the Sabine. You would be surprised, man. Anil's saying that he is very confident in this matchup. Lawton is also feeling very confident in this matchup. As we can see in his hand, he has a Poe Dameron.
Yeah, and let's talk about the mindset of these players going into this event. We know that Anil is locked in here. He told us before going into the stream room this is exactly the environment he wants to play in.
20 on base right now, guys. 20 on base.
Scary.
20 on base at resource 5 with ECL not up. And Neil's feeling the pressure here. So Boba Fett's going to go for the Sabine here. It's going to do 6 to the Sabine because of the on-attack trigger.
Yeah, I blinked and it's over. Yeah, same here. A very quick 20 damage to base. That's Sabine's
We got a lot
better.
of Sabine lovers in this chat, guys.
Yeah, a lot of support for Lawton. I see a few A's in the chat for Anil. But a lot of support for this Sabine and Lawton. I think what people want to see, really, is they want to see Boba Green lose.
Yeah.
They want to see Boba Green lose.
So overwhelming
bad.
barrage on the Boba Fett, and Poe comes down. Overwhelming barrage is doing, we have 6 damage total to spread here, so he can just kill straight clean the Poe Dameron. I think that's the play.
Yep, that's a great takedown.
That was
It's not
a
gonna take
great
much to get
play
Sabine off
from
the board
Anil,
either.
and he's just going to end up clearing the.
Yep.
That's a clean trade, and you take those trades at this point.
It's exactly what you want. A fresh board going into high resource count is exactly what Anil wants to see.
110%. And Anil top decks into a sub. He has a Bazine, which has been doing so
Dude,
well
he
for him
loves
today.
he resources the Bazine.
But you have to, I think, at this point. I think what he's going to do here is he has Fett's Fire Spray, he has Maul, and he has Darth Vader.
Yeah, that is a big hand.
Owing to.
He's got his staples in his hand right now. There's no need for a Bazine. He knows what's going on the Sabine deck. All right, and we see Lawton putting his hand under the token. A little bit of etiquette while he checks his smuggle cards.
Now, we talked about this today, that it's a lot of bluff play here, and the Sabine aggro has to play the tempo bluff. Guys, get your friends into this chat.
I mean, at what resource count do you...
Boba Fett should not live with 1 HP because he had damage on, and Sabine is hitting with Darksaber 4 and 2. 7 attack of Sabine. But I believe Boba Fett already had a damage on.
I'm not entirely sure if Boba had a damage on before, but what I do know is that there are judges sitting
We have
in this
like
room
4 judges in that room at pass. So
there's
if
about
we
4
missed
judges
something,
in that
I
room.
promise you they probably did not.
Yeah, they are watching it very, very closely, making sure that nothing happens. And they've been doing a great job all day.
Okay, so K2SO comes out, and Darth Vader's going to come out here. He's going to do the wind plate effect first before the ambush.
There's the Darth Vader. I mean, he's sitting at 20 damage versus a 2 damage base. But now Anil is reaching the cards he needs to reach. Next turn is probably going to be a Maul.
So there's a 7 fleet defender. So that's what he's going to end up taking on the wind blade. Is he going to end up doing the ambush? I think he is. He's going to commit to the ambush, and Lawton's going to say 3 damage to base. Oh, I wish that the animations on our overlay were working. So he's going to end up taking the 3 damage to base, and that is putting Anil at 23 damage to base. And it's in range here. I mean, this is something that Anil's going to have to worry about. Can he skirt the damage and take it? So Anil's going to go up to 24. Lawton's going to go up to 3. Lawton is only at 3 damage on base.
Yeah, that's pretty low damage. It is 24 damage on Anil's base. He's getting really close to lethal range, especially if Sabine can get 1 unit on board. There's 4 causes. He could have 2 in his hand potentially. He might not even need a unit to win the game.
Absolutely.
You always have to keep that in mind when you're playing against these aggro hero decks.
We're going into the next resource range here. Going into the next round.
I think we see a Maul here, but I think he swings first because he wants to bring that Maul into another unit. That's the ambush plus the
This should be
overwhelm.
the next round here. I don't know. Yeah, Lawton is just resourcing here.
Yep. He's thinking through what he's going to do, and now they're getting ready for this next round.
We're seeing new people to the stream.
Welcome if you're new to the
guys.
stream.
This is the finals of the PQ qualifier for Dallas, Texas. It is Anil undefeated on the day on Boba Green, and Lawton with Sabine ECL, who's been an underdog this entire day. He has lost his mirror matchup, his only loss, and then won it again in the top 4. An absolute stellar bluff player for this game. No joke between these guys. Anil is on the back burner here with 24 damage on base.
Yeah. I'm really wondering if we can get a peek at Lawton's hand here just to see if there's anything lethal that doesn't even require a unit.
So he's tapping 3. He's going to put down the Sundari Peacekeeper. This makes sense. This is going to give you a little bit of pressure, and it's a 5-hitting unit, which is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and Vader's already swung, but he does have the Maul coming out. There should be an ambush and an overwhelm. Yep.
So he's going to go pre-tap the Boba Fett and just go ahead and give that ready up resource. He's going to put the 1 damage on the Maul and put the overwhelm of 2 onto Lawton's base. Now, Anil can very, very control. Anil is undefeated in total matches.
Yeah, he has not lost a series yet.
He's not lost a series. He has gone down a game.
Mm-hmm. We've seen him down a game. He actually has lost 2 games, I think.
2 series. He's gone down 2 games.
He's a
1
fighter,
game.
man.
But he has always clutched out the full. He's undefeated in full matches.
Yeah, the truth is, even if Anil went down 1 game here, he's clawed back. He's clawed back before, and he might just do it again. So but he's in a good position.
Lawton just does a Sabine ping here, which is going to put Anil at 25 damage on base. Does Anil have anything to do to restore her? Now, we do know that Anil has a Salacious Bukrum in deck, but he doesn't have it in the hand right now, as we can see. Seems to be a Cartel Spacer and a Fet's Fire Spray.
Anil is still 1... He is still 1 damage outside of the range of the 4 cause. So 4 cause is not a threat right now.
Yeah, but the 4 cause can come out and the Sabine ping the next turn, and Anil does not have lethal
2
on
actions,
him.
yeah.
I mean, he'll have lethal on next turn. Red 3 does come out. He's going to take initiative.
Okay, let's see what Anil can answer here, because this is where Lawton's trying to close it out.
The reinforcement walker from Anil is a perfect here.
Yeah, I think Anil immediately targets the red 3, tries to take it off the board. He doesn't want to see any swings to base at this point.
Yes, because if the 4 cause does come out, he just immediately drops reinforcement walker, and that is game. I believe he has lethal on base right now.
I think if 4 cause is in the hand, it might be over.
No,
because there's 11 damage still needed from. There's 11 damage still needed to base from.
No, I don't think so at all, because he has reinforcement walker in the hand, which means he can restore the 3 damage after the 4 cause. So if he trades into the red 3 right now, the game, it's very hard.
Let me pitch you on something else. He's lethal in ground, isn't he?
He is lethal in ground.
He's lethal in ground.
So that's why he trades here.
Yeah.
And if he drops 4 calls or anything that's going to do immediate burn damage to base, he just drops the reinforcement walker.
Dude, imagine. I mean, he has to watch out for that surprise strike or something crazy. Well, then that's not going to be a surprise strike in this one. But he's got to watch out for something tricky. He doesn't want to leave that unit up for anything to happen. But the truth is, I could have seen him swinging with Darth Vader, going to base, and then going to base again with Maul over 2 actions, and Lawton wouldn't have been able to do a 2-action victory.
Yep. Justin is saying something in the stream right here, which is he has to have a timely intervention wrecker right now to make this play.
Oh,
it straight wins the game. And Neil is playing that. He hands behind the head. He's feeling stressed here. He's feeling stressed here. You got to think the K2SO timely intervention is also something that can happen because Darth Vader has 4 damage on. So Cassian comes out.
Cassian, is that from the hand or is that from the resource pool?
That's
from the resource pool.
That's from the resource pool, so it's going to come in readied. And there's only 3 resources up, so that is enough for a 4 cause here. So I think if you're Anil, you gotta just hit the
cast
with the maul. You gotta do the maul here.
Yeah. Hit the cast, get a few damage on base. That is the right play, I think. Well, let's see. He's looking at his resources. He might consider playing a card here, actually. Wonder if he has an OB. There's the maul.
So he's gonna maul. He's gonna do 2 overwhelm into base, and this is gonna get Lawton basically one more turn out of this game. He cannot go lethal here off that Vader.
Yeah, so that is 5. Anil is sitting at 5 damage away from losing this game, and Lawton is sitting at 9 damage away from losing this game.
Yeah, the Boba board is disgusting, Albert. The Boba board is gross.
Yeah, it is crazy right now. And this is exactly what you expect to see when you get this late in the game against this Boba Green.
Yep.
I mean, Lawton, if he was able to pull something out at this late in the game, it would be a miracle for him.
Someone in chat says Maul, bro. Absolutely. Maul is maulin', brother. Red 3 comes out.
Another Red 3 play. I mean, we saw him try to do it a minute ago. It wasn't enough.
But, I mean, hey, this is a great play for Anil if he doesn't have the answer here. If he doesn't have the answer here, because that is going to do damage next turn.
Reinforcement locker. He loves the DL on Vader, and we see it for a third series in a row.
Have you ever seen a cyborg, dark, big, black, force-wielding guy hold a light? Oh, that's game. That's fire
game.
spray. And Neil taking game 1.
That is game for
Quick
Neil.
maths, man. Quick maths. This guy is unreal. What a monster. Woo! He is taking this aggro matchup so well, skirting. And Lawton is doing so much pressure onto his base. And and Neil is pulling so well today. So we have both of these deck lists here. What do you think Neil's going to sideboard into this deck to make sure that he can secure this game even more?
He has to go faster. He has to go faster. He can't be in a game where they're going this deep on resources. It just can't happen. Oh, man. What is he going to pull? Truthfully,
if you guys are just coming into this, Anil is 1 up in the finals of the Dallas PQ qualifier. Anil's playing Boba Green, 30 health base, not the Maz Kanata Castle. It's the Command Center. It's the best green base. And Sabine is running ECL. You know the game. It's Darksaber. It's big burn damage. We're just trying to hit base and do crazy things.
Yeah. And his sideboard, just so we can talk about it, Lawton's sideboard is a Metal Ceremony, 2 confiscates, 2 heroic sacrifices, 1 timely intervention, 2 fighters for freedom, and 2 Adelphi patrol wings.
Someone says in the chat, Vader with the blicky. Vader with the blicky. He getting sticky. Lawton with the wiki. Can we see the deck list? Absolutely not. Yeah, you guys absolutely can, but it will be after this game when it gets posted live. We do not have the access to be able to post the deck list live in the stream right now.
When the results of the PQ get published, the deck lists should be accessible to everybody. But for now, while these guys are playing the game, we are not sharing the deck list. The only people that know the deck list are the judges, us, and the players know each other's deck list.
Absolutely. But in the sideboard of Anil right now, we have another No Good to Be Dead, 2 Waylays, 3 Palpatines returns, 2 True Sides, and 2 Devastators. So we definitely know that Devastator and True Sides is not coming into this game, the sideboard, but I could totally see another No Good to Be Dead and the Waylays sliding right in because that is absolutely going to give a lot of tempo play to this cunning Boba deck.
Yeah, and truthfully, there's not a ton of sideboard options on the side of Lawton that really speed up his deck, but I do love the idea of bringing in a Heroic Sacrifice because Heroic Sacrifice is one of those cards where he could have swung with a 3 unit and gone lethal.
Absolutely.
He doesn't need a 4 cause if he's got a cheap unit and a Heroic Sacrifice when he's that close.
Anil is 1 up in this series against Lawton. This is the finals. If you guys want to see this live, this could potentially be the last game of the Dallas PQ qualifiers.
Dude.
If you want to see this live, share that stream link. Get your friends in here. Talk in the chat.
Oh my gosh, if you want to see this live, imagine how bad some other people want to see this live.
Share with your besties here because this is a crazy game, and watching a masterclass from these 2 players play the game is unreal. Anil is playing flawlessly this tournament, and Lawton has not someone they should be counting out. He's been playing the bluff game like crazy, and he is just redeeming every single thing that happened in that mirror matchup from the Sabine earlier. He's playing so good. So I even think this first game, Lawton, he could have done more stuff, but I feel like Lawton is just going to do stuff. William says he got permission from Anil to post his list. It's in the Discord. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. If you guys want to join our Discord, it's at Discord.gg/bucketheads.
Yep. You can find, I guess, Neil's deck list is posted in there. We haven't seen it ourselves because obviously we're here on the caster desk.
Yep.
But go check that out if you want to see Neil's deck list.
Absolutely.
And for those, we've got a lot of new viewers piling into this chat for this final. So if you are new to this stream, we are here in Dallas, Texas at Common Ground Games.
Best local game store in the world.
Amazing local game store. And we're the Bucketheads. I'm Britton, a.k.a. Big Blue.
It's Justin here. Justin here, a.k.a. Big Red. We have a show called Open Fire. It's on our YouTube. It's a high-quality Star Wars Unlimited stream, or production episodes, and it's really fun. It's a lot of fun. I don't want to take away from this finals because I think this final is unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are playing for a lot here. One of them is going to have a ticket to the World Championship by the end of this game.
Isn't that crazy? The Season 0 World Champions. Man, I remember my first pre-release in this game. We're just over there kidding around. I played a Chewbacca green and I lost all games in my pre-release, and I was like, man, this deck sucks. I hate this game. And I kept showing up to locals every week.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's been a crazy journey since the start of this game. I mean, here we are on the desk of the Planetary Qualifier Finals. It's absolutely insane. You know these guys have a ton of nerves.
Loopy's in chat. Late Night Gaming's in chat. Loopy.
Let's go, guys.
Welcome, guys. Welcome. It's the Bucketheads, and we're super excited to be hosting for Common Ground Games here in Dallas, Texas live. You guys see that nice, beautiful... I will say, I'm seeing that championship playmat in the left corner of the screen there in person. It is a really pretty mat, I will say.
Yeah. Oh, it's sick. It's got Maul. It's got Afra. It's got Jabba. It's got Cad Bane.
It is really pretty. It is actually, in person, it is unreal pretty. It's so vibrant. The colors are so great.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the initial showing of it did not do it the justice that it deserves. It is actually really pretty in person, I will say. But you got to think, Common Ground went up super above and beyond on this PQ. I don't know what the other the prize pooling for the PQ is. FFG did what FFG does with the prize support.
They do
cards.
the map, they do the promo cards, they do all sorts of promo cards for
which
this,
is amazing.
Kit.
And Common Ground did an amplification of all that and added thousands of dollars to the winner pool. So the first place winner today is going to be pulling away with $500 and 2 boxes of Spark of the Rebellion and 2 boxes of Shadows of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
And the second place winner, Lon or Anil, is going to take home $250 and a box of both sets. So I think.
And if you've been on this stream for a little while, you know that we've been doing interviews after the games, and this game is going to be no different. We are absolutely going to be itching to get the winner on this desk and do an interview with him as soon as this game is done. But the truth is, I'm rooting for Lawton right now because I want to go to Game 3 and take the
some
whole
silver scrapes
distance. Yeah,
I really want to see it. Oh, we cut out stream on the top camera here, guys. Give us a second here. We're going to cut to a commercial break real quick for a technical difficulty.
Yep.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn. Actually, this isn't going to work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents. It's time to pay the toll. The Death Toll! Death Toll is led by Winter, Cynical Opportunist. Cards like Rendmaw, Creaking Nest will help you amass a horde of horrifying hosts. And once your plans are in motion, Demolisher Spawn rewards your delirious deeds with disastrous damage. Dope! Want to be the villain of your own horror movie? Let endless punishment guide your dastardly deeds. Valvagoth, Harrower of Souls, is the big bad of this deck. Cards like the Lord of Pain and Gleeful Arsonist will consistently trigger your commander's ability, while Barbed Flame Gremlin and Sadistic Shell Game will turn you into the villain you were always destined to become. And we'll see you at Commander Nights.
Man, I really wanted to get into Dungeons & Dragons, but I just don't know where to start. Oh my gosh! It's the 2024 Player's Handbook, available now at Common Ground Games.
And I even got this awesome hero inspiration token for purchasing it. Pick up your copy of the 2024 Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook today at Common Ground Games.
We have a serious problem. We got all these new gachapon machines, and I haven't gotten anything yet.
We promptly need to fix that.
I'm a huge Pokemon fan, so I had to hit up this one. So I think this new giant Kirby we got in is a sign. I'm gonna get the keychain Kirby. And just for good measure, I'm gonna get this Hunter X Hunter one. All right, let's start out with the Kirby one. So first one we got here is Kirby, and I mean, look at this little pink fuzzball. I love it. I'll definitely have more room for that than the giant one we just got in. Next up, we have the Hunter X Hunter one. Ooh, look at this. Very cool. All right, finally, the moment of truth. What did I get for the Pokemon Gachapon machine? I'm gonna assemble this and I'll be right back. And look at that. Got my little Pancham for my desk now. How cool is that?
Sometimes, Common Ground Games receives quality games that have been sadly dented or dinged during the shipment process. For a generous discount of 15 to 50%, you can give these games a second chance at life to help you, your family, and your friends make long-lasting memories. Please visit the clearance section in our store or our website to help these games find their forever home.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Let's open up some Stellar Crown booster packs. Pokemon Professor Morgan and I couldn't help ourselves but to crack open a couple of packs and see if we get lucky. Morgan pulled herself a good-looking Craydilly. Now look, I honestly thought I wasn't going to get anything, and then I pulled this full art Archlodon. Come by Common Ground Games today for everything Pokemon Stellar Crown.
Y'all, I was so nervous. I've never been to a pre-release, so I hopped in my car and went to Common Ground Games to see what it was like. It was a very casual and welcoming atmosphere since no one has had a chance to play with these cards yet in the US from the new set Stellar Crown. When you get there, you're given one of these really cool build and battle kits that make up a 40 card deck compared to a 60 card deck with standard play. I even got some really awesome pulls with some of the booster packs that come in the deck, like this full art Kofu and this Zero Aura. After about a 40-minute deck building process, we finally had time to battle. I ended up going 1-1-1 on the day, but I had a whole lot of fun doing it. No matter the TCG, these pre-release events are a great way to play with new cards in a non-competitive setting. Since I played most of my game...
Escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
to the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
All right, guys. Sorry for the temporary delay there. Woo. Just a little anticipation for y'all, just to make y'all feel scared and ready for the finals. We're in the finals. Anil is up 1-0 against Lawton. Anil's on a monster Sabine Green, and his turn one play is going to be the Bazine play. And so is Lawton with the Green Squadron A-Wing and the space here.
Yeah, and let's see. They were right at the beginning of the game. There hasn't been much played. It looks like turn one was a Bazine, and turn one was a A-Wing. Now we got the Fleet Lieutenant swinging with the A-Wing. I really, really love that.
5 health to base. And someone said in the chat, we're so back. Yes, we are, baby.
So back, baby.
We are back. That was a fantastic commercial. Thanks, guys, so much.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a really funny commercial. Actually, I crack up every time.
So Boba Fett's going to do the McClunky on the Bazine, which is a wonderful play, and is going to end up killing the Green Squadron A-Wing there. This deck, and Neil's way of playing McClunky has really made me think about how useful McClunky is in this meta. Wow, McClunky is doing amazing things right now. It is taking care of reach in that space region, and when you're playing something like a Bazine down, you're happy to McClunky that for 1 resource and deal and reach up to space and kill a Green Squadron A-Wing.
And you're gonna get a look at their hand again.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm a really big fan of the McClunky play here, guys. We're just under 300 viewers here. I know we had a temporary cut-in. Tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell your lovers. We're back, and it is the finals of the Dallas Planetary Qualifiers.
Yeah.
We are potentially in our last game here.
So much on the line for these guys. Anil's up 1-0, but Lawton is looking to fight back.
There's a red 3 in the space, and
trades. No, it doesn't trade. He just hits.
We're gonna put 2 damage on the Fleet Lieutenant with the super laser tech.
Yep, and then he gets a little swing into base. This is really, really good for Lawton. I'm happy. He's. If I'm in his shoes, I'm very happy to have 2 units on board.
Absolutely.
At this time.
10 damage to base. Bubba's gonna come out off that resource up.
Sabine also should follow soon.
Now, we do know that the staple play for Anil right now is having that Boba Fett's armor in hand. Now, he does have the 5 resources, which is Overwhelming Barrage, which can immediately zap.
I think he has a Boba Fett armor. I think he has it.
But I think, do you potentially just go for don't take the more damage on base and just go for the Overwhelming Barrage?
Let's see. Boba Fett's armor. He's looking. He's holding it. And
he's going to end up going for the Boba Fett's armor. He's going to tap 2 resources here. This does mean that if he does get the trade here, he can actually just clear the entire field. With the Overwhelming Barrage, he's going to get it right back up again.
We're sitting at 14 damage on Anil's base. He is losing health quickly, but that's what Lawton needs to be able to win this game.
He's going to kill the Sabine there, put 2 no damage onto the Boba Fett because of the Boba Fett's armor. Man, that card is gross. And at full 5 ready resources, Anil's going to just do Overwhelming Barrage and just clear both the board.
Wow. Yeah, so that's awesome because he's able to play the Boba Fett. He's able to ready those resources back up and then still hit his Overwhelming Barrage this round.
So someone asked, and now Neil just did top deck into another Overwhelming Barrage, which is very gross.
This guy's going crazy. Is he resourcing it maybe?
I don't know. No, that's the resupply.
That's different. Yeah.
Now, we get a question in chat that says, why not ping the Sabine before deploying? And I think it's because of tempo here. I think at the end of the day, Sabine has got to come out early, and he has got to do damage in this play when Boba Fett's out. Otherwise, he's not going to get this game here. I got to say, it is really hard for the Sabine to deal with this Boba Fett's armor. Now, Lawton does have Confiscate in the sideboard.
He does have Confiscate.
You guys got to consider, these guys have been playing for almost 12 hours today.
Yeah.
Almost 12 hours these guys have been playing today. So they are tired, they're grueling, and, you know, it's... There might be some misplays, but at the end of the day, they're playing for the top spot, the #1 dogs.
Yeah, both these guys are extremely, extremely clean players. But the truth is, this late in the game, energy is low because they've been playing all day. Nerves are high because it's the last game of the day. It's the finals. So the truth is, anything could happen, and we don't know exactly how it will play out, even if it's looking promising for Anil.
So Sabine comes out, and then a Bazine comes out. He's going to look at the hand for a cause. I think you got to take care of that wrecker.
The wrecker out, baby. But that for a cause is really useful to know about. You know, for a cause is extremely dangerous, especially when you're not thinking about it. But the fact that he knows it's in hand, he knows he cannot get within 4 damage.
Absolutely. So does Anil start putting pressure on the base, or does he clear the Sabine unit? I think you guys got to play control here. You got to get rid of that. You're not going to take any damage onto the Boba Fett anyways. There's got to be a certain flip in this game. And this is what we're learning against these aggro matchups that have reach here, is there's a flip in the game that you got to consider. When are you the beatdown deck, and when are you the control deck? And I think the Boba Fett here, and there's Overwhelming Barrage, just going to clear the Green Squadron A-Wing again. Interesting, man. Interesting.
Yeah, I will say it is a very tough position for Lawton to be playing into. He's got 15 damage on him, but that's only halfway there. He's got another 15 health to go, and they're slowly approaching that region where Vader and Maul can come out. Reinforcement Walker.
Absolutely, it's gonna be tough for Lawton to kind of reach this back here. The wrecker's out of hand. ECL is still up, but you know we're waiting on something here. 4 cause is going to come out.
4 cause, all right. He's playing it now.
It wouldn't mind Okay, so that's only going to be 2 damage so far. And
there's
that's going to
two,
be 3
three
damage
total.
total. He's going to see the timely intervention. I wouldn't be surprised if Lawton takes everything but the timely. It takes just the timely intervention, resources everything else.
He puts it all back on the top.
Yep, or just ends up getting rid of all of it. Just because he needs an answer here. He needs a confiscate. He needs something. He doesn't have in the sideboard.
Yeah.
And I think it's got to answer the Boba Fett's
Dump
armor.
it all, right? None of those are the answer you need.
Boba Fett's armor is unreal to deal with. And I think Lawton's
he
pressuring
sends
that.
them all
Yep,
to
he's
the-
going to send
yep.
it all to the discard pile.
He says, I need to look at new cards, and I need to look at them now.
And Neil's going to drop 6 with the Fett's Fire Spray, and this gets really difficult for Lawton now.
Yeah,
It's going to be 5 damage, 6 damage, 1 damage. I mean, you're talking about 12 damage on base. He's going to
There's
4 cause
another
again.
4 cause. Wow, that means. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. That might mean he does not have options in his hand right now.
Yeah, and he's just going to go for it. That's going to be 4 damage to base. 4 damage to base.
That'll put him at 22, I think.
That'll put him in a really big range. Now, you got to think here that 12 damage on base, Lawton still can pull out. That was 2 4 causes, which means...
21.
Yeah, that means that there's only 1 more 4 cause in the deck left. He's got to still gas out at least 8 more damage on a base.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to find that 4 cause. If he does find it, he only needs to put 4 down with a unit. A K2SO is a great character for that.
Absolutely.
But that means he would need a 4 cause on top of it. Otherwise, he needs a lot of units on the board. And as soon as he puts units on the board, you already know Neil's going to take him down.
Lawton's really considering what he's going to take here. I think he's going to just get it all through. He's just trying to scry through the deck. He's trying to get through it all. I think if you're Lawton here, you maybe ping 1, or you just take initiative. He's just going to take initiative, and that's going to be 7 to base more.
He's starting to.
It's a total of 12
now.
this turn.
And guys, don't forget that after this game, we will be bringing the winner of this tournament onto the desk to do an interview.
A quick interview.
So even if you think it's over, you don't want to miss an interview with a legend, right? If you think Anil's going to win, Anil is one of the best TCG players in the country, and we're going to be able to sit down with him if he does win this. I'm hoping to see Lawton pull this out. Maybe he can make a comeback here, but it's going to be tough.
I like what this person says here. It says, what if we all came together and decided not to play Boba at big events? And that's the handshake. Lawton has no answer. We have our first ever winner for the Dallas PQ qualifier.
Anil takes it on the
Anil
Boba
takes
Green.
it. Undefeated on the day. Absolutely no losses. And we're just absolutely excited. This is amazing. So we're absolutely excited. This is a crazy day. We're gonna cut over to
let's get the interview set up.
We're gonna actually mute our mics. Just let this play overhead on top so we get this interview set up, and we'll come right back and grab Anil for a winner interview. Our first ever Dallas PQ qualifier winner, winning $500, 2 boxes of Spark, 2 boxes of Shadows of the Galaxy, a champion PQ mat, an invitation to the World Championship, and the full Dr. Evazan kit, the full...
Legalized authority. He gets the legalized authority. He gets all the Dr. Evazans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, he's going home a winner, baby.
So
and that's not to say Lawton's not going home empty-handed.
Stick around, guys. We'll have an interview with Lawton real quick here.
Oh, my gosh. I cannot believe that. A scoop at the very end.
escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened.
To the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. The sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set. Pulls were fun. I got a Fanatic and a Spring Heart, so I'm pretty happy about those pulls. Honestly, there's a lot more people here than compared to other shops, and everyone's just been super respectful, super nice. You know, everyone's here for the same deal, so we're just having fun here. So it's been a really good, positive environment.
Welcome to Duskmourn! Actually, this isn't gonna work. Think that's scary? That's not nearly as scary as the commanders we have for Duskmourn. Watch out for a jump scare! Zamone, Mystery Unraveler, will get to the bottom of this commander deck with a new Manifest Dread mechanic. Cards like Glitch Interpreter allow you to manifest mysterious face-down creatures, while Disorienting Choice and Zamone's Hypothesis will keep your opponents worried about what's around the next corner. Things are getting scary out here. We might need ourselves a Miracle Worker. Miracle Worker is an enchantment deck that lets you peer beyond the veil to perceive wicked value. Aminatu, Veil Piercer, lets you turn your enchantment cards into miracles, while Soaring Lightbringer and Ancient Cellar-Spawn bring an enchanted ending to your opponents.
Welcome back. I have here with me the Planetary Qualifier Season 0 champion.
I'm very excited if you couldn't tell. I'm very tired.
It's been a long day of straight wins in buckets and dubs because Anil here actually went 10-0. He 10-0'd the PQ with Boba Green.
Good deck.
Woo!
Yeah, it's a good deck. I drew really well in all my top 8 matches. There were like multiple games where I was dead to any number of cards. Like in my top 4 match, I just passed with 11 mana up and Devastator, and I'm like,
oh my
well,
goodness,
maybe this will kill him, and then it did, and then
show me the fail was the quote.
Yeah, and then in game one, of the finals match, I went 25. I'm dead to Timely Wrecker. I'm dead to For a Cause. Like, but they just didn't have it, and I won that game. And then in game 2, I actually just like drew the nut hand, like literally could not sculpt it. If I stacked my deck, that would be the hand. It was like
if I
wow, the judge was there, so fortunately, and on my camera. But it was Blaster, Super Laser Tech, McClunky, Bazine, No Good to Me Dead, and Overwhelming Barrage.
Just removal.
Well, and then ramp. So it's like it's ramp. Oh, sorry, I didn't have McClunky. I had armor. Yeah, I had armor. Or whatever, something like that.
Something that won him the game.
Yeah, the hand was insane. I drew armor, and then apparently on the turn, the 4 turn, he had to play a 3-drop on 4, which is also very insane for me.
Yeah.
Didn't have Darksaber.
No Dark.
And then so like apparently he told me like after he had 1 mana up, and he claimed and he drew the Confiscate.
Yes.
With the one resource, and so I was just like, it was just my day. I mean, sometimes.
It really was.
Look, card gamers know this. You know, all my friends in the chat know this. Like, pick a good deck. You know, play as well as you can, and then hope things break for you.
Yeah, so you actually built this deck going into it against Sabine. Is that what you said earlier?
Well, it's just like a naturally good deck against Sabine,
right.
Because you flip on the same turn that they do. You have Overwhelming Barrage, which is insane against them, and then the McClunky setup is really strong. with Crumb and Greedo.
I'll pick out 2 signature plays I've seen you do while you were playing today at the PQ. Is that one of them was bazining and then not taking a card from their hand. You would rather them.
Yeah, I just want the information. So it's like I'm basically, my comparison would be Vendilion Click in Magic. It's literally Vendilion Click. It's just just different stats. But usually you play it and then you look at their hand and then you decide when you're looking at their hand, you're looking for very specific things. So in the game 1 when I bazined him, I was looking for exactly a wing leader,
right?
Because I didn't have initiative to be able to kill his flyer.
Mm-hmm.
So
buffed flyer,
it would be a 3/5, and I can't take 10 damage before actually getting a chance to kill it. It's just way too much damage.
Right.
So then I just have to hope that. So he drew Fleet Lieutenant, which is the second best one. But I mean that plays into me because I also need him to play a ground unit.
Right.
That's the other problem because I have Super Laser Tech and not resupply.
Right.
So literally as I played, I'm taking Wing Leader, nothing else, and I'm I want him to play any ground unit so that I can actually get my Super Laser Tech to die. Otherwise that turn 4 is really bad for me.
Right. And it all played out for you. The second what was my second point? It's so late here.
Dude, there's so many.
You had the Bazine.
There's Hotshot TL44 Blaster on 1,000,001 units. Vader, I've never seen Vader get gunned up.
Yeah.
No, the Super Laser Tech, man. He had 2 guns.
I know, I saw this.
Yeah, Super Laser Tech, repping for the Union.
I remember you had a little chuckle when you said that's 6 to base.
Yeah, I just had never done that before, but I was just like, I'm gonna make an attacker that he has to kill that's not my Vader or whatever.
That'll feel really bad to trade into.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm just if you're gonna play a removal spell or something, kill this thing.
I also saw that another signature move I saw you do was actually. You've been doing this is where you have no turn 1 play and you just go turn 2 ramp, nothing else. Especially into Sabine, and it's like people see a lot of comments saying that's a really bad play.
It only works in this deck. Literally only works in this deck. No other deck in the game can do this. Maybe Bosk, but because
he comes out on 5.
But the problem is the problem with Bosk is you don't get the access to the extra mana. So
you don't reload.
Yeah, on this turn, on this game, I played armor and OB in the same turn to set up to wipe the board. I took 3 extra damage to do that, but I did get to the armor setup.
Right.
And then I knew I had Wrecker from the first Bazine, so when he didn't ECL Poe on the next turn, all right, if I just take the Wrecker, then it's again I'm reducing my opponent's outs.
To win the game, exactly.
Yeah, and then by the time he could have traded into it, I had Fire Spray and everything, so it's just not enough damage.
Dude, honestly, a masterclass from you and Neil. This was so fun watching you pilot this Boba Green and taking it all the way to a championship for the Season 0 very first Planetary Qualifier. Dude, are you excited? Are you stoked?
Yeah, I mean,
you came in, or did you come in easy?
No. I mean, I came in hoping to do well. My goal, as a longtime card player, your first goal is to top 8. Just always
get top 8.
Just try and top 8 always.
You want to show us some of your bling for
Yeah, I won this cool playmat. Which
this random cool playmat is the champion.
Yeah.
The champion playmat.
And then shout out my L5R homies. This is my real playmat.
This is the one
that I will continue to use. Shout out to
FFG.
Shout out to FFG. Shout out to Tyler for being dev on that game. Shout out to Danny for being dev on AGOT, and hopefully they can do something.
Shouting out all the homies.
If some requests, let's maybe deal with this Boba's armor card.
You're coming from you.
I'm playing 3 of it for a reason. I don't know. I won so many matches. There's just so many decks that cannot beat that card. If you play it on 5. There were just games where on stream where my Boba Fett was KDA 9-0. My man's legendary here.
He's got a kill streak.
Yeah. My man's just legendary.
Yeah.
And he's just he's just absorbing all this damage. So I mean I think that card is very problematic. And I think ECL is another card that is incredibly problematic. But hopefully we get some kind of balance update. Yeah, some kind of balance update before Worlds would be cool. Hopefully it's before and not after. I think that would actually really freshen the game heading into some of these bigger tournaments.
Those are some very enlightening thoughts. I think a lot of voicing a lot of the community's concerns as well with that. But we obviously see how well it does. I think after it won New Jersey.
And it came second in another tournament.
So I think it's actually 2 out of 3 PQs, and it's Boba Green. It's Boba Green. 30 health, no ECL.
Yeah, it's just this grindy deck that leverages your flip turn to bridge you. A lot of the other decks. So Kira, the comp is Kira. So Kira does a similar thing where she bridges ramp into Kira flip to stabilize to then make it to your Maul Vader Avenger turns.
Right.
And this is doing very similar things, except you have your leader doesn't die.
You still get your leader.
Yeah, you still get your leader.
A ridiculous upgrade.
Exactly. Yeah, you usually gets an armor, a gun, and then OB.
Bet. Well, dude, it was such a pleasure having you today at the PQ. Seeing you play, it's been really fun seeing you play, and I'm so happy that you actually won the championship.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, I definitely am happy. Once I make top 8, winning is the goal.
Winning is the goal after that point. Oh, we're good. Yeah, how can you not glaze a Neil for this?
I feel like I played well, so I mean,
you did play very well.
So at least that's what all I wanted to do. I mean, any veteran card player knows, as long as you play well, if you win or lose, that's all you need to do.
Straight up, Neil, pound it real quick.
Hell yeah!
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. For coming
shout out to you guys real quick for the stream for people watching.
We'll take it.
We'll
take your glaze.
Yeah. The stream setup is for sure the best stream setup I've ever been a part of.
Wow.
Like it's even better than like people don't see the camera room, but it's like way better than like even the SCG like booths. Like it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Like they did a really good job lighting everything. Crazy.
W's in the chat for Neil. W's in the chat for Neil.
And then thank you for doing this. We need more community content. That's how you get these kind of games to grow. And then that's how you get the casual people who maybe don't want to do these kind of things, but getting that kind of content out there is great.
Dude, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can't thank you enough for that kind of sentiment.
No, for sure.
That's super awesome.
You guys earned it, man.
Well, we're going to let you go. We know you had an exhausting day. Go celebrate however you see fit. This guy.
Cider House.
Shout out Cider House. Yeah, you just took the championship for the Season 0 PQ in Dallas, Texas. Dude, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with the commentators. Thank you guys for watching.
It's been pretty great so far. I'm a little 50-50 on my games, but so far everyone's been really nice. The people here seem pretty great. We drove all the way in from Norman, and we're pretty glad that we did. It was about a 3-hour drive, but if I'm ever in the area, I'll definitely stop by again. This place actually seems pretty cool.
I like the randomness of it. Sealed always has that aspect of just making bad cards playable.
Oh, it's been great so far. I've been having a wonderful time here. It's getting some reps in with the new set.
We're back.
God,
we're
dude.
back. And Common Ground wants to leave and go home because we're so late tonight.
Gosh, we've been here for over 12 hours.
Guys,
13 hours.
it's been a crazy day.
Woo.
Batteries have died. Stream has been a
died.
test. Grogu talked a lot.
Sabines
And 3 Bobo armors need to be in every deck. Stream is saying that. I think we agree. Boba Fett's going to be the next 100% played deck in the next PQ.
If we were worried about Boba Fett being the meta coming into these PQs, people are doubly worried about Boba Fett being the meta after these PQs.
Look, man, we just want to share the sentiment. We appreciate all the love for the stream today. We appreciate hitting the milestones that we did for the channel today. We appreciate Common Ground Games for being able to amplify all the things that we were able to do today and be able to ultimately host this. And we got to appreciate FFG for doing some really, really awesome stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. They designed a great OP system that they're setting up. This is it's official, but they're also testing all of this as they kind of develop everything. So they did an amazing job with setting everything up. Everything was organized really well by both FFG and Common Ground Games.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you guys gotta remember this is ultimately a test. This is a test. This is a test for what's to come with this game, and this game is so young.
So young.
This game is so young.
This is less than year one.
We are literally Grogu in this game of infancy. We are so young in this game.
Grogu is like 40 years old.
Okay, well, there's reference points here, contrastual reference points here. We're just super excited to be a part of it and kind of make TCG history for this game and keep building this game as much as we can. And local game stores doing things like Common Ground Games does is what actually makes those things go. You guys are the community tuning into these streams and supporting content creators and supporting your local play and showing up and playing and buying product also makes this TCG go further. The game is gas, and I think we can all approve that.
Yeah,
the game is gas.
And we've given our accolades. We've given our roses to FFG. We've given our roses to Common Ground Games. We've given our roses to Anil. But the truth is, we actually cannot thank this chat enough for engaging with us all day long
and helping
working with us through technical difficulties, talking about their thoughts, debating rules, debating regulations. I mean, it was such an active chat, and you made it so much fun for us.
Check your mailbox tomorrow, guys. A full set of Dr. Evson playsets and a Judge promo is coming your way. Mailbox tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's a participation prize is going out to all the chat.
No, we really appreciate it, guys. This was a test stream, and
seriously.
if we get the opportunity to do this again in the future, it will be only bigger and better. So we just want to say thank you to everyone, and we want to say thank you to all the competitors competitors today. It was a really fun tournament. I think everyone had a very fun tournament. It was a hard tournament. It was really hard, but it was fun. It was so fun. I think every time we stepped out of this room for the commentating, we talked to people. It was engaging and everyone talked. So it was amazing.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap out the stream here. All we're going to say is, guys, we appreciate you guys so much. We thank you so much for tuning in. If you guys like what we do, the Bucketheads, you guys can check out our channel if you're here live with us. We do Twin Sons content. We do more than that, but right now we have a full high-quality production Twin Sons show. We're doing a giveaway on our show for free stuff, and we just want to give back to this community. We host stuff every week for a large part of the community, and we're just trying to build this community as much as you guys see it as fit as well. So we want to say thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah,
and if you guys like what we do, check it out. And if you guys are in Dallas, check out Common Ground Games. Even if you're on a layover at DFW Airport, check it out.
Yeah, seriously. And send us a message on Discord. Drop in there and message us. Maybe we can meet up for some games. If you're here during the week, Tuesday night Twin Sons is always popping. We have so many pods popping off, and we just have a party every week.
Yeah, dude, my new deck, Boba, is going to be really stellar. But we want to say thank you guys so much. And Grogu says,
thank you so much.
I don't know what that sound was, but it was something. We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for being here. And as always,
stay frosty.
Put a Hotshot DL44 blaster on a Super Laser Tech and make it a double-wielding unit. Woo! Thank you guys so much. Good night.
Love you guys. Peace out.
Love you guys.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can